Chapter 151. In order to show the sincerity of the team, Xiang Yunjian and his men left almost all the best to Changfeng. They were near the suburbs, where there was a large flow of people and many shelters, and the consumption of resources was like running water, which could not be stopped. They did not dare to lick the drop bags casually. This amount of supplies was squeezed out with gritted teeth. Yenshin wanted to ask for an extra smoke bomb, but the other people were reluctant to give it to him, so they only quietly gave him 50 from the bullet box. The good intentions of the old father were so good that everyone cried. Yenshin asked, "If I was left behind, would you prepare such a thick gift bag for me?" He wanted to exchange his life now. "Just think about it," Jiang Linxia said, "but don't dream too long, it's easy to get lost." This treatment. Even if you are not a military school student, you could empathize with countless candidates after seeing the scenes on Qinfeng's side. But when this empathy drifted to Xiang Yunjian and others, it turned into pure gloating. Even the live broadcast administrator cut the shots from both directions together for fear of chaos in the world. On one hand, Xi and Kuang hesitated for a long time and then humbly reached out to negotiate. "Give me another 10 bullets, which will be considered as advances between Changfeng and me. I will return them to her later when I have more." On the other hand, Changfeng threw things behind him and said impatiently, "Too many, I can't use them." No more. Netizens were about to laugh in the comment area, and the H key was banging loudly. The daughter of a landlord, the chosen one. This is the first time I've seen someone who has so much wealth at the beginning. This is a scene that can make all military academy students cry. Thank you classmate Yi Fugue for the reward for the 3 bodyguards. I feel so bad seeing Lao Xiang and his team being so stingy. Ha ha ha. I can prove that some shadows may never be healed in a lifetime. For example, watching the replay of Jiang Linxia. I took a screenshot. When Xiang Yunjian and his team are in the area in the future, I will have this video. The camera moved around, and then returned to Changfeng. Changfeng did not throw away the unwanted things, but packed them up and hid them. Use leaves to bury in the tree pit, or press under the stone. Who knows when he will be too poor to afford food, he can come back to get it. Although the probability is very small. She counted them thoroughly, and with all the supplies before, the 4 of them currently have a total of 41 explosive devices, 85 grenades, 61 directional explosive bombs, and 40 smoke bombs. In addition, there are 2 types of bullets whose number is difficult to count. Changfeng used the smoke bomb very carefully. After all, it can save lives at critical moments, and it is more suitable for data analysts. So she took 35 of them. She took half of the remaining supplies, and the rest was distributed by the 3 of them. Zhong Yijie and the others had no objection. Of course, the good things should be given to the MVP. Moreover, the supplies that leaked from Qingfeng's fingers were already an unimaginable amount of money for them. This was not just soup, but pork elbows that could knock them out. This was overwhelming wealth. Several people were immersed in the scene and couldn't get out. I really didn't expect that this mountain could be so fertile. Shi Guayuli shouted in a dream. "Thank you, Sister Feng. Thank you, Sister Yi. Thank you, MVP." Zhong Yijie also said leisurely, 666. Qingfeng's shoulders felt a little sore because of the heavy supplies. If it weren't for the help of the exoskeleton equipment, she would not be able to run flexibly. Even so, she couldn't take all the equipment away at once, so she found a safe place to hide it again. She listened to the 3 people's flattery, raised her head, and said with a face, "No need to say anything." With a look of confidant, he said, "You're welcome, we are all comrades." Amidst the low-key applause, Changfeng raised her hand to suppress it. She turned sideways, posed like a master facing the wind, and announced, "It's time, get ready to go down the mountain." Zhong Yijie came back to his senses from his trance and asked, "How to go down the mountain? Are they gone?" Changfeng said, "As a matter of course, just blow it down the mountain. There is already a humanoid arsenal, so where can't we go? Even if you can escape directly from the southern slope by releasing smoke bombs all the way, violent breakthrough is the way of the rich. But she would be very sad if she didn't harvest the 50 or 60 heads in the middle." Changfeng stroked his chin and said, "We do need to plan the route. At present, it is unknown how the 50 or 60 people lined up to guard the mountain. What is certain is that they are not a reliable interest group. Especially as time goes by, no candidates continue to go down the mountain, and no considerable benefits can be sought, and the cooperation will begin to collapse from the inside. Near the morning, when the characters are most tired, it is the best time for them to take action. All candidates had to be on guard against someone shooting them from behind, and they had to keep a safe distance from them. It was best to stay with teammates, so that they could turn against the enemy and save themselves at any time. Therefore, the group of people should stand in groups of 2 or 3, scattered. They opened the way from the middle road and violently bombed. Under the severe conditions of chaotic situation, disturbed vision, fierce and powerful hot weapons, most candidates would be forced to retreat to the sides. To the north of the middle mountain road was a row of increasingly steep cliffs, and most people would not run in that direction. If someone really does this, you can just send them away without thinking. So you only need to arrange a bodyguard in the south to snipe and clear the candidates who have revealed their whereabouts. The closer to the south, the more open the terrain is, which is a good position for sneak attacks. Chunfeng once again gave this important task to Shigua Zhongyijia, saying that Shigua is the sniper of their team. Shigua saluted solemnly. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Zhongyijia said speechlessly. You haven't even started yet. Calm down, buddy. Oh, sorry. Shigua put down his hand, hugged his gun and said shyly, reality is too good. I thought it was over. Chunfeng smiled, waved his hand and said, let's go. The four approached the middle battle zone. Chunfeng lay in the grass, handed Zhongyijia a smoke bomb from a distance, and signaled him to throw it down. Zhongyijia was very familiar with throwing mines. With the help of equipment, he could throw it directly more than 100 meters away. The smoke bomb continued to roll down along the downward arc of the mountain road, and finally stopped at a position of more than 200 meters, releasing thick fog. Dense bullets exploded all around in an instant. Chunfeng crawled forward for a distance and handed another one to Zhongyijia. Zhongyijia performed better the second time than the first time, plus the mountain road was more shaky, and the night wind was suitable. The distance of the throw was about 300 meters. After throwing, he shook his shoulders happily and asked, is there any deep meaning in this? No deep meaning. Chunfeng supported one arm on the ground and looked forward attentively. It's just to mess with their mentality. Zhongyijia's expression froze. He didn't know whether the people below had lost their minds, but his mind was about to collapse. What a prodigal son. Can't you save some money? The aiming direction of the bullet moved downwards along with the position of the smoke. After confirming the approximate distance of the group of people by sound, Chunfeng took the lead, crouched and ran down. Zhongyijia and another brother quickly followed. When Chunfeng handed over the third smoke bomb, Zhongyijia didn't dare to take it. He grabbed Qingfeng's wrist painfully, pressed her hand down, and whispered, don't lure her to attack. What a waste. Will these people's supplies belong to us in the future? This man is quite conscious. Chunfeng said, throw it, we will take action after that. The third smoke bomb went down. It is estimated that they realized that several people were fishing, and the candidates at the top did not want to waste their bullets, so they only fired a few shots perfunctorily. The offensive slowed down. Chunfeng made a gesture, and Zhongyijia and his teammates immediately lowered their upper bodies, pushed their toes hard on the mud, and rushed down quickly. Shigua was also ready in the south, aiming for sniping. The art of explosion was gorgeously presented in this late night. Hot weapons denser than raindrops rumbled downwards. Chunfeng blasted to the left, while Zhongyijia and his brothers were responsible for blasting to the right. The absolute firepower advantage created the illusion of a huge army. The scorching air waves after the explosion swept the mud and sand, and rushed out all over the sky. The deafening roar was like thunder hitting the foreheads of the group of examinees. I was still a little sleepy the moment before, but the shock and horror in my heart erupted like a volcano the next second. They admitted that they knew nothing about the world of the rich. A roar resounded through the mountains. How many bags have they licked? Beasts. Someone immediately responded with a ghostly cry. Regardless of whether they were within the line of fire, the candidates had already fled in panic. It was not worth it. Not worth dying on the front line for such a plastic team. Seeing the personnel disintegrate, there were still intercepting candidates, who refused to believe in evil and shouted loudly in the back, we have 61 people. Although they were not their own people. Can the resources of so many bags not be comparable to theirs? The young man yelled, throw it, counterattack. Throw it, did I stop you? Where are you going to throw it? Can you see it now? When the number of smoke bombs exceeds 15, the number of directional explosive bombs exceeds 30, and the number of grenades is countless, the strongest young man's math is not enough. He fought and retreated, and soon found that there were no people around, and he was about to retreat from the whole mountain. His clever teammate decided to go against the routine halfway, and turned to run up the mountain. Before he could call him up, he was cruelly sent out of the examination room by the explosive device buried on the mountain. That group of people was so crazy that they threw hot weapons all over the mountain as if they were free garbage. They could move in places where the line of sight was obstructed, and several nests he knew were wiped out. Those candidates, who who refused to believe in evil and refused to move, all went out to see the instructor. Their unreasonable behavior also triggered a series of tragic internal fights. In the end, no one knew who was who, and everyone was fighting blindly. Some negative candidates thought that even if they died, they would not leave supplies to the opponent, which added fuel to the melee. At this moment, he was isolated and helpless, as if he was surrounded by a group of lunatics, and he was the only normal person left in the world. The young man trembled and said, "Why am I so poor?" The candidate nearby almost cried when he heard this. "You are not alone." The young man cursed. "Is this road so long? Why haven't they finished going down the mountain yet? Damn!" Chunfeng ran all the way down the mountain, picking up supplies on the roadside along the way. He used up most of his equipment on the way, and when he reached the bottom of the mountain, he had one in his left hand and two in his right hand, one in front and one behind him. Not only did she pick up the trash herself, she also helped Zhong Yijie lick 2 bags in the middle of the journey, stuffed them into his arms, and took him to achieve common prosperity. It's a pity that she doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, which affects her performance. Zhong Yijie's partner's left leg was injured by the explosion, and he could only limp down. He did some first aid on the wound, biting his teeth, but smiling, and his expression under the mask was very ferocious. He looked back with a lingering look, quickened his pace, and jumped forward. Zhong Yijie's other 2 teammates had already found a place to stay at the foot of the mountain. When they learned that they were going to charge, they went to the bottom of the mountain in advance to meet them. They thought they could either help collect the bodies or live and die together. As a result, they saw several people running towards them with large and small bags. The 2 of them stood there at a loss. They checked the map several times before they dared to confirm that they were really their brothers. They opened their mouths for a long time and couldn't close them. A young man blurted out, "You're too polite. Since you're here, what gifts do you bring?" The person next to him slapped him on the back. "Wake up, this is not the new year." The young man could no longer hide his surprise. "Oh my God, why are there so many bags if it's not Chinese New Year? Is this reasonable?" He was jealous. Even his own people were jealous. "I've never been so rich in this life." "Okay." Zhong Yijie threw one into his arms, sweating, and said, "Run. What are you still standing there for? Be careful of being robbed." Several people came to their senses and hurriedly led the way. At this time, the extremely intense noise on the mountain road was transmitted to the location of Xiang Yunjian and others across half of the map. Jiang Linxiao was in charge of keeping watch. He looked at the faint red light in the distance for the nth time tonight and whispered, "The people on the other side of the mountain, are they completely crazy? This is only the first day." Chapter 152. Several other people who were originally sleeping also woke up. Xiang Yunjian asked in the team channel, "What's the situation?" "I don't know." Jiang Linxiao stood on the roof, leaning forward, trying to see the scene in the distance clearly, and said in surprise, "Are they playing such a big game?" Xiang Yunjian followed and observed for a moment, with a slightly solemn expression, saying, "I don't know why there are so many people on the other side of the mountain this year." Jiang Linxiao tried to contact Chunfeng and called repeatedly into the communicator. Chunfeng was busy dividing the spoils and did not reply to him. Yinshin yawned, turned around and said, "Prepare for the worst. Get a few more kills to ensure the team MVP. Our individual MVP does not look very lucky." Jiang Linxiao glanced at the map, but Chunfeng is not dead. She even went down the mountain. He paused, thinking, such a dangerous fight. Chunfeng is not dead? Zhong Yijie and the others can do it. The instructor outside the field heard the conversation between the few people, and his face was full of indescribable expressions. The professional teacher next to him waved and left, saying that he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He would wait until he woke up tomorrow, otherwise it would be a nightmare tonight. Before going down the mountain, during the sweep of the north, Qingfeng's kill count had been updated to 14 people. On the way down the mountain, although her position was not very suitable, and she relied on blind shots, she still got 11 kills in the chaos with her touch. Now she has 25 points. The domineering spirit of killing one person every 10 steps, and leaving no trace in 1,000 miles is there. Shiguo was in charge of sniping at the sidelines, and was the best position to earn points. With the strong attack of Zhong Yijie and his team, the team's total points barely broke through 20, breaking their team's record last year. You have to know that this is only the first day. The instructor's brows frowned and relaxed. The more he thought about this scene, the more complicated his mood became. With a strong sense of anxiety, he laughed dryly, and said to his colleagues around him, "It's a pity that Xiang Yunjian and his team are not here. If it were their team, They would probably get more than 30 head points directly in this wave. What he really wanted was a curse word. The people beside him nodded awkwardly, and didn't dare to say anything. He was already mourning for them in his heart. If those 4 idiots didn't come to find Changfeng again, this anger would probably burn into hatred that spread all over the prairie. Just listening to the crisp snap of fingers, you can imagine it. However, Changfeng's performance was really great. Professional skills played a much greater role on the battlefield than they imagined. In addition, Changfeng was indeed very courageous. Even without the cooperation of Xiang Yunjian and others, she was not low-key at all. Several people left the bottom of the mountain without stopping, and ran to the back of a house. Just as they were about to follow the planned route through the residential area, Changfeng stopped them, and put the backpack hanging on the ground. Zhong Yijie reached out to help her carry it, but was pushed down by Changfeng. She buried her head in the inside, and fumbled for a while, and took out all the unused explosive weapons. Dividing the spoils here? Zhong Yijie took a step back, looked around, and said anxiously, "It's not safe." Changfeng said, "Take the equipment and fight back." Zhong Yijie was terrified. "Are you going to fight back?" He was halfway through his escape when he was frightened by Changfeng's hesitation to go down the mountain. On a dark and windy night, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Changfeng said, "Now everyone on the mountain is running away, and there are probably a group of people waiting to take advantage of us. We have the best time, the best conditions, and the best people. Why don't we fight back?" She raised her head, and looked at Zhong Yijie from bottom to top. Her eyes behind the lenses were still bright in the dark night. "Are you satisfied with these 7 or 8 bags of supplies?" Zhong Yijie glanced at their wealth, which was so rich that it was almost worth a lot of money, and thought of the supplies hidden by Changfeng in the mountains. He thought he was satisfied. What else could he not be satisfied with? The 2 new friends did not understand the intrigues on the mountain, nor did they know the thrills and excitement they had experienced along the way, but seeing Changfeng speak so confidently and flamboyantly, and the supplies in her hands so wonderful and heartwarming, they were already convinced, nodding blindly and following her lead. "Go, Xiao Zhong, you always fight recklessly. Don't suppress yourself because of us. Listen to Changfeng more, don't worry, we will take care of the aftermath. Make more money to spend, Dad will rely on you to support him." Zhong Yijie rolled his eyes at his companion, and when he realized that he might not see, he stretched out his hand and pushed him. He really sold out his brother, so shameless. This batch of bags is obviously not as fat as the one at the beginning, but it is estimated that everyone is almost the same. At least they can win by quantity, which is not bad. "I will go with you." Changfeng pointed at Zhong Yijie, "And then at the other 2 people, you go hide the things, and come over to help carry them after you hide them." The 2 designated people nodded quickly, and their steps became brisk, as if they could take off in the next second. Changfeng gave Zhong Yijie half of the hot weapons, and without even a word of encouragement, he turned his face away and rushed back. It was clearly such a dangerous place, but she ran as fast as if there was a motor under her feet. Zhong Yijie couldn't talk to her on the team channel, so he had to get close to her to talk to her, and he was nervous and tired chasing after her. During this section of the road, he finally understood the instructor's feeling when he saw him rushing. Deeply empathized. There were many sneaky figures wandering at the bottom of the mountain. Just as Changfeng expected, those who came to inquire about the situation, those who tried to take advantage of the situation, and those who wanted to withdraw from the battle circle and return to a stable life all gathered here. People on the mountain did not dare to come down, and people at the bottom of the mountain did not dare to go up. Both sides were in a stalemate, trying to see what the other side wanted to do. Zhong Yijie caught up and finally waited until Changfeng was quiet. He quickly put a hand on her shoulder and whispered, "How do we fight? Break through? Or steal a few heads on the side?" Changfeng motioned him to retreat, raised his arm, and threw it directly to a shadow in front. The examinee, who was originally a frightened bird, immediately retracted his head when he heard the sound. Changfeng pointed to the place where the smoke was rising and said lightly, "I have said it before, if you can blow it up, blow it up. If you can't blow it up, use a sniper. If neither works, throw a smoke bomb. Can so many equipments be kept as souvenirs? How can we have new ones if we don't use them?" Zhong Yijie's Adam's apple rolled, and he had difficulty digesting it. Of course it is better to use a gun. We have a lot of bullets, and we haven't used them for a long time. Changfeng held the gun in front of him. There are still many bags on the mountain that have not been picked up, and I couldn't see them at the time. The smoke is about to dissipate. Let's go up and pick them up and leave. Zhong Yijie pointed to her words, that were not a promise, and lived. It is not difficult to charge up the mountain. The people wandering at the bottom of the mountain do not know the exact situation on the mountain, so they dare not act rashly and stay away. Also, although their team has evacuated, the sound of artillery fire on the mountain has not stopped, but it is not as dense as before. This wave of internal friction will probably end only when the smoke is completely dissipated and people inside and outside find that the mountain is empty. The two of them first cleared the perimeter, then Chunfeng dropped a smoke bomb and rushed up the mountain under the cover of Zongjia. During the previous trip, Chunfeng also found time to spread nearly 20 explosive devices on the mountain and near the bottom of the mountain, and handed the detonator to Zongjia in advance, so that he could watch a fireworks show and take a break when he couldn't bear it. Zongjia was responsible for walking under the mountain to block people from going up the mountain. Chunfeng took the opportunity to look for a bag of supplies on the mountain. Soon after, two teammates came to support. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The fatigue level of the candidates, who had not slept all night, was above 60%. Chunfeng and others ran a lot, and their fatigue level was close to 75%, and they had 2 negative states of sluggishness. The number of candidates who were active after dawn would increase significantly, and the competition would be more dangerous. Seeing that the ammunition of the people fighting here was still sufficient, some candidates were confused and chose to go back to rest after hesitation. Therefore, the pressure on the front line was not great. Chunfeng and others' counter-killing activities only lasted until about 4 o'clock. Thinking that the candidates who went to bed early should get up, in order to reduce the risk, they hastily packed up the spoils and officially evacuated. It was 4:29 in the morning when we returned to the base. The two people who stayed behind did not dare to sleep, and stayed on the roof despite hunger and fatigue. When they saw a few people appear, they breathed a sigh of relief, and their palms were full of cold sweat. This is the trouble of the rich, always feeling that there are unruly people coming to rob. The four threw the newly confiscated backpacks on the ground, sat down, and quickly sorted them out while they still had some strength. It was a great harvest. Before they retreated, they detonated all the bombs left nearby. Zongjia walked by in small steps and picked up 2 more. There are 12 supply packs in total. Chunfeng still has about half of the supplies left in his backpack. Shigua said with sparkling eyes, "Amazing, how did you get them?" Zongjia was exhausted and could hardly open his eyes. He pointed at Chunfeng casually. Chunfeng explained quickly, "There are not many people on the mountain, but there are many corpses. The smoke in some areas has been blown away by the wind, and the detector can scan the nearby supplies. I will note the location and go over to replenish the bullet, and then rush forward to grab it." She raised her head slightly and said in a strange tone, "I was worried that someone would snipe or attack from a distance, but I don't know why everyone ran away when I threw the smoke bomb." Zhongyijia's men kept sorting the supplies, and they roared in their hearts when they heard this. "Why don't you really have any idea? Smoke bombs are almost synonymous with misfortune." Shigua laughed twice and said some corny praises in unison with the wounded beside him. Although they were physically exhausted, they were all in high spirits. "I almost didn't realize that my satiety level is almost at the bottom." Shigua picked up a piece of bread and asked, "Do you want so much food? It feels so useless." Chunfeng wanted to throw it away, but then he considered Xiang Yunjian and the others and said reluctantly, "Hey, leave more food for me. I want to bring some to my useless teammates." Several people felt very comfortable after hearing this. They kept putting biscuits and drinking water in her bag and said enthusiastically, "Take more. It's not easy to go out. Take away enough food for 3 days, so you don't have to go to the equipment warehouse to rob. That place is surrounded by perverts and is very dangerous. Stay away from them. It's really hard to drag 4 people alone. Thank you Chunfeng for your hard work." Chapter 153. After packing the supplies, everyone lined up to rest. Because everyone was a little tired, they decided to take turns every 2 hours to eliminate the negative status of the characters first. 2 to 3 people in each shift kept watch to ensure the safety of the environment. Chunfeng found a corner and laid down with her stiff backpack as a pillow. She hadn't eaten all day. After logging off, she went to the vending machine to order a bowl of noodles, and then took a shower in the bathroom under the guidance of the invigilator. After finishing the cleaning quickly, she laid down again and closed her eyes for a while, then got up to take turns. She was in a group with Zongjia. Zongjia was a very insecure person. The two were responsible for the left and right areas respectively. Zongjia held a long-barreled rifle and dared not blink the whole time. Chunfeng just stood up and stretched his limbs, and he was anxiously asked to lie down. Although their base was not too hidden, it had a wide field of vision and was not easy to be attacked. There was no high position nearby suitable for sniping. Chunfeng went to the street and buried 10 mines inside and outside, and Zhong Yijia's haggard face finally had a little more relaxation. The sky turned from dim to bright, and from the perspective of the few people, they could vaguely see the undulating mountains and forests in the distance. Yesterday, the mountains were still lush and green, but under the soft light of this morning, they were already quite bald. Zhong Yijia sighed a few times behind her in an ambiguous way. Chun Feng thought to himself, this child not only lacks a sense of security, but also likes to feel sad about the passing of time. Are the hearts of their military school students so fragile? Just after all the preparations were made, Shigua came up to take over the shift and pointed downstairs, asking them to go and rest first. This time Chun Feng really fell asleep. Zhong Yijia and the others did not wake her up during the game. When she woke up again, it was already 4 p.m., the game time. It was raining heavily outside the window. She pushed open a crack, and immediately raindrops and cold wind rushed in. The heavy rain washed the road surface, and the mud and sand brought down from the high places dyed the originally gray streets mottled. The scenery a little further away was like a layer of white gauze, and it was already unclear. She and Shigua were the only two living people in the room. There was another injured person lying in the corner, but because the simulation system would cause a certain amount of pain, the candidate directly logged off and hung up the fatigue level. Shigua handed her a bottle of water and explained to her. It started raining at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it turned into a drizzle in the middle. We found someone moving outside, and took turns to patrol. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain began to increase again, and water accumulated in the area near the bottom of the mountain. I heard from the people who escaped that the water level was above the knees. I guess it's now the chest line. Chun Feng ate the biscuits in his hand and nodded. Zhong Yijia just came in with a gun, soaked all over. He shook his hand, and the water stains floated onto Qingfeng's body. The people on the mountain can't come down. A group of people wanted to pick up leaks at the bottom of the mountain, and they were almost drowned. Now they have run away, resulting in a lot more people on our side. Our team sniped 5 people outside in the afternoon. Zhong Yijia took off his hat and said thankfully, fortunately, we came down early. This year, the people surrounding that mountain are really unlucky. Although they have contributed 70% to this. Zhong Yijia sat down against the wall, turned his head and asked, do you want to go out to brush up the points? We will accompany you if necessary. Chun Feng hesitated and shook his head. This level of heavy rain will cover the important footsteps. There is no team communication between them, which is not very suitable for guerrilla warfare. It is better to occupy the base safely, and wait for Xiang Yunjian and others to come. In the face of Yi Fugui's request, no one said no, nor did they leave her alone to brush up the points, but accompanied her to kill time near the base. Things are different now. They don't care about the useless resources outside. Zhong Yijia didn't feel very sleepy because he was always tense. Shigua was a little bored and suddenly said, do you want to play cards? Chun Feng and Zhong Yijia looked over. This life is really too extravagant. Too extravagant. It's simply corroding the willpower of military school students. The 3 of them played landlord for half an hour. Zhong Yijia lost 3 games in a row as landlord. His not-so-smart brain resumed normal operation under the strong stimulation. He threw away the bad cards with both hands and asked, aren't you leaving yet? You, remember that you are not our teammate? The key to the problem lies here. The fact that Chun Feng can sleep till now means that not only Zhong Yijia and his team didn't call her, but even Xiang Yunjian and his team didn't contact her. She had already gone down the mountain in the early morning, but Xiang Yunjian didn't come to pick her up until now. She couldn't take the initiative, or she would lose. Chun Feng raised her head and said expressionlessly, I won't leave until they come to pick me up. Her tone was light, but she sounded very firm, and Zhong Yijia swallowed back the words he wanted to persuade her. She is rich, and she is right. Jiang Linxia originally wanted to pick up Chun Feng as soon as possible. She thought that the child would be very unrestrained in someone else's team, and if he met a black-hearted ally, he might be sent out as cannon fodder. So she kept an eye on the red dot on the map, and also opened a special attention to Qingfeng's channel. As a result, things did not go smoothly. They took turns to rest for a night, and were ready to set off at around 8 o'clock, but it happened to rain heavily. Not long after they left, they were intercepted again. 2 teams ambushed the road they had to pass, and the 4 people were forced to turn back from their eastward route. The heavy rain seriously affected the judgment of several people. The 2 sides fought around, running wildly in the heavy rain. Their hands and feet were heavy, and their physical strength was consumed exponentially. Xiang Yunjian took the time to glance at the map and confirmed that Chun Feng was still alive. And it seemed that he was alive and well, and he didn't roll around and make a scene with them. He felt a little relieved. After another half an hour, the 4 people finally broke through the encirclement and got rid of the group of candidates who were in the way. Xiang Yunjian checked the map again and found that Cheng Feng had been staying in the same place without moving. It seemed that Zhong Yijie did not send her out to do hard labor. The sentence "Zhong Yijie is very good" should also be a heartfelt statement. Robots are really good friends of all humans, not limited to teammates. The 4 of them stood under the eaves, looking through the spoils they had picked up in the rain. Jiang Linxia turned the entire backpack upside down, and only found a few bullets of useful supplies, which were not enough for the wave he had just consumed. He was angry and said, "These people are so poor. You dare to come out and rob with this pawn shop? Where did this poor bastard come from? Ah, pa. There are not enough bullets. The city map has complex roads, and is connected in all directions. It is more suitable to use guns than weapons such as grenades." The 4 of them set their sights on the bag of supplies prepared for Cheng Feng. They must clarify that they were shaken. It was Yanshin who spoke first, saying, "Cheng Feng has not moved for most of the day. Zhong Yijie's team is estimated to be in serious shortage of supplies, and can only passively stay in the base. Cheng Feng is safe to stay with them for a while." Jiang Linxia rarely agrees. What a good foster care service. Thanks to Zhong Yijie, Cheng Feng doesn't have to follow us outside in the rain. Yanshin took a bite of the biscuit, and put the remaining half back into his pocket, thinking that he would eat it after he was full at night. He agreed, "I blamed that kid wrongly. I didn't expect him to be a good person." Jiang Linxia quickly followed up with a sentence to beautify his behavior. This time when they go back, they will get the gratitude of Lao Kong and Lao Luo *1. Xian Kuang, maybe the principal will be grateful. Jiang Linxia cleared his throat, and said with emotion, "We are strict with ourselves and lenient with MVP. We work hard and get points for her in the rain. Will the principal be grateful to us? It's raining hard today." Xiang Yunjian said ruthlessly, "Don't get soaked for too long or your brain will be damaged." The whole hesitation lasted no more than 3 seconds, and then the 4 of them unanimously decided to let Cheng Feng and Zhong Yijie play for a while longer. While hiding the bullet in his pocket, Yanshin said casually, "Is it my illusion? I think there are fewer candidates this time." The next second, the live broadcast administrator humanely listed the test data on the right side of the screen. The instructor hadn't paid attention to the dynamics outside the venue for a long time. Seeing the live broadcast, he was also shocked. He just sat on the stool and almost stood up again. The barrage area was instantly active, and the lurking players all emerged. The information in the comment area was quickly refreshed. The pace of this competition is too fast. In 24 hours, the number of eliminated people has reached nearly 400. Although the number of eliminations on the first day is usually high, it was around 200 to 300 in previous years. This year it is indeed much higher. After all, Cheng Feng blew up an entire mountain in the middle of the night, and 1/5 of the people on the map were involved in misfortune. The administrator then released the points ranking of the top 10 teams. Cheng Feng got a total of 27 kills. Xiang Yunjian and others have been running around all day. So far, the number of kills is 43, and the total number of kills on both sides is 70. 70 kills. Xiang Yunjian's team alone accounts for 1/6 of the total points. Why are the results this year so polarized? Zhong Yijie's team has 29 kills, ranking 3rd. If Xiang Yunjian follows Cheng Feng, the team's points may have almost exceeded 100 now. What was the score of Xiang Yunjian's team last year? I remember it was 89. Class B's father really led the team. It's so terrifying. An excellent MVP can not only win the Gold Cup himself, but also lead his alumni to the top 3. I hope that all future Xiweixing will follow this standard. The instructor pretended to be calm, took his water cup from the table, took a sip, and nodded to his envious colleague beside him. It's just average. Netizens are really making a fuss. The total score is only twice as high as the second place. What's so exciting? There are still 2 days left. You may be overturned. Be careful. After he finished speaking, he probably felt that it was not very auspicious, and hurriedly added, "Fortunately, what reassures me most about Lao Xiang is his caution." A colleague said sourly, "We missed dozens of packages of supplies due to caution." Then he was reluctant to eat even a compressed biscuit. God has mercy on us. The water in the instructor's hand was shaking, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It will be soon." This soon lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning. There was only a little lingering drizzle on the horizon. Xiang Yunjian and others' clothes were soaked through, and the high-intensity physical exercise and the invasion of low temperature also made several people's faces stained with obvious fatigue. After patrolling at night without encountering a suitable target, they decided to look for Chunfeng. Before setting off, the four hid in a dark room to redistribute supplies. Jiang Linxia opened the backpack and asked Yinshin and Xian Kuang, "Quick, return all the borrowed bullets." Yinshin was a little reluctant and said hesitantly, "Chunfeng stayed in the room all day. I guess she is not in great need of supplies." Xian Kuang hesitated and pressed his hand on his bullet box. "I think so too. That's our intention too." Jiang Linxia pointed at them and laughed and scolded, "Are you two done yet? Be honest. This is a live broadcast. So many eyes are watching you." The two sighed and finally handed over the bullets and grenades. Jiang Linxia sealed the zipper and stuffed a backpack that looked full and half of it was smuggled. Xiang Yunjian thought about it and said, "Take her to the supply point tomorrow to make her happy." Heh. Yinshin leaned against the window, throwing grenades at his hands from time to time. This team can't stay anymore. A bunch of biased ghosts. Chunfeng was still suffering from insomnia at this late hour. She lay on the ground, one hand supporting the weight of her head, the other hand sorting the cards, and sighed. "It's midnight. The next day, they have completely forgotten their teammates. They don't take me seriously at all." Shigua tried to reconcile. It should be the rainy day that caused more people to move around in the west of the map. They are all trying to earn points and get MVP. After a while, Chunfeng took a casual glance and found that the red dots were actually closer. She immediately sat up and straightened her skirt. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Here they come!" Shigua ran to open the door excitedly, and it was indeed Xiang Yunjian and his group. Chunfeng sat there without moving, staring coldly at the people outside. A dim light was on in the room, and the people inside and outside looked even more embarrassed. Jiang Linxiao looked at Chunfeng through the crack in the door, raised his chin, and teased, "You're doing well." Zhong Yijie saw the four people in a hurry, and felt pity for them. He welcomed them in and said, "Let this base be given to you. Now the map is empty, let's go to another place." Jiang Linxiao was shocked. Why was Zhong Yijie so generous all of a sudden? Don't these animals like to take advantage of others' misfortunes? Xiang Yunjian was also stunned for a moment, then said, "No need." The other brothers did not accept their refusal. They picked up the backpacks that had been arranged in the corner, put on their guns and hats, and said generously, "I guess you are tired too. It's a good time to rest here. There is an explosive device buried nearby. It's quite safe." They seemed to be in a hurry to leave. They were already standing by the door while talking. The two people on duty on the rooftop also came down and greeted them with a bright smile. This selfless light suddenly made the four people at a loss. Xiang Yunjian said more politely, "Please take care of Chunfeng." Shigua and the other brothers hurriedly shook their heads and said, No, it's not true." Jiang Linxiao smiled and said, "So polite? What are you doing?" "I'm not being polite. I don't dare." "Thank you, Sister Feng, for taking care of me. I learned a lot from Sister Feng. I will always remember Yi Fugui." Jiang Linxiao punched Shigua lightly on the shoulder. "That's enough. The show is over, thank you anyway." Chunfeng sneered beside him. The few people ran away happily, looking like they were going on vacation. Chunfeng stood at the door and waved slowly, pretending not to see Xiang Yunjian and the others. Jiang Linxiao walked over, kicked her shoes with her feet, and said, "The person has disappeared." Chunfeng put down his hand in melancholy and returned to the room without looking around. "Wow!" Jiang Linxiao widened her eyes. "Little friend, do you know how long we have been outside in the rain to get points? It's hard to make money to support the family." Chapter 154. Xiang Yunjian followed Chunfeng in, waited for her to sit down, and threw the bag behind him to her feet. "How long have you known each other? Your relationship is not reliable, you know. Look, this is a gift prepared for you by your brothers. You know that only children in our family can be treated like this?" Chunfeng looked at him affectionately with eyes like a fool. Jiang Linxiao saw that she didn't believe it, so she went over and opened the bag to show her. "Grenade, smoke bomb. Which one is not in short supply?" Jiang Linxiao laid the things on the ground, spreading them out in a row to make them look more spectacular. Seeing that Chunfeng was still indifferent, he took off his mask to breathe. "We can't even bear to drink water, so we give it all to you. May I ask if MVP is dissatisfied with anything?" Chunfeng glanced away, still with a calm expression. "I don't need it. I don't lack it. You don't want the supplies?" Jiang Linxiao felt that this child had a serious problem, so he sat cross-legged opposite her. His expression became serious, and bent his right index finger and knocked on the bullet box. "Do you know what is the most important thing for an excellent military academy student? It's flexible. You don't know that you stay in the house with Zhong Yijie and the others. The material consumption here is huge. You may not get this much even if you go out and lick 10 bags. In such a small room, Yinshin was still hovering behind Jiang Lingxia. At this time, he strode forward and took advantage of the situation and asked, if Chunfeng doesn't want it, can you give me one smoke bomb? Jiang Lingxia pushed him away with her elbow. Old Yin, don't be like this, be more open-minded. It's all for the unity of the team. Old Xiang, don't you agree? Xiang Yunjian was observing in the room. After walking around, he picked up the only black backpack left on the stairs and asked, your bag? Jiang Lingxia frowned and said, what are you doing? Chunfeng shook his sleeves, reached into his sleeves, took out a smoke bomb, handed it to Yinshin, and raised his chin in a very cold manner. Yinshin didn't move for a long time, but his eyes fell blankly from her hand, and then drifted to her clothes. Chunfeng said disdainfully, this is a reward from the god of wealth, take it. Yinshin took it, hesitated, and didn't put it in his pocket. Oh, you have quite a lot of stock. Jiang Lingxia teased, if you have the guts, take another one. Chunfeng had a blank expression on his face, and scooped out a handful of individually packaged compressed biscuits from his sleeves. Jiang Lingxia teased, you really stuffed the supplies in, if you have the guts, take out of mine. Chunfeng lowered his head, pulled his sleeves out, and another thing slipped out. The silver shell was not only a mine, but also a directional blasting bomb. Chunfeng said calmly, it's almost stuck. Take it. Jiang Lingxia was silent, her expression a little stiff. Yinshin opened his mouth, his brain seemed unable to organize words, and his thoughts were also very confused. There was a very ominous premonition. Xiang Yunjian had walked behind her without knowing when, holding her bag with one hand, and with the other hand, he pulled the back of her collar, and asked, why is your coat so big? Shouldn't the uniforms of the system fit well? Xi and Kwang had just climbed onto the roof, and was on duty there, not knowing what was happening below. Hearing that Jiang Lingxia, who was noisy, suddenly stopped talking, she said with a smile, do you have any surprises that we don't know about? Tell me. Chunfeng stood up, dismantled the exoskeleton equipment, and took off her coat. There were still a few directional missiles hidden in the gaps of her clothes, and they fell to the ground because of her movements. Chunfeng looked down on her attitude and pushed the things casually, sweeping them to Yenshin's feet. Then he lay down lazily again, exhaled leisurely, and said, for the convenience of taking it, after all, I don't have teammates, I can only rely on myself. Smart Xiang Yunjian was already looking through Chunfeng's bag. The weight of this bag was obviously wrong, it was too light. He opened the mouth and poured it onto the ground. Sure enough, biscuits, bread, chocolate, and food were piled all over the ground. The various packages mixed together were actually shocking. Chunfeng made a gesture of self-help and said generously, eat it. Jiang Lingxia felt that this pile of supplies was not poured on the ground, but hit him in the face. The food in a military backpack can probably guarantee 24 hours of satiety. If new supplies are not obtained in time, the character will not die, but will experience negative states related to hunger. The supply point for this assessment will not be officially opened until tomorrow afternoon. So basically after the first day, there will be no food in the newly seized backpacks. This is also a very scarce supply. No one dared to imagine how rich the supplies on the first day were. Being able to save up such a bag means that she must have more than this. Yinshin bent down to pick up one, thinking of the half biscuit left in his pocket, and gritted his teeth. It feels like a piece of food given out of pity. Jiang Lingxia heard his voice was a little hoarse. You robbed Zhong Yijie and his group? Yinshin lost his composure and said, how could Zhong Yijie and his group be so rich? Hello? Xi and Kwang asked in confusion, what's wrong? No one at the scene could care about him. Xiang Yunjin was right. The rain was too heavy today, falling from thousands of meters high, hitting their heads and making them a little dizzy. Jiang Lingxia's voice was floating. Is there anything else? Chunfeng pointed in a direction. Jiang Lingxia walked over, put his hand on the abandoned wooden table, turned around and asked, with a numb face. Chunfeng nodded and yawned. Jiang Lingxia moved the things away, and saw a familiar military bag inside. He opened it without saying a word and took out the things inside. His movements were very strong, hitting the ground, and there were continuous crisp noises. All bullets. There were 20 boxes of submachine gun and rifle bullets in total, and the things inside were neatly arranged. The metal shell reflected the cold and beautiful golden light under the illumination of the lighting tools. Yinshin followed behind, took a look, and did not dare to move closer, and put his hands in his pockets again. The dozens of bullets he had secretly hidden were now lying in his trouser pockets, and the extremely cold temperature from his fingertips seemed to freeze people in the hot summer of July and August. It was an irresistible, killing temperature that made the grass and trees wither. The two people on the opposite sides seemed to have been disconnected. Xiang Yunjian felt mixed emotions in his heart, but he still asked procedurally, "Are there any more?" Chen Feng raised his finger proudly and pointed to the ceiling. The footsteps sounded after a few seconds. The echo of the military boots stepping on the floor was strong and slow, and a large pool of water was left where they passed. Today they were walking in the heavy rain, and there was water in their clothes and shoes. They had brushed past bullets and danger several times, and their bodies were stained with the smell of gunpowder that could not be washed away. But they had never felt their footsteps so heavy. The tile on the ceiling was not fixed. Jiang Linxiao moved a stool over, stepped on it, and pushed it open with his hand. But he pushed too hard, and the board was pushed inside. The grenades, directional bombs, packaged blasting devices, and other important materials on the ceiling fell down, landed at their feet, and rolled away. Jiang Linxiao grabbed one of the materials in the rain. It looked familiar. Oh, it was the smoke bomb he had been dreaming about for a long time, but he was reluctant to use it. The two stood upright, but they looked extremely desolate for some reason, and their shoulders were trembling slightly. Chen Feng couldn't see their expressions, and was a little disappointed. He raised his head slightly, and asked what they thought. "Are you shocked?" Jiang Linxiao walked down the wooden stool, and turned his neck inch by inch. Xiang Yunjian was quick, and hugged Chen Feng and dragged him back. Yin Shen's reaction was also unprecedentedly fast. He restrained Jiang Linxiao from behind, and found that the man in his arms had less strength than he thought, and was on the verge of a heart attack. He quickly freed up a hand to help him breathe and advised, "Calm down, please calm down, this is one of our own." Prodigal son. Every word Jiang Linxiao said seemed to be squeezed out of her lungs. Although it was unlikely, he still asked again, "Anything else?" Xiang Yunjian raised his hand to cover Chen Feng's mouth. He found that Chen Feng was the most dangerous person who could stir up trouble in the whole team. But he forgot that Chen Feng had not spoken much since just now. Her slight nod was better than 1,000 words. She did it again. Jiang Linxiao was shocked all over, trying to accept the news. But the reality was too tragic, so he turned around and clapped his hands on Yenshin for a while. Not long after venting, he came to his senses, turned his head sharply, and said fiercely, "Do Zhongyijia and the others have it too? When they left just now, the bag was so bloated and fat." Chen Feng nodded. Unable to scold Chen Feng, Jiang Linxiao rarely found a second outlet to vent his anger, and devoted all his anger to Zhongyijia, furiously saying, "Asshole, I was wondering why they suddenly became so generous. It turns out it's because it's profitable." His lung capacity hit a new high, without a pause. Zhongyijia and his team are lying in the room eating, drinking and having fun. The MVP team is starving outside. We are fighting for the honor of the Union University, and they are actually plundering our supplies. Why? How dare they? Chen Feng pulled down Xiang Yunjian's hand covering his mouth and said, "I gave it to him." These 3 words were the last straw that broke the camel's back for Jiang Linxiao's collapsing defenses. His fighting power was restored in anger. "Why didn't you tell us? We slept in the open air, licked every biscuit, fought for every bullet, and even collected supplies for you. Do you know how tight, difficult, and uncomfortable our lives were? We relied on you for everything good, but you relied on Zhongyijia for everything good. What do they have to do with you? We are your teammates. We are our own people." Yenshin pushed him. "It wasn't that miserable. Don't you care about your image?" Chen Feng also responded loudly. "It's you who didn't come to pick me up." She stood up, pointed at the time and complained, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't go out to score points, and I haven't slept at 1:30. I've been waiting for you. I've left all the supplies for you and wanted to team up with you, but you didn't even send a communication. You didn't treat me as a teammate at all." She sacrificed a lot. Jiang Linxiao was choked. Her eyes vaguely glanced at her next door, pointed at her brother, and said, "Old Xiang said not to come to you first. I'm afraid you get wet in the rain." Xiang Yunjian raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Jiang Linxiao didn't give him a chance to speak, nor did she look at him. She focused on Chen Feng and asked in a hoarse voice, "Were you the ones who blew up the mountain last night?" "It was me." Chen Feng knew that the loudest voice was the right one, so he replied, "You didn't care about me when it was so dangerous, and only Zhongyijia and his 2 brothers accompanied me down the mountain." Jiang Linxiao recalled the shocking grand scene last night, and became even more uneasy. It turned out to be Lei from their family. It was their prodigal son who blew up the mountain. He asked with great pain, "How many bombs did you throw?" Feng rolled up his sleeves and counted on his fingers. Explosive bombs, grenades, and various explosive weapons. A total of more than 100. Jiang Linxiao's health is 100. There are only 4 of us, but there are 50 to 60 people blocking the road. The situation is critical, and we can only carry out large-scale bombing. Bullets are useless. We rely on smoke bombs to kill our way down the mountain. There is another person injured in Zhong Yijia's team. Feng said, there were too few people, and we couldn't see the road clearly. I couldn't communicate with them frequently, and we didn't get along well. We also lost a lot of supply bags, which were picked up by others. Jiang Linxiao's HP was 1,000. Feng said, there were too many bullets, and I couldn't bring them out. I buried some of them on the mountain. Jiang Linxiao's HP was 10,000. The problem was that his HP limit was only 50. This time Jiang Linxiao didn't need Yenshin's help. He stroked his chest and said weakly, this is my own child. It's not her fault, stay calm. He repeated this more than 10 times, but he still couldn't stand it. All kinds of unspeakable regrets occupied his heart. Looking back to meet Yenshin's gaze, the surging emotions could no longer be suppressed. The two leaned together, patted each other's shoulders, and cried silently. Xi and Kwang felt more and more that something was wrong when listening to the team's radio, and didn't care about whether he was on guard or not, and ran down from the upstairs. Bending over, he saw the supplies on the ground through the fence of the stairs, and almost fell down. In the whole room, the only brother who still looked like a normal person was Xiang Yunjian. But he had been silent since just now, and was squatting on the ground, picking up supplies one by one into his bag. Carefully and slowly, as if he was experiencing, but also as if he was confused. It made people sad at first sight. Xi and Kwang took a deep breath, turned around on the spot, and quickly returned to the roof. He didn't know what was wrong with this world, and he also needed quiet time. Chapter 155. There are actually a group of people outside the venue who want to cry more than Xiang Yunjian and the others. They are the cannon fodder passers-by who have just landed in the examination room, have not seen the stars and the sea, and have not even seen Qingfeng's true appearance, but were ejected from the system in a confused manner. At this time, these young men, with an average height of 1.9 meters and 4 abdominal muscles, were speechless and choked by the screen in the live broadcast room. At night, they hugged the pillow and pounded the bed hard. Whose fat supplies are they? It's them. Who raised this scourge Feng? It's them. Who gave Xiang Yunjian and the other 3 the confidence to keep silent? It's them. Feng robbed them of their heads, took their inheritance, and killed their brothers. It's inhumane. No class of students has ever been so well fed, and they must be blamed for this. Facing those candidates who came later, they have answered countless questions about whether they were the insiders. The reaction of Xiang Yunjian and others at this time gave them a little comfort, but they were scared when they thought that these people would soon have Qingfeng's arsenal. When 5 devils gather together, it is called a group of devils dancing wildly. At this time, all the surviving candidates in the examination room can be respectfully called victims. As the source of evil, they can already imagine their future life. This is simply an endless humiliation. Too miserable, they are only in their 20s, and their youth is about to end. At this time, countless dormitories with lights on burst into laughter, and students from different military academies felt the same happiness at this moment. Students who were ready to go to bed were also woken up from their beds by their roommates knocking on their doors in the middle of the night, and witnessed this precious and meaningful scene together. The Sanyao Forum was as festive as if it was Chinese New Year. A long row of meaningless laughter posts floated on the front page. They were automatically deleted by the administrator, and new content soon surfaced. The video section had thousands of submissions in just 5 minutes, all of which were close-up shots of Jiang Linxia and others. The team seemed to have reunited, but also seemed to have collapsed. Ha ha, this plastic relationship seems to be unsustainable. Lao Xiang's already mature temperament aged 20 years overnight, and my tears flowed uncontrollably. Ha ha, I laughed so loudly that the neighbors downstairs came to knock on my door. Too noisy, my friends, be reserved, just forward and share 6 or 7 times. Leave some face for the MVP team. Jiang Linxiao's expression is too vivid. If this set of emoticons is not popular, I will look down on everyone here. Xi and Kwang's posture of deep thought, while sitting on the rooftop, gives me the feeling of a lonely old man in a straw hat and raincoat. What should I do? I can't bear to part with every frame. My circle of friends has been completely flooded with them. How many people are still waiting for it? An hour after the incident, the people who had been shocked seemed to have recovered. They calmed down and began to learn to enjoy reality. But Feng felt that their problems might be even bigger. For example, Xi and Kwang cut off the communication and said that he wanted to absorb the essence of heaven and earth up there. Another example is Jiang Linxia, who wiped the long barrel of a rifle back and forth 8 times with his sleeve. He loaded and unloaded the bullets, and occasionally showed a very weird smile, which was intermittently accompanied by a few weird low laughs. Chufeng was horrified when he heard it, and it was hard to pretend he didn't know. She raised her upper body, moved towards Jiang Linxia, and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Jiang Linxia didn't even raise her head, her eyes were empty and blank, and she answered, "Sleep." Chufeng asked again, "Are you not tired?" Jiang Linxia said, "Yes." Chufeng paused, and asked quickly in a lower voice, "Are you stupid?" Jiang Linxia's mind was still able to turn. "You are." Chufeng lay back down in dismay. Jiang Linxia glanced at her, and then looked at the supply bag next to her, which had begun to swell. "He has too much, and his heart is filled with great dissatisfaction," he said with emotion. "My favorite weapon is actually Dongfeng. There has been no bad reviews since it was launched, and after-sales service is guaranteed." Chufeng thought to himself, "Isn't this nonsense? She loves money, but no one wants her to be the richest person in the alliance. Who can't dream?" Chufeng turned around and found Yinshin leaning against the wall, with an empty expression and moving lips. "He has been mumbling since a while ago, and I don't know what he is saying." Chufeng approached him carefully and heard him muttering in a breathy voice, "I was wrong, I shouldn't. This person is very reflective and self-aware." Chufeng was very satisfied. She picked a box of submachine gun bullets and gave it to Yinshin as an extra reward. Yinshin accepted the things, but still couldn't be happy. Thinking about the hardships he had suffered before, and then thinking about the teammates who disappeared for 2 days and directly led them to achieve common prosperity, Yinshin could guess that at this time there would definitely be netizens posting, in 3 sentences, "I made 4 men cry for me all night. Fear is a dream, and I dare not move after waking up." Several people stayed in the base until 9 o'clock in the morning, and finally eliminated the negative state caused by character fatigue. The game time will not be officially opened until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In normal times, several people will definitely take advantage of this free time to go out and brush points, occupy powerful terrain, and grab supplies. But after experiencing the huge blow of getting rich overnight, their mentality has changed. They don't care about petty profits. If they want to do something, they will do it big. So several people discussed the map for a long time, and they haven't decided which direction to attack today. Chufeng stayed in the room yesterday, and didn't want to repeat what happened yesterday. She was tired of listening, and was about to interrupt when Xiang Yunjian came over and tapped her shoulder, signaling her to talk somewhere else. The two of them came to the balcony on the 2nd floor, and half crouched down. Xiang Yunjian was fully equipped, and his facial expression could not be seen. He lowered his voice, and asked when Chufeng thought he was going to ask a serious question. "How much supplies do you have on the mountain?" Chufeng said, "Huh?" They didn't say anything last night, and Chufeng thought they didn't care. "A few thousand bullets. It's hard to use a gun on the mountain, and the backpack is full of bullets." Chufeng said, "There are probably 2,000 or 3,000 bullets left. Do you want to go and get them?" Xiang Yunjian's answer seemed a bit difficult. "Several 100 million dropped in front of you. Will you pick it up or not? This choice is really too difficult." Xiang Yunjian looked at her complicatedly, stared at her for a long time, and asked sincerely, "You didn't leave the 3 days dark and emptied the supply point in advance?" Chufeng said, "How is it possible? Don't make the same joke as Jiang Linxia." Xiang Yunjian had planned not to ask this question until the end of the game, so when he said this, he felt that his breathing was a little lighter. "How many people did you kill?" Chufeng waved his hand and pretended to be nonchalant. "Just killed a few dozen people." Xiang Yunjian closed his eyes, paused for a few seconds, and said, "Don't tell them about this matter unless they ask." Chufeng, "Oh." The two walked down the stairs with different moods. Jiang Linxia, who was arguing passionately, stopped her speech, looked at the two people, and asked, "What are you mumbling about when you just got up?" Xiang Yunjian did not answer. Chufeng shook his head and simply replied, "Nothing." Then the two separated and walked to the 2 ends of the room. "Damn?" Jiang Linxia rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Fortunately I have a replay." Netizens have already started to scold. Is this a private conversation between a man and a woman? This is not what this VIP user wants to hear. If I hadn't watched the whole process, I would have really wondered what you were doing. You can be more open. There is nothing worthy of misunderstanding between you. Xiang Yunjian put on his backpack and said in the team channel, "Get ready to go. go to the mountain to get some things first. About 400 contestants were eliminated on the first day of the exam, and nearly 300 students were eliminated on the second day due to the rain. Now the number of students left in the exam room is only over 300. Most of the candidates were in urgent need of supplies, so they rushed to the equipment depot early to find ambush points and wait for the opportunity to grab resources. Therefore, the mountain was empty, and the 5 people did not encounter any obstacles along the way. They rushed to the target point without stopping, and dug out the bullets and some grenades that Changfeng had hidden before in different places. Jiang Linxia had done a long psychological preparation before coming, and he could keep his face calm. Several people divided the supplies and stuffed them into their bags. If there was no room in the bag, they took it apart and put it in each pocket. The equipment that was not often used, such as daggers and ropes, had been thrown away by them. Most of the water and food were also left in the base. Even so, it was a bit heavy to carry. Jiang Linxia said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work, Changfeng." The small shoulders bore too much wealth. The game time was already 12:19. Several people squatted in the bushes, preparing to go to the equipment warehouse. Jiang Linxia took out the route discussed this morning and drew a curve with his finger, leading directly to the front door of the equipment warehouse. If there are still 300 people on the field, at least 250 of them are near the equipment warehouse. The equipment warehouse is located in the center of the map. It is a small building. At this time, it should be surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. It is a bit late for them to enter the field now, and they are prone to ambushes. Changfeng asked, "How do you want to get through?" Jiang Linxia said, "Blast it." The most advanced tactics often only require the simplest playing style. Thousands of words can be summed up in one sentence: "I have money." To a certain extent, Jiang Linxia's tactics are in line with Changfeng's wishes, and are much more generous than Zhong Yijie and others. Changfeng finally found an opportunity and cursed back, "Prodigal son." In the past, Jiang Linxia would have started to mock him. But now, he just stared at Changfeng. Take advantage of others' words. Besides, everything he has, inside and out, visible and invisible, belongs to Changfeng. Changfeng raised his chin. "Ask me." Jiang Linxia took a deep breath and said in a restrained and flattering tone, "Excuse me, wise, generous, beautiful, and powerful comrade Changfeng, is there any better way?" Xiang Yunjin took the lead in applauding. "Please let comrade Changfeng give a speech." Changfeng raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and pushed aside the grass leaves that blocked the view, saying, "Click on the map first." Everyone enlarged the map. Changfeng cleared his throat, took out the momentum of Lao Kong, and taught the 4 people. First, you need to pass through a group of buildings to get to the equipment warehouse. In order to avoid sniper ambushes, you should try to avoid some high buildings with wide views on the route. So the best route is to go around from the south. Although this road is a bit far, it is safe. Jiang Linxia suddenly realized. So that's it. That's a good point. Changfeng stretched out a finger and pointed at several locations. If we take this route, there will be blind spots at these points, and we may be ambushed by the enemy. What should we do? Jiang Linxia said approvingly, "Bomb them." Changfeng turned his finger to him, retracted his index finger, and raised his thumb upward to show his approval. It may not be a suitable place to drop mines. We can also go around separately from the intersection ahead, and let teammates help clear the blind spots at this point, and then meet up. Xiang Yunjian's applause became a little louder. Xi and Kuang and Yinshin cheered up and followed. Changfeng said, "When we reach the target point, 4 people will be responsible for the defense in 4 directions. I will throw smoke bombs and rush in quickly." Jiang Linxia raised his right hand. Changfeng, "Student Jiang, please speak." Jiang Linxia asked, "If we rush it all the way, will it make too much noise? Do we need to be low-key and try to avoid using high-damage weapons?" Changfeng said, "No need. They must not have thought that we are so rich. Hearing that we frequently use hot weapons, they would only think that we are at the end of our rope and fighting a desperate battle. They don't have many bullets, so they just stay away from us before the equipment depot is officially opened." Jiang Linxia said a long "oh," but his acting skills are not very good. Changfeng finally gave a summary. "I hope everyone can ensure their own safety. If any teammates are unfortunately injured or killed, our first goal is Jiang Linxia, recover our own supplies, and never let them fall into the hands of outsiders." Changfeng, "Yes." Yinshin turned into an applause machine. This applause is mainly for the 8th level supporting actors. It's all for life. Chapter 156. The young man lay on the windowsill, squinting one eye and observing the terrain in the distance. Their team had been guarding outside the equipment warehouse since early morning. As the time for the warehouse to officially open was getting closer, several people discussed how to move the battlefield and launch a surprise attack on the center circle. There were not many weapons in the equipment warehouse, so they had to grab the rifle grenade, so as not to waste the long-barreled rifle and gun head converter they had carried for 2 days. With the rifle grenade, they had the capital to turn the tables later. Those cadets were just a bunch of animals. If they couldn't guarantee to rush into the warehouse first, they would definitely not even get a sip of soup. The young man prepared a speech in his mind, counted the time on the map, and was about to mobilize a few words when he saw yellow smoke rising in the distance, followed by 2 explosion sound waves that passed through hundreds of meters and reached their ears. This sudden situation was undoubtedly like when everyone had played their cards. Someone inexplicably threw a pair of trump cards. It was very unreasonable. It seemed that a big war was brewing. The density of players nearby was very high, and almost everyone subconsciously moved a little further away from the battle circle, fearing that they would be killed before dawn. The young man stared at the explosion point. As one of the few survivors in the eastern mountainous area, when he heard the rhythmic explosion sound, the scenes of the night before would emerge in his mind. Although the specific time was less than 48 hours, it always gave him an illusion of being in another world. Soon, the dust was squeezed by the third wave of air waves and twisted into a more hideous shape. 3 consecutive explosive bombs made the nightmare that was originally only vague suddenly become real. The young man's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed the words that were about to agree with his teammates to move. I always feel that this scene is a bit familiar. No way? Are they still alive? Are those bastards here? The teammate hurriedly said, think about it, there are so many similar people in this world, and there are even more similar lunatics. Who knows if someone is playing psychological warfare? The sound of a submachine gun sweeping came from another teammate's team channel. Very light, but you can still hear it clearly if you hold your breath and concentrate. It may be for deterrence, or it may be because the gunman is fierce. Judging from the frequency, the man has fired more than 20 bullets in just a few seconds. In the current situation of scarcity of supplies, and the use of every bullet, this behavior is outrageous. You can even hear the sound of your teammate swallowing saliva in the communicator. He bit his back teeth, and did not hide his slightly panicked mood well. Don't come over here, damn it. No one scolded him for being useless, because these crazy people are really scary. Soon, 2 devastating explosions were heard less than 100 meters away from the young man. The young man closed the window with his neck stiff, doubting his life. What happened to this world? There were only 5 grenades in total. It was the 3rd day. How come these people still had extra grenades to waste? Xi and Kwang had just stopped Jiang Linxia from squandering and told him not to use the submachine gun like that, when a response explosion was heard diagonally across the street. Jiang Linxia said arrogantly, who is it? Is there anyone as rich as us? Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, it may be that Zhong Yijie is covering for us. Jiang Linxia curled her lips. Chunfeng was very happy with the gift from her younger brother. She praised him. Xiao Zhong is a good comrade. A little smarter than his teammates. Chunfeng. Jiang Linxia walked in front of the team and glanced back. She turned back quickly for fear of being discovered by Chunfeng. He turned off the communicator and whispered to Xiang Yunjian beside him, why is her growth direction so strange? Others are grown up, but she is an elder. This is a difficult question that Xiang Yunjian cannot answer. Maybe the factory settings are different. The wealth and elegance displayed by Jiang Linxia and Xiang Yunjian allowed the group to travel smoothly and arrive at the location Chunfeng had set before. 200 meters to their left was the weapons depot, with a circle of cement space around it. The warehouse is only 150 square meters and 5 meters high. The gray metal explosion-proof exterior wall has nothing on it except a Sanao icon, which looks simple and low-key. The team originally stationed at this location saw that the situation was not good and ran away in advance, and then went to seize other people's bases, causing a small-scale commotion nearby. The innocent people affected were a little dissatisfied, but they did not dare to cause conflicts because the warehouse was not open and the supplies were insufficient, so they could only endure it. Jiang Linxia could understand their unwillingness and anger, and indulged in this feeling of being a local tyrant, hoping that it could last a little longer. If he could always be so rich, he would definitely fall in love with all kinds of scoring. Chunfeng asked, why are they so short of bullets? Didn't they fight for heads on the first day? None of the 4 knew how to answer. Jiang Linxia let out a long breath. Wealth limits her imagination, I forgive her. Several people waited and chatted quietly in the channel. As the system time jumped to 3:55, Jiang Lingxiao's expression gradually became serious, no longer joking, and focused on the position he was responsible for defending. The candidates who were far away had already started to move, and the sound of gunfire and staggered footsteps changed rapidly from far to near, and the environment suddenly became complicated and chaotic. Inaudible shouts and curses echoed in all directions. In the last 2 minutes, 2 blue lights lit up on the warehouse door, flowing rapidly along the door frame, and finally intersecting in a circle in the middle, spelling out the words unlocking. The examinee in the center couldn't hold back anymore. Everyone went crazy for the supplies in the equipment warehouse. Jiang Lingxiao threw a smoke bomb to the left, dodged quickly, and fell to the ground, saying in a tense voice, "Changfeng, the rest depends on you." Changfeng asked, "Don't you rely on me now?" Jiang Lingxiao felt the weight of the backpack and found it difficult to refute. Why did this kid become so angry? Yinshin must have taught him that. Bastard. The time jumped to 4 o'clock, and a crisp prompt came from the communicator. The sound was dispersed by the violent sound waves and completely drowned in the air. Countless guns were pointed at the door of the warehouse. The firepower reached its peak at that moment, and bullets were released like a flood, trying to take down the heads of the first batch of troops in the smoke. All the remaining hot weapons were thrown out without reservation at this time. The eardrums of several people were hurt by the loud noises coming from all directions, and they could no longer hear any other noises, nor could they hear the conversations of their teammates. They could only turn off the communication and turn on the highest standard of noise reduction. In addition to the 2 thrown by Qingfeng's team, 5 smoke bombs filled the equipment depot, obscuring the vision within 100 meters nearby. However, this situation only lasted for a few seconds, and the candidates immediately stopped attacking, changed to sporadic bullets, and blindly shoot in the general direction. Most teams still retain a small amount of explosive weapons, hoping to wait for candidates to come out of the warehouse before launching a sneak attack. If the teammates unfortunately fail to grab the supplies, they may be able to survive for a while. These guys have some tricks, and they have so many hot weapons hidden. It's just right to trick them all out in one wave. Jiang Lingxiao squatted in the corner, with a gun in his arms. After staying in the thick smoke for a long time, even with goggles, his eyes felt sore. He turned his head, although this action was meaningless. Then he asked another question that would not be answered. Has Changfeng gone in? Is she still alive? Changfeng hadn't gone in yet. At this time, even if you stepped on dog shit to get in, you couldn't get out. She waited very patiently for 3 minutes, and only started to act after this wave of fire attack that looked like a carnival ended. She bumped into someone near the door, and with both sides' vision limited, the 2 dared not act rashly. The other party punched Changfeng as he felt, but the punch barely grazed Qingfeng's face and missed. He did not chase him, but continued to stumble towards the warehouse door. Changfeng counted his steps and rushed in first. The interior of the warehouse had not yet been completely invaded by smoke, and the general structure could be seen. There were neatly arranged iron racks in the middle, a total of 3 layers, with various supplies placed according to different labels. Near the front and back doors were food and water, a little further inside were grenades and blasting devices, and in the middle, the smallest number, were the rifle grenades that countless candidates coveted. There were 2 students inside, one step faster than Changfeng sweeping the shelves. Changfeng threw a smoke bomb without waiting for the person in front to look back. The hazy vision was also covered by the white fog. The examinees in the field cursed. Did you bring your brain with you when you went out? Throwing grenades in the equipment warehouse? Who the hell are you, harming others and not benefiting yourself? Do you understand the rules? Everyone came here to pursue common prosperity. Generally, when they entered the material warehouse, they usually agreed to a temporary ceasefire and not interfere with each other, to avoid unnecessary losses. Changfeng ran quickly along the route in his short memory, while taking off the backpack behind him and throwing down the explosive weapons one by one. After running a circle, he rushed out without looking back. Changfeng shouted, "Retreat!" Xiang Yunjian and others' communication had not been restored yet, but seeing Qingfeng's red dot moving outward, they tacitly prepared to evacuate. With the help of the equipment, Changfeng ran more than 100 meters in 10 seconds, jumped forward, hid behind a shelter, pressed the detonator directly, and covered his ears at the same time. More than 20 explosive devices were detonated in the small room, and even the special metal outer wall set by the system was torn apart under this huge impact. Even though the wall reduced most of the lethality, some fragments were still launched outward in the airflow, accidentally injuring a group of candidates who were preparing to enter the venue. The candidates didn't understand what was happening at all, and Changfeng had already pulled his teammates and pulled them away from the most dangerous area to sniper from the periphery. When a new batch of candidates groped their way in, they were tripped by a flying box halfway. When they picked it up, they found that all the boxes were locked in the protective measures and could not be opened or activated. Then they realized it and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Someone blew up the supply point. What are you still robbing? The supply point is gone. Who the hell did that? How did they do it?" The explosion-proof material of these boxes is special. It is very demanding to lock them with external force. At least it must be a close-range grenade explosion. There has never been a similar accident in the past. After all, there are generally not many candidates in the warehouse. No one will consume more than 20 precious blasting devices in such a confined space to achieve the purpose of abolishing the weapons depot. They couldn't figure it out. That person was one of the first candidates to enter. Why did he detonate the explosives when he could have taken away the supplies safely? Each person's backpack only had 2 explosive devices at the beginning. Why did they have more than 20 on the third day? They really didn't understand. Netizens outside the venue could answer their question, but now, nothing could be seen in the live broadcast room except a white fog. The candidates' fierce noises were very clear. Such as, "What? The warehouse was blown up. So are there any boxes that are not locked? Who would blow up the warehouse? It's a conspiracy. Don't believe it." Various opinions are mixed together. Of course, the most frequent one is the 3 heart-wrenching words "Why?" Because Yi Fugui is really too rich. As long as others can't get new supplies, they are the strongest. My thinking is narrow-minded. Before the explosion, I really thought Chun Feng was going to steal supplies. You can't imagine how rich the supplies are on Qingfeng's side. She is a woman who has occupied an entire mountain. What are we looking at? We are looking at loneliness. Please get Chun Feng the words cunning and deceitful. The students of the coalition don't want to bear this bad reputation anymore. The Mountain King is back. There was only pure applause in the office. What else is needed? All are redundant. There is almost no suspense about the subsequent development. Although Chun Feng was covered in dust by the aftermath of the explosion, he was revived with full health after receiving new supplies from his teammates. A team of people chased after the poor candidates with a wry smile, letting them see what it means to do whatever they want. When the game time officially ended, only 62 people were left alive. The one-sided force suppression caused ordinary candidates to hide in embarrassment, while Chun Feng and others were rampant. In the end, Qingfeng's team won 172 kills, breaking the league record of nearly 50 years. Zhong Yijia's team ranked second on the list with 62 kill points. The ending shot was fixed on the scene of the 10 people talking and laughing warmly after gathering. The top 2 teams in the team competition were all students from the Union University, and this laid the foundation for Chun Feng to win the League Gold Cup. As long as the Union University's performance in the big battlefield is not too far off the mark, this Gold Cup has been held by Chun Feng. This transcript is beautiful and eye-catching. It can be said that the biggest winner of this league is Chun Feng and the Union University behind it. Yu Sai is one of the lucky candidates who survived to the end. However, their team's performance is not very good, ranking 11th. Although he lived a long time, he basically had no chance of counterattack in the later period. Yu Sai took off the equipment and sighed regretfully. Because he had not been able to sleep well for several days, and was worried about the end of the exam, his mental and physical strength were overconsumed. He almost fell down when he stepped off the equipment. The examiner helped him to stand up. He sat in the corner to rest for a while, and then left the exam room tiredly. His roommate had been waiting outside the venue in advance. He prepared hot drinks and snacks for him, and when he appeared, he stuffed them into his hands. Yu Sai took 2 bites, felt a little better, and asked, "Why didn't I see Chun Feng? I kept trying to find her at the beginning, but I couldn't find her." It seemed that other teams didn't see her either. Are they the MVP team? The last time the heavy tank was defeated by Chun Feng, he had been thinking about avenging his previous shame, but unfortunately, he didn't find the opportunity. When his roommate, who was looking at him, heard this, his expression suddenly became weird. Yu Sai asked, "Is she slacking off in the team? Or was she eliminated early?" The roommate didn't answer, his attention seemed to drift away, and he was trying to think about how to answer. Yu Sai thought he had guessed right, stuffed the food bag in his hand into his pocket, and said with emotion, "I'm so envious, you don't know how fiercely we fought in the later stage, almost risking our lives to block the gun. That group of people didn't accept communication at all, and killed anyone they saw." The young man opened his mouth, and finally thought of a point to enter. His facial muscle sank, and his eyebrows also slightly depressed, looking serious. "Do you know who is the candidate with the highest number of kills this year?" Yu Sai was about to leave, But he stopped when he heard the words and said, as a matter of course, Xiang Yunjian. The roommate stretched out a finger and shook it in the air. Yusai asked, what about Yenshin? No. Yusai pursed his lips and asked, is he from their team? Roommate, yes. Yusai, what about Xi and Kwang? The roommate still shook his head. Yusai didn't believe it, paused for a second, and continued to guess, Jiang Linxiao? The roommate showed sympathy. No, no, no. Yusai said, it's impossible. I didn't even see her. Where is she? How many people did she kill? The roommate sighed and said, her total personal kill count is 59 people. The second place team, the 5 people only have 62 people. Yusai's head is quite dizzy, and the feeling when he just got off the computer appeared again. The roommate asked again, do you know who the second place team is? Yusai had enough of his questioning. It was too sarcastic. He spat out a word in a bad mood. Who? The roommate said, Zhou Nijia's team. Is their team doing so well this year? Yusai had a certain understanding of the candidates with similar levels to him. After thinking for a moment, he asked, have they formed an alliance with Xiang Yunjian? The roommate hesitated for a moment before nodding. It is, but not completely. What did Yusai want to say? The more he asked, the more confused he became. The roommate leaned over and asked mysteriously, do you know how many kills Xiang Yunjian's team has? Do you know who gave Zhou Nijia and his team the kills? Do you know who was chasing you in the final stage? Yusai turned and left for his own life. The roommate chased after him and asked quickly, do you know where their supplies came from? Do you know where Changfeng is? Do you know why you can't find Changfeng? Yusai jogged, trying to shake him off, shouting, I don't want to know. I said, what happened to you today? Don't come to me if you have a grievance and a debt. Don't watch the replay. The roommate stretched out his arms and called out, let me tell you. You will regret watching the replay. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Believe me. At this time, Xiang Yunjian and others had just walked out of the examination room, looking very high-spirited. Before they could be happy for long, they ran into the instructor who came to arrest them. Xiang Yunjian and the others stood still. Jiang Linxiao saw that the two looked wrong, so he ran away, but was held down by the 2 men with their arms twisted. The instructor said softly, don't leave. I will show you something exciting. What are you afraid of? Can the instructor still hurt you? Jiang Linxiao cried out in pain and asked the 2 to loosen up a little, but the other party was indifferent. She had to bite the bullet and yell, why, instructor? We won, and we definitely won by a large margin. Is this how you treat the winner? The instructor pulled up the corners of his mouth and showed a bright smile. Unfortunately, that expression became a little creepy in the eyes of the 4 people. He still looked easy to talk to, but his tone was not to be refused. So I will take you to see the exclusive prizes for the winners, and give you some physical rewards by the way. As soon as they walked out of the computer room, they were driven back the same way, and came to an empty office. There were still 4 or 5 instructors standing in the room, all smiling kindly, leaning against the table, looking at them with watery eyes. The last instructor who entered the door pressed the lock with his backhand, cutting off the retreat of several people. The temperature in the room seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees, and people were shivering with cold. In the eyes of the 4 people who could not hide their fear, several instructors came forward together, pressed their shoulders, and asked them to sit on the chair in the middle. Then they clicked on the most popular playback clip. Chapter 157. The video was post-processed and subtitled. It was just that the quality was relatively rough because of the limited time. The first part was the personal introduction of their team. Of course, it was mainly to introduce Changfeng. Each of them had only 2 seconds, and Changfeng was alone for more than 10 seconds. After all, he was the MVP. The 4 of them exchanged glances quietly, and had a bad feeling. The instructor at the door set up a light computer, pointed the camera at them, and after placing it on the table, he also walked behind them with a smile. Jiang Linxiao got goosebumps all over his body, and felt a chill on his back. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, what are you doing? The instructor said, Sayanow said he wants to record a video for you, which can be played during the post-match interview. Jiang Linxiao turned his head, but before he could see their faces clearly, he was turned back by a pair of big hands, wasting his businesslike smile. He could only shout, isn't the post-match interview for the team competition at 8 o'clock in the evening? We have won MVPs before, so there is no need to mobilize so many people. The younger instructor laughed in the back. It's mainly because we're afraid you won't be in the mood to participate in the evening, so we recorded it in advance. Jiang Linxiao remained calm. We're doing well, right? We won't be in the mood. We're specialized. The instructor interrupted him. Watch your lessons carefully, don't whisper to the instructor. The film also got to the point, but Jiang Linxia didn't see any clues for the time being. The first perspective is the mountain to the east of the examination room, where two young men whose faces can't be seen clearly are running back and forth on the mountain road. Soon after, the two stopped and hid in the bushes. Teammates talked to each other. I wonder where Chunfeng is now. Why is there no news at all? Who in the whole examination room doesn't want to find Chunfeng? Among all the MVPs, Chunfeng should be the one with the worst individual level. Before Xiang Yunjian and the others come to join, whoever can meet him will be lucky. The young man's legs were numb after squatting for a long time. He changed his posture slightly, knocked his knees lightly on the grass, leaned his upper body, and said to the person next to him, "In fact, I still don't fully understand how the hand-operated mecha operator got the individual MVP. Mechas are mechas, and individual soldiers are individual soldiers. Manual operation is too different after all." Unfortunately, the rules of the team competition are not in her favor. Without Xiang Yunjian and others to assist, I don't think Chunfeng will survive for long. Out of respect for the MVP, I guess she can get 3 heads. If she shoots and kills people, it will be easy to be exposed. I think 3 is too many. But it may not be. The map kept shrinking as the two people talked, and then a red dot appeared in a corner. In case the audience couldn't see it clearly, it was specially marked with an arrow and a name, which was very much a good tradition of Chunfeng. The view moves to the location of the red dot and zooms in again. An area covered by smoke appears in the interface. There are 4 gunshots here. When no one can see the battle situation clearly, Chingfeng's kill statistics in the upper left corner jump up by 3. This is followed by Chingfeng shooting highlights. Bang 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 bang. Following the rhythmic gunshots, the data in the upper left corner soars up. Considering the length, only 7 gunshots were edited in the end, and 3 salute-style bombs were used to make up an integer. The scene switched, still showing Dong Shan, and 2 other young men with similar voices were whispering again. It's been 3 hours since the game started. It's unrealistic. How come there's still no news? Will Chunfeng have already left the game? If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body. Is she really pretending to be dead? She's hiding in one place, waiting for the game to end. I don't think Xiang Yunjian will take her with him to score points. She's too big a target. She's like a walking barbecue skewer. Instead, it will affect the 4 of them to score points. You're right. As a data analyst, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find a lair to hide. Alas, they have already mastered the word hiding in the Lianda University. As they spoke, the picture gradually zoomed in. Where the arrow pointed, the grass was shaking slightly, not much more obvious than the traces of wind. There, Chunfeng, with a gun on his back, crawled more than 100 meters behind them. Then the video was turned up to double speed, and the red dot represented by Chunfeng ran around all over the mountain from south to north, drawing a tortuous trail. The suspected hyperactive Chunfeng passed by the world in a Loki manner. The next second, the supporting roles were replaced by another group of people. This time, there were a little more people, 3. It can be seen how popular Chunfeng is in the league. Almost surrounded by enemies, it was difficult to move forward. This time, the few people were in the suburbs, hiding in different parts of the abandoned factory, using the team frequency to communicate. I heard that there was a candidate suspected to be Chunfeng at the bottom of the mountain, which caused the nearby students to gather around. Then what? It is said that he was killed, but no one dared to go forward to verify it. There are too many people at the foot of the mountain now, and we can't go up. Alas, the competition on the first day is too fierce. If we can't find a suitable base, we might as well take the risk and go to the mountain. Too tragic, it's only been a few hours, and the few female candidates in the examination room are almost wiped out by those beasts. That's right, we definitely can't do this. It's too unfair to Chunfeng. Wait, look to the north. Does that person look like Chunfeng? Several people looked in the direction pointed out, but actually saw nothing. However, it did not affect the young man who just said righteously, "I will definitely not do this," and shouted loudly, "Chunfeng is there. Go!" Soon, a military school student with the name Xiang Yunjian on his head followed the sound and attacked from behind the crowd, snatching 2 heads and running away. The 4 people who were watching felt that they had figured out the routine, so they calmed down and did not laugh. The theme of this issue should be called, "The Left and Right Cheeks That Chunfeng Has Touched," or "There are no fools in the world, but there are more fools when you see Chunfeng more." They know the routine. The instructor almost forgot the main point, so he put it here and quickly used the light brain to open the bullet screen selection function. Netizens' mouths are much more poisonous than the thoughts in everyone's brains. The four people looked at the texts flowing by without changing their expressions, and reflected silently in their hearts. They should be okay. Although they met up a little late, they have always shown that they are loved by their teammates. They have never belittled Changfeng. The next scene is another two young men, who look a little decadent, with their heads drooping, leaning on the back of the stone, as if they had just finished a chase that consumed a lot of physical energy. It's too difficult to climb the mountain, let's find a chance to go down. Changfeng should be on the mountain, right? Someone said she was seen nearby. This rumor is everywhere on the map. Alas, who can be so lucky to meet a lone Changfeng? This should be the closest I've ever been to killing the MVP. The young man was looking ahead, sighing in his words. But before he could enjoy the joy of this fantasy, his dream came true. Several bullets were fired from 10 meters away, hitting the two people's vital points at lightning speed, taking away their points. The video paused and rewound 2 seconds later. A special sound amplification effect was made in the middle of the screen. As a pile of fallen leaves on the map shook, Chingfeng's muttering sounded in the background. A force melon is not sweet, but I can give you a taste. Jiang Linxia finally couldn't control himself and laughed loudly. Xiang Yunjian and the others also pulled their lips, but they didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as him. Jiang Linxia turned his head and wanted to ask the instructor what this meant, but a very familiar voice came to his ears. Changfeng must be very scared now. Maybe she is still holding the gun and secretly wiping tears. Yinshin, all the tears she shed are your fault. This sentence struck Jiang Linxia on the forehead like thunder. Some memories that were about to be forgotten by him slowly revived from his black history library. Changfeng will find that he really can't live without us. Alas. In the heavy rain, Jiang Linxia half closed his eyes, half because he was sleepy and half because he was bored, but he squeezed out 8 points of full emotions to worry about Changfeng. Zhongyijia, TSK, I know, he must have been constantly oppressing and enslaving Changfeng. Sending her out to do things and die, Changfeng is too pitiful, the child really can't leave home. If the young man before was just simply inaccurate in his self-perception, Jiang Linxia's performance was a bit too hypocritical and exaggerated, so that it was very dramatic. But Jiang Linxia never expected that the next scene would be Changfeng throwing 3-3s on the ground with the momentum of thunder. This is particularly uncomfortable. The lost child who can't sleep is playing landlord in the examination room. Shiguo is still flattering without principles. The richest man is awesome. Zhongyijia, I can't afford it. After playing around, Shiguo stood up and said, I'm going to take my turn, someone else will come down to play with you. Changfeng said politely, how about I go too? No, you are not a member of our team, and you can't notify us in time if you find something. Shiguo said hurriedly, besides, you are a VIP, just rest, leave it to us. As he walked up the stairs, he turned back and said, Captain, shuffle the cards faster, don't keep Yifugui waiting. Jiang Linxia wanted to jump up, but the instructors at the back had already noticed it. One covered his mouth, and the other held down his shoulders, so that he could sit still. Jiang Linxia's eyes widened, and he shouted vaguely, let go, I have something to say. The instructor who covered his mouth frowned and asked, what did he say? He said, let me go, or I jump up and knock your head off. He dared to scold the instructor? Jiang Linxia's eyes widened, and the sound he made while struggling was relatively clear. I didn't. The level 10 translator quickly said, he said, it's either me or you. You have guts, go down and run 10 laps with weights later. The two sang in unison, and convicted Jiang Linxia of a higher crime. Jiang Linxia was so sad that he could only breathe through his nostrils, and felt that he couldn't breathe well. He was almost as miserable in the clip. He saw himself wiping the water stains on his face, and the bottom of his eyes behind the lenses were clearly black. He blinked his bloodshot eyes, took a deep breath and said, don't sleep, hold on a little longer, and go find Changfeng. He promised that at least at that time he was serious. The next moment, Changfeng threw the cards and lay on the ground, like an old man sighing, I'm tired. Shiguo immediately tore open the chocolate and handed it to her. Zhongyijia took the bag and asked, do you want water? Changfeng said, no, I take a nap to get rid of all the fatigue. He lowered his head to organize his backpack, holding the scattered bullets in his hand and putting them into the small bag. He laughed when he zipped it up. I think only Chingfeng's favorite submachine gun bullets can comfort her. She will be so happy that she will cry when she sees it. The next moment, Changfeng casually threw a whole box of bullets into Zhongyijie's arms and said, here, why are there so many bullets? Don't these people use guns? However, Zhou Nijie didn't really want it. Hide it here first, just in case it's useful in the future. Chanfeng, okay. Useless things can be thrown to my teammates when the time comes. Then why don't you contact them? This is the first time I've seen a team lose contact. Zhou Nijie said in surprise. For material considerations, they should have come to pick you up earlier. Chanfeng, I said it but they didn't believe it. They even laughed at me. Jiang Linxiao's eyes were almost wet. Including the scenes he didn't want to see the most. For example, he was hit against the wall by the aftermath of the explosion, hugged Yenshin and cried bitterly, and laughed at Chanfeng for lying about his performance. This editor is quite professional, and knows how to hurt people's hearts. He made the whole film into a negative example that is opposite to Chanfeng. It only took 15 minutes for Jiang Linxiao to lose the breath in his chest. From screaming and howling to giving up the struggle, he finally sat there motionless with empty eyes. Even the instructor couldn't bear it and comforted him. You are a senior, it will be quick. The next victim was Xiang Yunjian. Xiang Yunjian sat up a little straighter and felt a pair of cold hands reaching out from behind and pressing on his shoulders. The instructor breathed softly in his ear. Do you have anything to say? Xiang Yunjian shook his head stiffly. His crime was quite obvious. At the beginning, he gave up on picking up Chanfeng because of a small group of people gathered at the bottom of the mountain, and he joked with Jiang Linxiao. As a result, the whole team went further and further down the road of poverty. Especially after 3 days of hard work day and night, his kill count was not as high as Chanfeng, who was playing landlord. Yenshin didn't expect that his action of hiding biscuits was also photographed. The scene of him haggling with his teammates over a few bullets was captured clearly. Xi and Quan was lucky. At most he just questioned Qingfeng's record, and in most cases he added fuel to the fire, but was able to safely escape. In the later period, he also followed his teammates in flattering. Among the 4 people, Jiang Linxiao spoke the most and mentioned Chanfeng the most. This friend in charge of team diplomacy almost said all their thoughts, so the focus of the entire editing was on him. Yenshin's behavior of hiding cookies also caused a lot of reactions, probably because he looked too humble. These 2 people sacrificed their self-image and attracted 80% of the discussion among netizens. Xiang Yunjian and Xi and Kwang were very grateful. Even so, the instructor still asked them questions for half an hour according to the interview script provided by Sanyao. The 4 were asked to write a 300-word review after returning. It was not until the farce was almost over that the instructor put away his playful smile, raised his tone, and asked calmly, "Do you know where you went wrong?" The 4 nodded. It's not that you don't have to reflect on yourself just because you won in the end. I really can't praise you this time. You should also know how outrageous your performance was this time. The instructor said, military school students can't just laugh it off when they are frequently slapped in the face. You should feel ashamed. Especially Chanfeng is your teammate, but you don't know her at all. Your extenuating circumstances are not excuses for me. I have said it 100 times, don't be so self-righteous. If this matter is really serious, I can ask each of you to write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Xiang Yunjin said, it's my problem. Instructor, it's time for the holiday, and we have to prepare for the big battle, so I won't punish you too much. Run 10 laps together, and then go home. I definitely don't want to see the same mistake again. When the office door opened again, Xiang Yunjian and 4 others lined up to come out. The steps of a group of high-spirited young people became slow and heavy, and they did not forget to ask each other to help them solve the problem of their review. They walked through the second floor, brewing emotions and telling each other about their sadness, and heard a burst of wild and unbridled laughter from the side. Jiang Linxiao was curious and looked inside through the crack of the door that was not closed tightly, and found that the president of the United University was inside, and Chanfeng was also inside. The leaders of the individual soldier department and the command department were also inside. Chapter 158. A group of people were taking photos with great joy. To be precise, a group of people were surrounding Chanfeng to take photos. She was holding a large bouquet of flowers in her arms, which almost covered her face. The words on the greeting card were unrecognizable, but from the UN emblem printed on the wrapping paper, it could be inferred that the flowers were sent by their respected president. This group of leaders, who were almost 2 generations older than Chanfeng, were circling around her, smiling so hard that their teeth were exposed. They spoke softly and slowly, without the dignity of the past. Chanfeng performed very well, neither arrogant nor impatient, and it's obvious that he has the potential to be the MVP. When I first saw you, I knew there would definitely be a gold cup with your name on it. Please say a few words about your thoughts on the team competition and your evaluation of your teammates. Also, the goals and aspirations for the next game. We are not arrogant, but we are not afraid of the stage either. This time, we can say loudly that the Gold Cup must be ours. Jiang Linxia felt the two poles of the world. They are on this side, Cheng Feng is on that side. Although they were considered the favorites of the United Nations University when they won the MVP last year, the president was far from being so kind and sensible at that time. He came over to shake hands with them, took a group photo and left. He didn't give them flowers, but only 5 banners. Times are different now. The same MVP not only lost the banner, but also had to be nailed to the shame rack. Why bother? Maybe their eyes were too sad and too strong, and the president of the United Nations University noticed it. When he saw them, he waved and laughed loudly. You are here. Come on, protagonists, I wanted to find you just now, but unfortunately your instructor called you away first. The 4 walked in, bowed to the leader and greeted him, and were caught by them to take a complete team photo next to Cheng Feng. The president of the United Nations University looked at several angles, but couldn't find a satisfactory product to put on the school website for promotion. He stared at the picture on the light computer and asked with a smile, Why are you frowning? How can young people be so listless? Jiang Linxia's eyes were empty, and he sighed, I was scolded. The president of the Union University did not change his expression. I have told them that you can say a few words, but don't curse. Today is such a happy thing. We should have celebrated it. The grand event of the Military Academy League has landed the Gold Cup for 2 consecutive years at the Union University, and Cheng Feng is likely to win the Grand Slam Gold Cup with 3 MVP this year. This is a rare and absolutely proud achievement, and it is also an enrollment brochure that is more useful than any advertisement. The quality of the students of the Union University next year will definitely surpass many first-class military academies, and its reputation in the expeditionary force will also be further improved. The funds issued by the Union next year will also increase. By then, everyone will know that the glory of Union University is back. Glory belongs to Union University alone. Jiang Linxia was about to say something, but the light brain in his pocket vibrated, and it was a message from special attention. He picked it up and saw that it was sent by the instructor, with only 1 line of words. If you dare to complain, you're done. Jiang Linxia immediately pulled up the corners of his mouth and showed a standard smile. He reached out to embrace the brothers around him, and leaned close to them. The principal nodded, Okay. Cheng Feng, give the flowers to Xiang Yunjian, and Xiang Yunjian will return the flowers to Cheng Feng. This is called the inheritance of the Golden Cup. Next year, the Golden Cup will still belong to our Lianda. Xiang Yunjian took the bouquet with a little silence. The two were a little embarrassed, and they didn't know how to receive it. After staring at each other for a moment, they raised their hands and froze in the middle, secretly pushing each other. Jiang Linxia squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. What are you two doing? Your expressions are ferocious, okay. A quarter of an hour later, the few people finally finished taking pictures. The principal and others stayed in the office to continue discussing how to write the promotional copy. Walking out of the equipment building, Jiang Linxia tightened the collar of her clothes, feeling that she had grown a lot in just 3 days of exam time. The winter wind also brought a particularly bleak atmosphere. It took away not only his body temperature, but also his youth. Especially Yinshin was still sighing beside him. Jiang Linxia wanted to express her feelings after watching the film, and she felt even more haggard. The flowers Cheng Feng received could not be stuffed into her backpack, and it was inconvenient to hold them in her hands. She thought about it, and casually threw them back, accurately throwing them into Xiang Yunjian's arms. Xiang Yunjian took it and raised his eyebrows. Student Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng put his hands in his pockets and immediately trotted to the front, leaving a chic back view for the others. Why is she so happy? Jiang Linxia felt very uncomfortable and asked in a loud voice, Didn't your instructor scold you? Cheng Feng looked back in surprise. Why did he scold me? Jiang Linxia said, Not following the rules, losing contact with teammates for a long time, resulting in missing information and so on. Cheng Feng. Oh, he said, glanced behind the few people, then raised his hand and pointed, nodded to the person coming out, and said, This is my instructor. The young instructor walked past the few people with his hands behind his back, and smiled at Cheng Feng when he passed by. Many encouraging thoughts are unspoken. After walking a few steps, he turned back and smiled again. His face was full of smiles, gentle and warm. When he reached the fork in the road and was about to turn to the direction of the library, the instructor paused for a moment, turned around and greeted Cheng Feng again, with a smile that had not yet melted. The two waved from afar. The sincerity of the other's feelings, and the brilliance of his smile simply made the several pine and cypress trees standing tenaciously in the roadside green belt pale in comparison. The four people were stunned, and felt that the wind in this winter was particularly cold. When the instructor's figure completely disappeared, that face was still replaying in their memory bank. Jiang Linxiao said in shock, "Is this the legendary Gu Pan Sheng Hui?" Yin Shen admitted that he was ignorant. One smile and three turns back. Xi and Quang coldly woke them up. "Don't think too much. Our instructor will only hit you with 3 sticks in 1 step, and each stick will help you comprehend the philosophy of life." Xiang Yunjian, alas. Yin Shen shook his head and said, don't sigh, your luck is all gone." Several people walked to the entrance of the living area and waited to cross the road. Many students stood on the opposite side, with suitcases waiting for the bus to go home. Several curious eyes fell on the bouquet in Xiang Yunjian's arms. Probably because he thought that only the principal could do the feat of wrapping flowers with the school emblem, so his eyes were particularly pure and without any ambiguity. Jiang Linxia teased, "The only chance you had in your college life to be single is gone." Xiang Yunjian didn't care. He tapped Qingfeng's head with a flower and asked, "Are you leaving school tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" Qingfeng said, "Where am I going after leaving school?" "Going home for the new year." Jiang Linxia stepped forward and said, "Do you have any new plans this year? Not staying at Aunt Chuxian's house? She might have bought you a gift." Qingfeng was stunned and said, "Aw, really?" Jiang Linxia smiled and said, "But you got 2 MVPs. If you want to make money, you can also follow Sanyao. They have various promotional activities, including food and accommodation, and big red envelopes. Oh, the premise is that your professional leader does not ask you to stay in school during the winter vacation to make up for your lessons, and strive for the MVP of the battlefield." Qingfeng has not decided yet. The failure of the battlefield last year was a regret in almost everyone's heart, so Xiang Yunjian and others did not hesitate to postpone the military training for a year to grab the gold cup again. Although it did not meet expectations completely, it was also a smooth progress to a certain extent. With Tao Rui in the Ming dynasty, the pressure of this battlefield will probably be more on the commander. But because Qingfeng is also a student of the command department, participating as a single soldier means that their camp can bring one more commander, and the chance of successful revenge this year is very high. This year's league schedule is relatively slow. In previous years, the big battlefield stage was held at the end of the semester, but this year it has been confirmed that it will be postponed to after the Spring Festival. The United Nations University must take advantage of the winter vacation to select a commander who can cooperate well with Qingfeng, and she probably has to stay here. Lao Kong and Lao Luo mentioned this to her, but they didn't want to disturb her state, so they didn't go into details. "We should wait for the notice from the school." Qingfeng's eyes lit up halfway through his words, and he shouted, "My owl." Across the road, the little owl flapped its wings and flew towards this side slowly. The red light at this intersection was particularly long, more than 50 seconds. In order to save power, the little owl chose a lucky guy nearby and landed on the boy's head. The young man was startled, raised his head, and raised his hand to grab it. The little owl quickly jumped down and landed on his suitcase. The young man bent down to look at it, but did not move it. The student next to him laughed and said, "Isn't this the mascot of their military academy? The instructor's favorite hand warmer. Are you out to relax again?" The fact that this owl has not been lost until now shows that the intelligent robot is high-end and has a reason to be expensive. Since the little owl has the ability to fly, it has become bolder again. When Qingfeng is not around, he often walks out of the dormitory and goes to places like the library to download documents and search for information related to Qingfeng. Its maximum flying height can reach 3 meters. Data tells it that the fat cats in the UN will never be able to jump 3 meters high. It is safe. The red light turns green, and Qingfeng runs towards it. The little owl turns around and goes back when it sees her. The battery is running out, so the less you fly, the better. Qingfeng shouts, "Let's go to the cafeteria first. Let's go to the 3 meals." The little owl slows down, turns around, waits for Qingfeng to come over, and lands on her shoulder. In the evening, the group photo of the Union University was released. Sanyo's post-match interview was changed to a recorded broadcast, and the technical guy also released it in advance after processing it. Qingfeng jogged on the playground, preparing to stay up for a few more hours to adjust her biological clock. Her 3 roommates were more excited than her. They had been waiting in front of the various sections of Sanyao since morning, participating in this team competition with great enthusiasm. Shendan's fingers were tapping on the keyboard. She had a lot of screenshots in her brain, all of which were some netizens who laughed at Qingfeng for not being able to win the MVP. Whenever she saw a familiar ID still attacking Chunfeng with extreme language, Shindam would throw the picture over to help them recall. She also modified her personal declaration in a very bad way. Chunfeng is on vacation, and can fight side by side with me again. The netizens in the battle zone were so scared that they didn't dare to answer her all day. The other two roommates were also posting in the Sanyao forum. Perhaps it was the influence of the approaching holiday. Sanyao netizens still did not forget to have fun while celebrating. In addition to a bunch of people who only know how to shout, Chunfeng is awesome, there are also many people who are stirring up trouble among the major military academies. Isn't this more interesting than some idle TV series? Union University has won the Gold Cup for 2 consecutive years. Chunfeng will only be a junior next year. He is likely to help the Union University win 2 more Gold Cups. How should the major military academies deal with it? For years of dominating the list, so scary. It's really lonely to be with geniuses at the same time. You are suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. Are you willing to accept it, students who are still diving? What were those netizens who questioned Comrade Yi Guicheng, the winner of 3 Gold Cups, thinking? Isn't it obvious that Chunfeng has extraordinary talent? Damn, the people of the United Nations are too good at taking advantage, aren't they? Now he has borrowed 3 Gold Cups without even getting a Gold Cup. Isn't this a done deal? That's not certain, there is still the big battlefield. Don't always take the big battlefield lightly. There are examples of earth-shaking reversals and comebacks. It all depends on the efforts of the military academy students themselves. I'm not trying to be bad. I just think that if Union University wins the Gold Cup for 4 consecutive years, then the first and second teams will be too pitiful. Procedural bad news. This year's Union University big battlefield is in danger. I'm not bad news, it should be true. On the second day of the team competition, our instructor couldn't stand it anymore, and was so angry that he almost smashed the table. He knew that this time it was probably over, so he quickly went to the people from the neighboring school to discuss how to arrange the big battlefield. So the Union University must be isolated and helpless this time. If the first and second armies can join forces, why worry about the United Nations not being destroyed? Let's celebrate the victory of the team competition first. Didn't you fail in the Chunfeng lone battlefield? Xiang Yunjian and his team will graduate next year. How can they win the Gold Cup? The facts have proved that Chunfeng has the ability to form a team and win the Gold Cup. Chunfeng's experience is indeed a big advantage. The experience of a single soldier may be more important than the strength of a single soldier. This team competition can be said to be a standout. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't like to hug thighs? Look how happy Xiang Yunjian and the others are laughing. Don't do that. I suspect that smile is photoshopped. Yinshin looks like he's been kidnapped. Only the principal's wrinkles are so real. The next day, with the unremitting efforts of countless netizens, Chunfeng's label has evolved from striving for 3 MVPs to winner of 3 Gold Cups. If one is missing, it's not Chunfeng. If one is missing, it's not worthy of the United Nations. Jiang Linxia scrolled through the webpage and exclaimed, over the years, netizens have been bragging more and more. Yinshin seconded and accused, it's all Chunfeng's fault. Chapter 159. Chunfeng went to bed early, and after getting up, she habitually checked her computer. She received a large number of condolences and requests from students from various military academies. There were hundreds of unread messages and friend requests, which shocked her. She was very low-key yesterday and didn't say anything. Shindan sent her a summary, telling her that in an unknown time and space, she had surpassed all the outstanding students in the league, broke many historical records of the league, graduated with 9 MVPs and all honors, and was about to go to the expeditionary force, rising as a rising star. Chunfeng, why didn't she have the chance to brag? She scrolled down and found Lao Kong's name. Lao Kong, Chunfeng, have you been online? These netizens are really eager to cause chaos. If you don't speak, it's not a big deal. Let them have fun. Half an hour later, another message came. Lao Kong, if you haven't read it yet, don't read it. It will affect your mentality. The school will directly issue a statement for you. Another half an hour. Lao Kong, ha, the teacher is so happy. If you spend the new year at school this year, you can come to the teacher's house for dinner. Your teacher's wife really wants to see you. She will cook whatever you want. It was almost midnight. Old Kong, the teacher has taught for decades, and you are the first student to win the Gold Cup for the hand-operated mecha. The teacher's biggest wish before was that the hand-operated mecha could enter the league finals. Winning the Gold Cup was something I only dared to dream about. If I told them about it, the old guys in the sensor mecha next door would laugh at me for being careful of flicking my tongue. Old Kong, go to hell. I will take 100 photos of the gold cup and put them all in their faces. Lao Kong, I had a little drink, hee. Chunfeng replied with an emoticon pack of eagle bowing, and scrolled down to find Lao Luo's message. Lao Luo. Congratulations Chunfeng. Lao Luo. This year, the command department has set up an additional assessment for candidates who want to participate in the league battlefield, which needs to be completed during the holidays. We discussed it together for a night, and decided to determine the commander with you as the core. After all, you are more prestigious among the individual candidates now, and Xiang Yunjian is your teammate. He can also help you stabilize the team. If the two of you work together, it would be the most ideal situation. Lao Luo, we need to refer to your opinion to determine the final candidate, so I hope you can stay in school during the holidays. After all, the level and experience of college students are limited. In order to reduce friction, it is better to directly find a commander that suits your style. Lao Luo. This year's league is not only a comprehensive victory for hand-operated mechas, but also a comprehensive victory for data analysts. Your successful sneak attacks at the beginning and the route selection in the later stage have played a multiplier role. The teacher will not analyze them one by one here. It's just that the relevant knowledge is a bit beyond the scope for undergraduates. The battlefield is an important stage for the command department. If you take a good rest and perform normally, the teacher believes that you can lead the glory of Class B command. Lao Luo. I heard that Lao Kong has applied for a lot of material rewards for you, and our command department will also have them. We have contacted Sanyao, and we will send it to you after they have sorted out the information. I hope you like it. Chunfeng also sent an emoticon pack of eagle bowing. The little owl stood on the bedside table, and was a little dissatisfied when he saw the picture on it. How can a fighting robot bend at will? They only bow to their masters. So it said, withdraw? Chunfeng refused coldly. No. Its status is really getting lower and lower. It used to be the head of the family. The little owl turned around and turned its back to her. Chunfeng rolled up his sleeves and tied his hair up. Looking back, many of them were unfamiliar IDs. I clicked in to read the introduction, and found that they were students majoring in manual operation. They should have been added by chance when doing college activities or answering questions. They basically don't contact me at ordinary times. Chunfeng didn't want to brush it at first, because there were too many, but after clicking on one, he still read it. Excuse me, junior sister, I just want to tell you that although I have learned to operate mechas manually for several years, I have never had a very accurate understanding. Thank you, junior sister, I can believe that it is me who can't do it, not the mechas. I am still far from the ceiling, and it is too early to give up. It was not until today that I realized my misunderstanding. The progress of mechas manually should be to break through and build up, rather than sticking to the rules. You played very well. Congratulations, Junior. You is amazing because of you. Hello, Senior. The hand exercise major has always been ridiculed and said that it should be expelled from the individual soldier department, because the physical fitness of the hand exercise major students is not as strong as the guys next door. I originally thought that everyone has their own strengths, but after watching your team game today, I found that I shouldn't think so. The most important thing for a military academy student is to never admit defeat. Continuously explore your strengths, and then you can continue to improve. I am a freshman now, it should not be too late. I decided to move closer to the direction of data analysis, and follow the path you have opened up in the future. Nothing else, just follow the crowd, and come here to say thank you. The two major grievances of the poor performance of the manual mecha and the incompetent pilots have finally been cleared today, and we will surely stride forward with a brand new look in the future. Although I have graduated and missed this important opportunity, I still feel excited. Good job. The road ahead for manual mechas will be smooth. The Union University made a major contribution to manual mechas last year, which was to discover you on the post-war star and admit you without any restrictions. Chunfeng originally thought that winning a game was nothing, but after reading these messages, he was deeply moved. Perhaps for students majoring in hand-operated mecha, victories are too rare, so having a successful model is extremely important. It is an invisible force that binds everyone and inspires everyone. They hope that Chunfeng can get the gold cup more than anyone else. There must be not only the 3 words Yi Guicheng engraved on it, but also the 4 big words hand-operated mecha. At noon, the official account of the Union University also sent a message, expressing its feelings about the spirit of the manual operation students. A good leader can inspire his fellow travelers. I think the revival of manual operation mecha is not far away. This is the first time I believe it so strongly. Soon after, other major military academies also forwarded it. Eagerly looking forward to it. Netizens stirred up Discord all night yesterday, provoking individual soldiers to curse at each other, and provoking confrontation between the command system. Only the manual operation major was unusually united. Even if they are not students of the United Nations University, they always say Changfeng is invincible, and will achieve more success. Netizens joked, "It is not known whether Changfeng can beat the Alliance, but it should not be far from unifying hand-operated mechas. No matter what her final results are, she will definitely have a name in the history of the development of hand-operated mechas." This is an achievement that most students cannot imagine. Netizens discussed for most of the day, but no one responded, which felt very inconsistent. After all, Changfeng's level of attracting hatred has always been very high. Many netizens wanted to see the excitement. Where is Changfeng? Did she go back to play during the holiday, or is she enjoying the worship of alumni in school? Come out quickly, count me in. Changfeng was sitting in the car, heading to the cemetery in the suburbs. She was holding a white bag, which she bought specially to match the feathers of the little owl. The little owl stood on the bag, hooked its claws on the hand strap, and closed its eyes to wait. Changfeng looked out through the window, and after a while, she found that someone in front of her was saying her name. Is that Changfeng? The real person is a little thinner than in Sanyao. It seems so. But he just looks thin. You should have no problem beating him up. Your hair has grown longer, and your eyes are big and cute. Is he really less than 1.6 meters tall? Changfeng looked in the direction of the voice, and people on both sides smiled awkwardly. Changfeng said, I am 1.65 meters tall. A middle-aged man next to him blurted out, Don't make up clarifications. Changfeng's face darkened, and the people in the car laughed out loud. In fact, many people have recognized her. Sanyao's publicity is so strong that Changfeng can be seen on almost all major websites. The atmosphere became lively, and everyone simply chatted with her. Where are you going? Changfeng paused and said, Going to visit someone. Oh, then I wish you a good time. I watched your competition. You are really amazing. You are so outstanding at such a young age, and neither of the two boys can compare to you. Changfeng said modestly, No, it's mainly because I'm lucky. The man patted her shoulder, and when she looked over, he gave her a thumbs up and said, You will definitely win. My daughter is your fan. Changfeng smiled. The car slowed down, and the reminder sound set by Changfeng suddenly sounded, We have arrived at the station. She immediately grabbed her bag and stood up, nodded to everyone, and went out the back door. This area is quite desolate, because the only consideration for choosing the place was the price, and I believe Yi Jing would not care. Changfeng was reluctant to put Yi Jing's badge and military uniform in the tomb, so only his letters and a few old parts were placed in the tomb. It's called a tombstone, but Changfeng just wanted to leave a name for him in the Alliance. Although he is not a member of the Alliance. The winter wind is more gusty, and the sun seems soft. Changfeng has nothing to do, and the next bus will come in an hour, so she simply squats on the ground and piles up a few stones she picked up. Yi Jing used to like doing this when he had nothing to do. The state of complete concentration can make him calm, but Changfeng likes to destroy things. When she saw him sitting in the open space outside, she rushed over in a hurry and ran back screaming. It was too long ago. The picture in her memory was dim and blurry. Changfeng even doubted whether it was her own imagination. She was afraid of forgetting someone like Yi Jing, although she didn't know him very well. Yi Jing always had many secrets. Maybe Changfeng was not good at such a delicate game. She could only pile a few stones into a simple little triangle. When she tried to stand up, the odd-shaped stone on the top, Guang's brain shook. The sound was particularly obvious in the empty and cold cemetery. Changfeng's fingers were frozen stiff, and he finally managed to get the laptop out of his pocket. The contact was a technical guy from Sanyao. Changfeng, congratulations on winning the MVP. Changfeng sent a voice message, Thank you. The guy quickly said, It's like this, dear. Under the advice of Mr. Luo from your school, Sanyao and the United Nations have sorted out the information left by your father. Although part of the data was overwritten due to time issues, some precious video records were still found. Sanyao applied to the relevant departments of the post-war Star again. After communication, the other party was willing to provide some unimportant video data from the equipment used by Mr. Yi Jing during his lifetime. But it's better not to spread it outside. We edited it and gave it as a reward for your team's victory. If you need it, I send it to you now. Changfeng was surprised and lost his balance for a moment, so he sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Guicheng, Eagle Bows, thank you. I want it. The file was transferred fairly quickly. A few minutes later, Changfeng clicked play. Some familiar and some unfamiliar faces came into his eyes, like a drum, beating hard in Changfeng's heart. At the beginning of the video, Yi Jing was still very young, smiling at the camera very stiffly, with his clothes hanging loosely on his body, reducing all the sharpness of him. Even his hair was soft and a little yellow, just like Chun Feng when he first came to Union University. Chun Feng thought, isn't this a biological child? The interviewer should be Yi Jing's friend, and asked with a familiar tone, smiling, quick, what is the goal? Yi Jing wanted to dodge, but failed, so he had to reply, the goal? To enter the finals. The other party asked in a hoarse voice, what will happen after entering the finals? Yi Jing thought for a moment and smiled, win. Win? What will happen after that? The young man suddenly approached and asked loudly, what is winning for? Yi Jing turned and walked out of the classroom, so the whole picture became brighter. When he was young, Yi Jing was very reserved and gentle, not like a military school student at all, and his frame was thinner than other students. He was different from Chun Feng in this respect, and he didn't have the talent to brag. It should be a place to say harsh words, and in the end, he just said one sentence without any threat, and more people will remember me. The two of them were playing together. Yi Jing likes to laugh. It was completely different from what happened later. The next paragraph should be an interview with Sanyao. When the reporter spoke to him, his voice became lower. Are you satisfied with your results? Yi Jing replied in a serious tone. You can continue to improve. Netizens have a deep impression of you and say that you don't look like a military school student. Let me ask you a question. Did your classmates bully you? Yi Jing smiled and shook his head, saying, people in the Alliance are very good. He studied in the Alliance for a long time, and has been in the Alliance almost since he could remember. He went to junior high school, and college. Although he was a special student of the post-war star, and was funded by his motherland, he actually understood the Alliance better, and had deeper feelings for it. Later, the war broke out, and Yi Jing was called back to the country for rescue. His friends had a dinner to see him off. During the dinner, a boy asked sullenly, are you really leaving? Yi Jing nodded, yes. His friends were silent. Several people lowered their heads to eat the food on the table, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Yi Jing opened a can of beer and took a sip with a frown. The person opposite asked, when will you be back? Yi Jing said, I hope soon. That place is so dangerous. Watching the news, it's basically a fight for life. The military equipment is too backward and the discipline is also poor. The friend whispered, actually you can choose not to go, right? Yi Jing said lightly, no. Why? Yi Jing turned his face to the side, and a white light was reflected in his dark pupils, like twinkling stars. Because there are many people who need me, that's my motherland. The smell of alcohol in the air almost spreads outside the screen. Remember me. Yi Jing said, then my trip is not in vain. Chun Feng felt like crying for no reason, and wiped his tears with his sleeve. The picture lasted for more than 10 seconds, and several people carried their bags and waved goodbye at the boarding gate. Then turned and walked away. It seemed like a very long time, but such a farewell was too short. From then on, he never came back. 20 years of life experience were frozen in a broken clock, and then slowly cleared by time after 20 years. The subsequent pictures seemed to be broken, and many were taken by Yi Jing himself. He took pictures of abandoned buildings, refugees after the war, and fallen trees. Various factors seemed meaningless, and the whole process was very brief. The sound in the background was noisy and light. No survivors were found. It should have been completely evacuated. Most of the time, Yi Jing only replied briefly with one word, yeah. He looked like the man in Chun Feng's memory. The camera was shaking. Several dark-skinned young men sat on the ruins. The wind and sand blew over, making a whimpering sound. They lowered their heads, said nothing, and occasionally reached out their hands to exchange weapons from each other. Hearing footsteps, one of them turned around and asked, where are the people? Yi Jing said, gone. He stretched out his hand, which contained a medal, and asked, who is it for? The young man who had just spoken said, give it to me. The young man took the medal, and the sharp corners were held tightly in his palm. He stared at it for a few seconds, put the things in his pocket, exhaled, and said with a forced smile, I hope I'm not the last one to leave, otherwise I don't know who to entrust these things to. Yi Jing didn't say anything. Several people sat down separately, staring at the distance in silence, and saw a scattered group of new recruits running on the road in front. The group of people had chaotic steps and deformed formations. Obviously they had not undergone long-term training. The guns were hung on their chests, and even the military uniforms didn't fit them, looking out of place. The young man asked, new recruits, how old are you? Yi Jing said, I don't know. Until the shadows disappeared, and it was unknown which road the group of young people went to patrol. A voice appeared, saying coldly, "It's really boring. Send him over like this to feed bullets?" Someone got up and left. Then several others followed a train, leaving only Yi Jing and the person who was talking. Many people will sacrifice because they can't retreat. The voice was melodious, and it was unclear whether he was talking to himself or to others, because they are always willing to sacrifice for peace. The young man opposite turned his back and said something muffled and choked, "If this is the alliance." But he quickly added, "This place is so bad, I still don't want to leave. When will it get better?" Chufeng also saw himself. She was climbing. I don't know why she liked to climb up when she was a child. She climbed chairs, beds, and tables. She loved to kick everywhere with her short legs, and she disappeared before she knew it. There was a rough voice in the background, and the other party laughed. This child was a koala in his previous life? Another person laughed. If he is not beaten for 3 days, he will definitely go crazy. Yi Jing also laughed, and Chufeng felt that he had not heard his laughter for a long time. He took Chufeng down and put him on the ground, letting the fighting robot help take care of him. Chufeng was restless, chewing the robot's head and writing and drawing on it with a pen. Yi Jing touched her head from behind and said in a low voice, "Be good." A young man came from behind, took Yi Jing's camera, and said, "We're leaving tomorrow. Let me say a few words to Chufeng." "You just said these 2 words, right?" Yi Jing stepped back and said with a smile, "Go ahead." The young man pointed the camera at Chufeng, got very close, took the things in her hand, and put them on the ground. When she went to pick it up, he said, "Be brave, little friend. Don't look for us if you can't see us. Make more friends, but humans are very complicated, remember to distinguish them. Goodbye, try to grow up a little bit, and then be a gentle person." "That's great, this kid will probably forget us soon." Yi Jing, haha. Chufeng suddenly remembered a sentence written in Yi Jing's letter. He said that there is freedom only in a peaceful place. The only thing without restraint in their world is probably the wind. Even if there is no end to drifting around, you can go anywhere without burden. Every section of the road has traces, and every place where the wind blows has ups and downs. For Yi Jing, his motherland is the post-war planet, but the place he misses most is the Alliance. The post-war planet buried him, and the Alliance left nothing behind. Chufeng said in a trance, his homeland should not be the Alliance, right? It should be peace. He can finally have it. The video is playing to the last part, with only 15 seconds left. Chufeng watched carefully. On both sides of the road were ordinary soldiers, raising their hands to salute them. Yi Jing and others, wearing the uniforms of mecha operators, marched through the crowd in a line. The blinding light shone from the front, illuminating everyone in front of the team. Several people strode forward calmly, put on their helmets, grabbed the traction rope, and boarded the mecha. Before closing the cabin, they looked back and saluted. There was nothing after that. The post-war star could provide very little information. Chufeng pulled back the progress bar and watched it again. After reviewing it, she found that the next bus had already left, and she had to wait another hour. Chufeng simply sat there and repeatedly watched the beginning of the video. Humans have weaknesses, and Chufeng doesn't like such weaknesses. Machines won't be sad because of ridicule, won't retreat because of fear, won't commit suicide because of regret, and won't waste their short lives thinking about a contradictory problem. Human humanity is inherently flawed, and we can't always rationally pursue a better life. But that kind of mistake also shines with faith and strength. Even if we are afraid and terrified, and the expected future doesn't appear, we still have to move forward with the wind and snow and pain. Yi Jing and the others never thought of escaping from this kind of mistake. Perhaps this is the most proud thing for them, as human beings. Chufeng pulled out her Sanao account. In her personal introduction, it originally said, "A person." She deleted this line, and then typed Yi Jing's name on it. Netizens were browsing her account, and soon discovered this change. "I'm sorry, but I still want to know what the 2 words you typed are. Are you finally not going to pretend to be a mysterious person anymore?" Chufeng is grown up, and is no longer a middle school student. Is this the transformation brought by Jinbei? What? Is it worth being proud of having a father? Am I okay with it too? Chufeng put away the laptop, walked along the path in the cemetery, came to the station at the gate, and waited to go back to school. Chapter 160. Xiang Yunjian and others were going home today. When they learned that Chufeng was waiting for a car, they took a detour to pick her up. They also left a detailed address in her account, asking her to visit them when she was free. For the command seat of the battlefield, several roommates stayed in school. Shandam wanted to try hard to see if he could get a place, while the other two roommates wanted to pass this exam to see their true level. The United Nations University attached great importance to the selection of this year's commander. Lao Luo stayed in the office for several days to discuss the scope of the topic with his colleagues. According to the rules of the previous battlefield, the top 6 military academies in terms of candidate scores are eligible to register and participate. Each military academy has 1,000 places. Individual soldiers need to be selected from candidates who have registered for the league, and there are 2 other command positions that can be recommended by the school. There is no mandatory regulation for the type of command. Considering that the United Nations University has Xiang Yunjian and Chen Feng, the teaching and research group discussed for a long time and decided not to recommend Class A commanders, just like last year, and find 2 data analysts to assist them. Last year, the United Nations lost because of the command and deployment of the team. Xiang Yunjian has the ability to lead the team, but unfortunately, he is not a professional commander, his experience is not enough, and his energy as a single soldier is really limited. In addition, the information on the field is complicated and ever-changing, which requires absolute concentration. In that game, Xiang Yunjian was besieged by the opponent's joint attack while driving the mecha to resist, and failed to notice the abnormality on the field. The 2 deputy commanders had different opinions and missed the best time for adjustment, which led to Tao Rui's severe pitfall at the end of the game, and ultimately failed. This also became the key battle for Tao Rui to become famous. Afterwards, the teachers and students of Lianhua University reflected on the battle and believed that the main reason for the failure of the big battlefield was that Xiang Yunjian was given too much burden and pressure, so Tao Rui found an opportunity to take advantage of it and targeted Xiang Yunjian in all directions, leaving him no time to be distracted. After the competition last year, all the leaders vowed on the spot that they must bring an A-level commander next year. If 1 is not enough, bring 2. We must not let Tao Rui take advantage of us again. I didn't expect that Chen Feng would appear this year. After everyone was shaken, they decided to be bold again. After all, this is the style of our army. On the 4th day of the holiday, the selection and assessment began. The test paper was a bit long, covering multiple knowledge points that may be involved in the competition, so the test lasted 3 hours in the morning and at noon. The school prepared free meals for the candidates. While everyone was eating, Lao Luo called Chen Feng to select people. He had said before that he would refer to Qingfeng's opinions, but in the end, what was submitted to Chen Feng was actually the anonymous test papers of each candidate. It included the students' modeling speed, model completion, style preference and analysis, etc. Chen Feng can choose a partner from the top 50 students. Shandan's personal style is too strong. Of course, it may also be because Chen Feng has read too many personal analysis reports she wrote. The anonymous paper in front of her is like running naked. Chen Feng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, but was embarrassed to choose Shandan, fearing that people would say she was using a backdoor. After all, Shandan's grades are not the best among all the candidates. Lao Luo saw her thoughts and said with a smile, Shandan's level is indeed good. Although the amount of knowledge may not be as good as that of senior students, there are no overly complex models in the battlefield, and her current technology is enough. If you can get along with her, you can also choose her. Chen Feng said, we can get along. Shandan listened to her very much and her hand speed was also very fast. Lao Luo was also very straightforward. He put a check mark behind the name and said, then added. The selection was faster than Chen Feng expected. The other command position was finally confirmed to be Chen Huawei, who was also an acquaintance of Chen Feng. When Chen Feng participated in the military training of the command department before, Chen Huawei, as a senior, helped her a lot. But this Chen Feng did not use the back door. Chen Huawei has excellent professional skills and a tolerant and easygoing personality. Lao Luo took the initiative to recommend her. Chen Huawei is also a senior this year. She has outstanding professional competition results. According to common sense, after completing the school's subject requirements, she can go to training or choose to continue her studies. She doesn't care about the performance opportunity in this league. This time she came back just to help Chen Feng win the MVP. Lao Luo sorted out all the electronic files, returned them to the students one by one, and notified everyone of the test results. Seeing Chen Feng standing aside in a daze, he smiled and said, this year's senior students, except for those who really can't go back to school, basically all have signed up. Chen Feng raised his head. Lao Luo said casually, but also a little solemnly, don't feel pressured, you are not alone. All the students of the military academy are standing behind you. When Chen Feng came out from Lao Luo, a group of candidates just walked out of the cafeteria. Hundreds of people gathered together, chatting and laughing, making the empty and quiet school during the holiday lively again. Seeing Chunfeng coming over, the voices in the crowd became a little quieter. Chen Huawei called out loudly, "The junior sister is here." The weather in February was very cold, already below 0 degrees, but the cadets' antifreeze physique was somewhat miraculous. Some wore a thin coat, some wore down coats. Looking around, all kinds of clothes for all seasons were there. Chunfeng quickened her pace, trotted over, nodded slightly, and shouted, "Hello everyone." Everyone surrounded her, and spoke their own words. "Hello, junior sister. Play well in the game, mainly play well against Tao Rui. Chunfeng should not be afraid. I think Tao Rui is afraid of us. Chunfeng. Chunfeng's momentum is too strong. Since we are here, come up with a slogan. We can't lose to Tao Rui." The light of the command department. Don't steal others. Chunfeng felt countless buzzing sounds in her ears, noisier than 1,000 bees. Regardless of whether she heard it clearly or not, she turned her head around and said twice to show that she understood. I don't know who pushed her from behind and scolded her with a smile. "What are you saying? I'm not as perfunctory as you in class. Speak, why didn't you choose me? What do you dislike about me, senior?" Shindan's voice interrupted faintly. "It's mainly because I'm irreplaceable." The senior who asked the question before shook his head repeatedly. "Junior sister, you don't have to be like this. My world is not over yet. If you want to be the king, wait a minute." Chen Huawei pushed his glasses and joked, "Classmate Chunfeng, long time no see. No prize guessing game, have you found anything different about me, senior?" Chunfeng stared at him for a moment and said firmly, "I changed my glasses." Everyone exclaimed in unison, "Oh!" Chen Huawei was stunned, flattered. Chunfeng, who couldn't even remember the name of his teacher, actually remembered his glasses? Shindan, who was standing next to him, was also stunned, and then raised his hand to point at his face. Chunfeng silently pressed her down. To be honest, they boys even have the same hairstyle. What else can they do freely except glasses? Everyone laughed and chatted for a while, and then dispersed before it got dark. Throughout the winter vacation, the candidates who confirmed to participate in the competition were doing intensive training for the big battlefield. The selection criteria for individual soldiers are very simple. Those who obey orders and follow commands are selected according to the scores of the ability test. During the Spring Festival, everyone took a 3-day holiday. Chunfeng was dragged by Shindan to her home to celebrate the new year. The next day, Lao Kong personally dragged him to show his face in front of his master's wife. He also performed a singing talent under Lao Kong's coercion. Lao Kong said that this was the first wrong decision he made in the new year. After the festival, the workload was reduced. Chunfeng and others continued to follow the teachers of the command department to make technical adjustments, and then took time to practice positioning and cooperation with the individual soldiers. Shindan is extremely dedicated when doing things. She can go for a long time without eating, talking, or even going to the toilet. But she is particularly lazy in her spare time. She must spend at least half an hour every day to brush Sanyo. Not only does she enjoy it herself, but she also has to read it to them. She reads it in a straightforward manner, and Chunfeng prefers to read it by himself. Recently, there are all kinds of internal news in Sanyo every day, such as a bug under Tao Rui's bed. Don't disbelieve it, it's true, the first and second armies are hooking up. How can they collude when the camps haven't been assigned yet? Even if they are really in the same camp, will the second army hand over the command to Tao Rui? The second army hasn't had a particularly outstanding commander in recent years, right? The styles of the two military academies are quite similar. Tao Rui should be able to lead them. It's incredible, it seems that they have really formed an alliance, and no one has come out to criticize them for having similar styles. It's terrible. Don't get me wrong, it's almost the new year, I just want to be more polite. Why don't Tao Rui's fans shout slogans this year? I was wondering why I felt uncomfortable all over, but no one came out to argue with me. I heard that Tao Rui lost to Chunfeng. Shouldn't we take such a small game too seriously? If the United Nations misses the MVP of the big battlefield again this year, who will be the final winner, Chunfeng or Tao Rui? Or will they both be deified together? Listen to me, I can guarantee with my head that the army and the coalition are really hand in hand. Shindan slumped on the wide chair like a boneless person, crossed his legs, and sneered. What a big ambition, are they going to make Tao Rui follow the path of Zulong? Unify 6 schools. She said it indifferently, and Chunfeng also thought it was the usual fanning of the flames by netizens. Chen Huawei took off his glasses, wiped them slowly, and said, I also heard a little bit. Not only the 1st and 2nd Armies, but also all the major military schools, except our United Nations, had the intention to cooperate this time. Shen Dan straightened his back, slid back, sat up straight on the chair, and said, "But there are only 2 camps on the battlefield." Chin-Hua smiled lightly. "We see when the time comes. Have you finished today's homework?" The long and boring training time kept moving forward with the type code, and in a blink of an eye it jumped to mid-February, and the battlefield opened. Chapter 161. The opening of the big battle is nothing short of a mad rush. Cameras were set up in all directions of the gymnasium, and 1 hour before the start of the game, the stadium was already full. The school leaders sat in the first row, and behind them were seats for the instructors and contestants' families. Many students who have graduated also grabbed tickets from the official website just in time, just to come to the gymnasium to see the more magnificent full-scale projection. The personal documentary short film of the outstanding candidates of this league was being played in the open space in the center. At 10:30, after a familiar transition music sounded, tonight's host and commentator appeared in the painting together. Pure white background, spacious table, and a black thermos cup that most of the conducting students were familiar with placed at the corner of the table. Before the face of the person appeared, a uniform cheer came from the corner of the already noisy venue. Lao Luo was still the commentator this time. No matter what the result of this big battle is, the Gold Cup winner will most likely be Cheng Feng, so San Yao gave the exclusive commentary position to Lianda. The host is a sweet-looking young woman who is mainly responsible for livening up the atmosphere. She has read the relevant introductions, but she does not know much about the professional knowledge of simulated battlefields. The San Yao administrator told her that if you don't understand, the audience won't understand either, so if you don't understand, just ask. What wisdom! After a few pleasantries with the audience, the host began to introduce the participating schools, commanders, and commanders of each army. The camera swept through the venues of many military academies. The host roughly swept through and captured an interesting picture, and smiled. Cheng Feng has a cheering sign, looks very professional. It's called a cheering sign, but it's actually just a projection effect made by a light computer, obviously the work of students from the conducting department. When the host mentioned them, a group of people immediately raised their hands, made the light brighter, and shouted the name of Cheng Feng in unison. The other candidates in the venue followed suit, and for a while, the sound waves, like the tide echoed in the sky, constantly hitting the walls, making the 2 words Cheng Feng sound even more impressive. The camera zoomed in, and captured the slogans on the sign. I wish ye the richest man to be rich and powerful. Follow ye Fugui, and grenades will rain from the sky. I am not afraid of anyone's poisonous milk. I want to keep the gold cup in the United Nations. There are always 10,000 ways to make you kneel down and call me daddy. Ride the wind but not the sky. Do you think her name is for nothing? The host read a few sentences and almost couldn't hold back his expression. He quickly turned his head and asked Lao Luo, "Teacher, which school do you think is more likely to win the final crown?" Lao Luo said lightly, "I will definitely support the students of this school." In addition to the voice of Cheng Feng, there was also a shout of United Nations. Soon, students from other schools followed suit and shouted loudly. The clenched fists were waving in the air. Before the game officially started, the smell of gunpowder was already strong. The instructor held up the light brain and turned it slowly, his face full of excitement, and reminded the brothers beside him, "I will shoot the left side, and you shoot the right side, and then show it to Jiang Lingxia and the others." They didn't have this role last year, haha. They got the advantage of following Cheng Feng. The audience is so enthusiastic. I can hardly see clearly the comments in the live broadcast room. The host was also a little excited by the burning emotion. She lowered her head and glanced at the computer screen, and said hurriedly, "The candidates are now preparing to log in collectively. I received the news that everything has been confirmed. Let's take a last look at the examination room." 1,000 candidates from each military academy were standing in front of their respective examination rooms, lined up in a step formation, and shouted the school motto at the screen. The United Nations was the last to appear. Their team was rather scattered, and they obviously had other plans. Cheng Feng was pushed to the middle by them, and the people on the side were either squatting or standing, leaving a small circle around her, surrounding her like a group of stars. The simple 8-character school motto was almost broken when it was shouted, but 1,000 people did roar out the grandeur that soared into the sky. The host laughed loudly. "This damn sense of ceremony, it can never be less." Lao Luo still looked like an expert who was as calm as a mountain, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he nodded, revealing a little joy. 10 minutes later, the system data was officially read, and all candidates logged in. The main interface of the live broadcast room jumped to the large map of the competition venue. The specific rules of this game appeared on the picture table. The battlefield was divided into two camps. The red camp was responsible for defending the city, and the white camp was responsible for attacking the city. There were 3 military academies in each of the two camps. The Alliance University where Changfeng was located was divided into the red camp together with the Alliance Military University and the second military university. The first military university where Taorui was located was divided into the white camp with the other 2 military academies. Although many schools belong to the same camp, each military school scores independently. The total score is calculated based on the number of candidates' survival, number of kills, building destruction rate, NPC rescue rate, and other items. The winning side of the camp can get an additional 50% points bonus. Under this rule, the highest score may not be the winning side of the camp in the end, but there are almost no unexpected situations. Looking at the history of hundreds of leagues, there are very few of them. After all, the 50% winning points bonus is huge. The last time it happened was in the previous session. The camp where Xiang Yunjian was located successfully attacked the city, but unfortunately Taorui cut off the firewood at the last moment and killed most of the students of the United University. With a small base, even with a 50% bonus on points, they still lost slightly to the first army in the end. It was a shame. The rules disappeared from the screen 3 minutes after they were announced. The live broadcast administrator gave the first shot to Changfeng without hesitation. The first thing Changfeng did after entering the field was to send a message to the general commanders of each school. Alliance? Hee. The person on the other side also responded quickly. No need. Are you okay? Dear, we are enemies. What do you think? I dare to marry you. Do you dare to believe it? Qin Huawei watched her operation quietly, opened his mouth, and said in a daze, "What is the purpose of doing this? Are you humiliating yourself?" Changfeng asked. "Don't you understand?" Qin Huawei said, "I don't understand." They don't understand either. Changfeng closed the communication list. With a cold expression on his face, I am interfering with their mentality. Qin Huawei, What a brilliant tactic. Changfeng pulled out the map and quickly read it, looking for a route suitable for ambush and mobilization. The system prompts that the white camp will be allowed to attack the city in 5 minutes. If Taorui can integrate the students of the 3 military academies and get the real overall command, then it may take longer to assemble the team, set the route, and distribute equipment. Looking at the time when they launch the attack, we can roughly judge the situation of the opponent. Changfeng had met the commander-in-chief of the Second Army several times during the training camp, but he was not very familiar with him. He only knew that he was a bald man named Kang Jinxue. After he replied to Changfeng, he quickly said, "We will defend the upper position." This message was sent directly to the command channel of the camp. Several commanders could also see it. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces quickly replied, "We will defend the lower position." The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces was called Tong Sun, a professional A-class commander, and Changfeng was not familiar with him. The two teams were obviously excluding the United Nations, showing a clear attitude of division. The situation of the United Nations University is very bad. I had guessed that the major military academies would unite to suppress Changfeng this time. Not only the enemy camp, but also our own camp was eager to take a bite of meat. This decision was not a big surprise. Qin Huaiwei was mentally prepared, but he still pretended to be angry and yelled, "Why do you want us to defend the center? The entrance to the city is right in front of the middle road, right? Under normal circumstances, we should exchange people. You want to take advantage at the beginning of the game?" Changfeng was about to respond, but was startled by his shouting, and completely forgot what he was going to say. The commander-in-chief of the Second Army, Kang Jinxue, said with a smile, "Of course it's because you, the United Nations, can't afford to lose. Of course, you can also not defend. Sorry, the overall situation is more important." Tong Sun was obviously more reserved, avoid firepower and preserve strength. Qin Huawei. Pooh. Spit out a mouthful and cursed. "You are too shameless. You have no collective consciousness at all. We are comrades in the same camp now. You would rather help Taorui win the championship than betray your own allies. Shame on you? Is it worth it?" Changfeng was shocked by Qin Huayue's current appearance. He had a mocking look on his face, frowned and looked stern, which was completely different from his usual gentle and elegant image with glasses. He looked fierce and unapproachable. While scolding harshly, his men were not idle either. They marked several locations in the middle of the map and silently signaled Yan Shen to lead his sniper team to go there first. Shen Dan worked with him, and was responsible for Shear's data. Jiang Linxia also shouted, "It's not shameful to lose to the United Nations, right? But you guys are not embarrassed to lick Tao Rui?" Kang Jinxua said, "We are not comrades in arms. At most, we are forced to share a rest area. Anyway, Tao Rui has no chance of winning the MVP this year, and you Chunfeng have even less chance. Don't provoke us. It's useless." Qin Huawei sneered, "You guys think you can stop the United Nations and the First Army at the same time and wipe out the two camps? Don't dream so big. It's not dark yet." This kind of person, who looks honest at ordinary times, can be extremely lethal when he uses a cold knife. Kang Jinxua lived up to the tradition of the Second Army's temper. He was not calm enough and was obviously provoked. He said in a not-so-calm voice, "Even if I am the one who benefits in the end, I am happy with it. You have no right to interfere with the United Nations. I feel unlucky too. Why didn't Tao Rui the Scourge join the same camp with you?" Tongson simply kept silent and led the team down by himself. He had already begun to deploy defenses along the edge of the map. Xiang Yunjian came out at this time and tried to persuade them, "Don't say such angry words. The big battlefield of the League is still very important. If you really let Tao Rui attack the middle lane, they will not be able to defend the city after entering. Chunfeng is not as annoying as Tao Rui, right?" Kang Jinxua said with a sarcasm. "So, thank you for your hard work. Work harder and consume them a little. We will not waste your efforts, and we will definitely snatch the 50% win bonus for you." Chunfeng was so angry that he said, "This guy is really asking for a beating. The talent skills of their Second Army." Xi and Kwang smiled and said, "Don't pay attention to it. It's all to influence your command level." Xiang Yunjin said, "Just think of it as 1 against 5. This time, people in the same camp obviously don't want to be allies anymore." Chunfeng said. 3 data analysts worked together to draw a map and quickly assign the 1,000 candidates. Everyone followed their captain and prepared for battle in the corresponding positions. Qin Huawei was tired of scolding, and the camp channel became quiet. Shen Dan asked in the team, "Is there anyone else you want to scold? Hurry up. There are not many opportunities to curse people reasonably. If you don't curse, you will lose money." Chunfeng was also surprised. "Why are you so low-key today?" Shen Dan also has a long-term vision. Save your voice and wait until the end. It's not worth it now. Several commanders ran to the deepest part of the map. It's safe there, and it's also where supplies are stored. Xiang Yunjin glanced at the time and said, "Commander-in-Chief, say something, it's about to start." All the students of the United Nations University were arranged in the middle. Anyone could guess that they were sold out by their allies. At this moment, the whole army was isolated and helpless. Even if no one points it out, morale will still tend to be low. After the commander-in-chief arranges the tasks, he usually says a few nonsense words, either to relax or to cheer people up. Chunfeng said he understood, cleared his throat, slowed down, and shouted the slogan with full energy, "Charge! Qin Huawei, Yenshin, Shen Dan couldn't bear to hear it. "Save her! Save her!" Xiang Yunjian was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Why don't you think about it again?" Qin Huayue's deep and steady voice sounded in the channel, "Brave and fearless, unstoppable, the UN will win." Chunfeng glanced at the person running beside him, nodded to him with relief, then tapped his left chest, and made a killing gesture with his neck. "Qin Huayue, we have also faced many dangerous situations, whether as students of the UN or as future soldiers. We are aware of death, but no one can stop us, and no difficulties can wear away our determination. In the last moment before death, our army is undefeated." Chunfeng nodded excitedly, took the gun from behind, and pointed it at the sky. Qin Huayue's words were sonorous and powerful. With unstoppable spirit, "Brothers, charge forward. Let them see the unbreakable ambition of our students at the United Nations. Smash all conspiracies." Everyone responded with great momentum. "Okay." Jiang Linxia said with emotion, "There are more and more talents around Chunfeng. 8th level supporting actor, 10th level translator, and now there is a god level dubbing." Shen Dan followed leisurely. "There are also 4 useless parents." "What did you say?" Jiang Linxia grinned. "Aren't you also a clinging weight?" Chapter 162. The host pondered for a moment and said, "This trend, the middle road, is not optimistic, right?" Lao Luo said frankly, "It's very bad." The host asked, "Do we really have to fight 1 against 5? Lao Luo nodded. "It is indeed possible to face such a situation." He reached out and grabbed the thermos cup on the table, and his face showed no joy or anger. His eyebrows were slightly depressed, and the shadows of the eye sockets made his eyes look very deep. If the Battle of the United Nations is not ideal, Changfeng may also miss the Gold Cup. Although the Changfeng team scored high points in the team competition, Xiang Yunjian and others were eliminated too early in the individual competition. Currently, many of the students behind Changfeng in the standings are from other military academies. If there is a big upset, it is possible that the Gold Cup will fall to another team. So compared to the White Camp, the United Nations is a more obvious target. Preventing the United Nations from getting the MVP is the most effective way to play. As for which military academy will benefit in the end, losing 2 MVPs is not too bad. The host nodded thoughtfully. How bad would it be for Changfeng to miss the Gold Cup? Lao Luo said, for example, the UN team was completely wiped out, or the number of survivors was less than 50, or the number of kills was too low, and the overall performance was poor. Then after the coefficient-weighted calculation, Changfeng would get very few points. Ah. The host rolled his eyes, and looked more worried than Lao Luo. Then, can you try to convince the other 2 allies to cooperate with you? After all, we are all in the same camp. Lao Luo unscrewed the bottle cap, blew hot air, and said slowly, it is impossible before the UN shows obvious signs of decline. The truth must be explained after the fist. If you have not been beaten, you can't rely on the truth alone. After all, the UN has too much advantage now. The host pondered for a moment and asked unwillingly, in other words, in the later stage when everyone is weak, it is still possible to resolve the past grievances? Then can we try to preserve our strength, and everyone retreat in the upper and lower directions to force the 2 allies to attack together? Wait until everyone's strength is consumed by the white team to a dangerous level before cooperating? Lao Luo pondered for a moment and said bluntly, teammate members of the same camp are not allowed to attack each other, and can only rely on people from the enemy camp to weaken. So before confirming that the United Nations has lost its MVP strength, it is best not to expect that the 2 sides can resolve their differences. And Kang Jinxue is right, the United Nations can't afford to lose. They must stop the white camp, and can't break the jar. In many cases, not being able to risk everything is a fatal weakness. The host hesitated and said, isn't this a bit unfair? I heard that the competition system of Sanyao has always been against such over-targeting practices. Lao Luo shook his head and said nothing this time. At this time, Changfeng had already run to the easternmost part of the map with his teammates. Another 200 meters was the storage warehouse for military supplies. There were 2 rows of people standing guard at the intersection in the distance. When they saw them coming, they raised their hands to stop them. Their military uniforms were different from those of Changfeng and others. Because it has been washed many times, the color has a gray and old tone. They are also older, and they seem to be veterans in their 30s. Changfeng walked in front and asked them for combat supplies. Then, led by the leading soldier, he went to the warehouse. Just after passing through the gate, another group of people with guns and live ammunition marched in a steady pace from the street. Changfeng couldn't help but stop and look back, wondering, how many people are there here? 2,000 NPCs guarding the warehouse. Shindan whispered back, when the red camp is about to be breached, you can ask them to come out to help, but it's not cost-effective. In addition to the points deducted for the death of the NPC, the camp's negligence points will also be added. And by the time they are willing to take action, the camp war will basically be declared a failure. Changfeng trotted up, raised his head, put on a shameless smile learned from Jiang Lingxia, and chatted with him. Brother, we are all family, why don't you join us earlier? The NPC leader sneered. Oh, you new recruits want to command us? Pooh! Changfeng was stunned, turned around and complained. He pooh-poohed me. Chen Huawei encouraged. You pooh-pooh back, we usually rely on self-reliance when it comes to cursing people. The basic settings of this batch of NPCs are really uncivilized. I don't know what kind of resentment the system guy has integrated into them. Shindan said, don't have any bad ideas. This batch of NPCs only move around the material warehouse. Changfeng was unyielding and didn't care about being humiliated. She chased after the NPC and asked, what do you want to join our team? Are there any conditions? Are there any pre-tasks? The old soldier glanced at her with an arrogant expression that was very real. He unlocked the warehouse door and said impatiently, register and receive. Let someone with normal IQ come and sign. In the end, Changfeng and others received 3 boxes of grenades, 10 boxes of bullets, and some scattered explosive weapons and defense supplies. The most important thing is that they borrowed 2 armored vehicles and 30 military motorcycles. The next time to collect supplies will be 3 hours later. Chun Feng selected a few soldiers to drive armored vehicles to replenish supplies for teammates on the front line. Each soldier has an initial military backpack, but there are not many supplies in it, which cannot guarantee long-term combat. The vehicle quickly left with exhaust gas. At this time, 10 minutes have passed since the login. The first batch of troops, led by Jiang Linxia, sent feedback. So far, they have only encountered more than a dozen soldiers who are gathering intelligence, and there is no trace of the large troops. Chun Feng sighed. It seems that Tao Rui has successfully unified the three schools. The well-known troublemaker coalition and the First Army's fixed enemy, the Second Army, were all assigned to the Red Camp. Tao Rui had almost no obstacles in the White Camp. It can be said that this grouping was so coincidental that Chun Feng wanted to suspect that this was a conspiracy. When you are in the same team with Yan Shen, you will be particularly unlucky. Supplies are a bit low. Chun Feng just muttered about Yin, and his voice sounded in the channel. Yan Shen's team was behind the defense line and received the distributed supplies first. He put the box beside him, lowered his upper body, and said, Tao Rui and his team can get 3 times the supplies at one time, all of which will be used on the way to the raid. Chun Feng said, I know. That's good, it means the enemy is more valuable than us. Let's see if we can use them to feed ourselves. Zhong Yijie was confident about this, and immediately said, that's a good thing. I think it's feasible. Jiang Linxiao led people to guard the front line of the storm, waiting for no one to come. It was impossible to say that he was not nervous. When he heard Chun Feng call him to fine-tune the position, he had time to check the map again, and immediately asked in surprise, Chun Feng, are you the air defense? Chun Feng said calmly, don't worry. Even if I open the gate, they dare not go deep. Considering that several military academies should have had an unwritten agreement before the start of the game, Tao Rui will try his best to avoid conflicts with the other 2 military academies in order to isolate Qingfeng's team as much as possible. If they go too deep and get close to the equipment depot, it is likely to arouse the vigilance of the coalition forces and the Second Army. Therefore, when it is beneficial to his side, Tao Rui will only move in the front position of the middle road. Therefore, the main purpose of Chun Feng setting up a defense line is not to block the march of the white team, but to kill as many targets as possible while retaining its own combat power. After Jiang Linxiao finished listening to her explanation, she freed her hands and clapped carefully, saying, Okay, Chun Feng, it seems you are not nervous. Chun Feng snorted. Jiang Linxiao's team was responsible for the southern front, and Xiang Yunjian was responsible for the northern side. After that, Zhong Yijie and another senior led the team to cover the rear. Snipers such as Yan Shen were interspersed between different teams. Xi and Quang's team was responsible for logistics operations and guerrilla assistance. The remaining candidates stayed in a safe position, waiting for timely replacements after their teammates died. In less than 10 minutes, all 1,000 members of the UN were in place. This kind of organizational ability and information analysis ability shows that Qingfeng's brain is functioning normally and is very reliable. Jiang Linxiao had not breathed a sigh of relief for long when a dull sound came from the entrance of the middle road. It was like an extremely heavy wheel rolling on the ground. The leading heavy armor rushed directly over and detonated the explosive device set up in advance. After eliminating the danger, the armor retreated quickly, followed by a row of soldiers holding bulletproof equipment and rushing in side by side. Yellow dust filled the air after the explosion. Jiang Linxiao risked standing at the forefront. He tried to shoot, but he couldn't see clearly enough, and the angle was not right, so he couldn't penetrate the opponent's defensive shield. He exchanged information with Xiang Yunjian, who quickly switched positions and looked for opportunities to launch a sneak attack from the side and rear. Jiang Linxiao hid behind the window, leaned out slightly, magnified the image in the detection mirror, and reported to Chun Feng, the number of people. I can't see 1,000 people at the moment. There are about 500 or 600 people coming from the front of the middle road. I can't stop them, I'm exposed, I retreat first. Chun Feng asked suspiciously, shouldn't it be only 500 or 600? Why don't they take advantage of the numbers at the beginning to catch them all? It's not a matter of how many people there are now. Xiang Yunjian said solemnly, they are rushing so fast. The speed of the Baifeng's attack was extremely fast, almost rushing towards the city bravely in the face of bullets, which was somewhat beyond Qingfeng's expectations. Why run so fast? Go straight into the enemy's belly and die? Chun Feng pursed his lips, half squatted on the ground, and updated the enemy data with his 2 partners. While he was thinking, Jiang Linxiao shouted in the channel, they are not coming from the middle, they are coming from 3 directions at the same time, they are coming from all 3 directions. There was unbearable anger in his tone. Damn it, The coalition and the Second Army really opened the door to let them in. The white team is going to outflank us from top to bottom. Chapter 163. Even though Chen Huawei and others had conducted multiple simulations before the game, the current situation was still beyond their expectations. People had not expected the two allies to extend their hands of friendship, but they had only guessed that they would stand by and watch, and then fight for military attacks, and take advantage of the situation, rather than the current strategy of almost killing them all. After all, no matter which military school it was, since they participated in the league, their basic goal was to win. As expected, when a large group of people get together, they tend to be very bold. Jiang Linxia failed to evacuate in time, and was trapped on the front line with several of his teammates. He felt that he was attacked by enemies all around him. His head, which was leaning against the wall, was buzzing from the impact of guns and grenades. If he raised his head slightly, bullets from all directions would fly out and say, "Hello, open the door." The names in the channel turned gray one after another. The team with the most deaths was his and Xiang Yunjian's team. Jiang Linxia didn't even have the heart to count the actual number of deaths. The mixed feelings of powerlessness and anger in his heart were like boiling steam, constantly attacking his reason. He took out all the grenades in his pocket, and threw them in all directions when the time came. Hearing the loud explosion piercing the sky and reaching his ears, the nameless evil fire was still difficult to vent. After notifying his comrades to be on guard, Jiang Linxia cursed directly in the camp channel. The other candidates were being attacked from 3 sides, and they were affected by his emotions while being at a loss. They couldn't hold back their anger, and completely exploded. Why can't my brain, which has learned about etiquette, righteousness, and shame, guess your bottom line? Are we still going to play this game? How come I never knew you guys loved to lick Tao Rui's stinky feet so much? What benefits did he give you? Have you joined his pyramid scheme? Kang Zhenxue, do you have snail tentacles in your head? Can't you think long-term and carefully? You spent the whole winter vacation with Tao Rui, and your brain function has degenerated to the ancient times? Follow me, Red Camp. What's the difference between you betraying your allies here and stripping naked, and sending them to Tao Rui? You have ruined the reputation of your Second Army for so many years. The originally quiet camp channel suddenly became noisy. Kang Zhenxue endured it. He wanted to learn from Tongxuan to remain aloof, and make them regret it in the end. However, the voices of hundreds of people scolding him were overwhelming like a flood. He was dizzy by the insults that were almost inaudible. He asked with grievance and anger, "Why do you only scold me?" Jiang Linxia and others became even more angry after hearing this, and even raised their voices twice without hesitation, until their voices became hoarse. "Shouldn't you curse? Listen to what you said. Are you talking like a human being? You're talking nonsense? Do you think we are as weak as you? Tao Rui is your father, but he is only defeated by our Liandao." It was because of the live broadcast that no one cursed too obviously, otherwise a group of military academy students, who are deputy trolls, and have rich experience and vocabulary would be so eloquent that they would make netizens feel ashamed. Chen Huayue's face was ashen, and Shen Dan's originally pale skin also lost some blood color, and became a little gloomy. The two thought Chun Feng would be mad, but she just changed her face slightly, and quickly returned to normal. Except for the corners of her lips sinking a little, there was nothing unusual. According to the intelligence of the frontline scouts, the soldiers of the White Camp are moving quickly into the city. Due to limited vision, it is difficult to count the specific number of people for the time being. If Tao Rui wants to form a siege from the top, middle, and bottom to eliminate the troops of the Union University, then the number of people sent by Tao Rui should be more than 1,000 for safety. Tao Rui's general fighting style is actually very much like that of a general, bold but cautious. Chun Feng guessed that he would probably send out about half of the soldiers, so that after the battle they would have enough energy to gather friendly forces to break out and evacuate. Chun Feng did not interrupt the shouting and cursing. After a few seconds of pausing, he drew a rough diagram and reminded everyone in the team channel in an unquestionable tone, "All members, assemble, follow the formation I arranged and rendezvous as quickly as possible. Nearby companions, please respond flexibly and guide them in time." Chun Feng adjusted the formation to place the captains and elites of each team in the middle, and the rest of the members were divided into 2 columns to surround them. This formation can be dispersed for pursuit, or gathered to break out. The elites in the center can snipe or counterattack under the cover of teammates, and the 2 wings can deploy to support the rest of the teammates. More maneuverable and safer. Originally, Chun Feng arranged the positions of the individual soldiers on both sides of the middle road according to the terrain, trying to reduce the enemy's combat power by ambush, while lengthening the battle line and reducing casualties. But this time, too many people from the white side came, and the battle line was much wider than theirs. The previous arrangement was unreasonable, and it was easy for the other side to defeat them one by one, and then catch them all in one net. Now the key to the Union University's counterattack is to gather combat power as soon as possible. Shen Dan and Shen Huawei reacted quickly. Without Chun Feng speaking, they were already helping her fill in the details and commanding the soldiers to find a safe route. In the camp channel, the students of the coalition and the Second Army finally couldn't stand it anymore and began to join the verbal battle. Kang Zhenxue had directly blocked some candidates. Jiang Linxia and the others were tired of scolding, so they took a break and gathered their teammates according to Qingfeng's method. Chun Feng was afraid that his friends would scold too much, so he blocked a group of people. Then he put his gun on the ground, bent down and sat down on the steps at the door of the warehouse, lowered his head, and silently refreshed the background data, waiting for the team to officially gather. The NPC who led him cast his eyes on Chun Feng several times, and then looked back with a strange meaning. The degree of detail in the action made Shen Dan look sideways frequently, suspecting that these NPCs were not artificial intelligence, but pretended by Sanyo's backstage staff. The NPC who had laughed at Chun Feng before asked, "You don't curse?" Chun Feng tightened his fingers, then loosened them, and said dryly, "I curse after I win." The NPC said in surprise, "You're quite patient. This batch of recruits has learned their lesson." Chun Feng looked up and glanced at him with an inexplicable expression, then glanced at Shen Dan who was sweating and working hard beside him, and then lowered his head again. The NPC said, "What do you mean by this?" Chun Feng didn't want to pay attention to him, took a deep breath, stamped his feet, and said, "You don't understand, don't talk." Did she not want to scold? That was because she did not have time. I could not tell the difference, and my vocabulary was not enough. If she said too much, she would be blocked by Sanyao, and ordinary words could not describe her inner indignation. She was also very uncomfortable now. The live broadcast administrator's camera was mostly on Chun Feng and Tao Rui, occasionally giving a close-up of the other candidates gritting their teeth, but more often he focused on Qingfeng's reaction, even capturing the details of her fingers being pinched white. As a girl, and sitting next to her, was a teacher from the United Nations University, the host subconsciously watched the game from Qingfeng's perspective, and was also very angry when he saw the scene. She blinked hard, controlled her emotions, kept her tone calm, and asked the people around her, "Teacher Luo, what do you think we should do now?" Old Luo was studying the map, and after a moment, he vaguely replied, "It's not that simple." "Wait." The host asked hastily, "Do you think the actions of the Second Army and the Allied forces are desirable? They are helping the opponents to unite internally. Isn't it a bit arrogant?" This is also the loudest criticism in the barrage. Lao Luo turned his head and glanced at her lightly, saying, "There is nothing to be desired or not. Based on the analysis from the perspective of interests, from their standpoint, I don't think this is a mistake. How to make adjustments, changes, control losses, and strive for interests in the future is the most critical point, and only then can we analyze whether they are right or wrong." The host only understood half of it, and his attention was attracted by the comments, so he had to nod and pretend that he understood. Put it in the UN General Assembly, and the fist is hard. Tao Rui must have cried. He didn't expect so many students from other schools to fight for his victory. Success or failure determines the hero. Let's wait and see. If the Second Army or the Allied forces can really get the MVP, then all this is worth it. The rule of scoring each army separately shows that Sanao actually encourages competition within the camp. The United Nations currently has the greatest advantage. What's wrong with focusing on them? Not much, I'm just afraid they can't grasp it. This camp has already split itself. Obviously 3 should be a stable number, but it didn't even last half an hour. While they were talking, the formations of several teams of the United Nations had already taken shape. In just over 10 minutes, they lost more than 100 people. This casualty was undoubtedly tragic. Even though no one spoke, the invisible negative shadows still enveloped them. Now the fighting spirit is completely supported by anger. Seeing that the time was up, Chun Feng issued an order in advance. "Brothers, charge down, rush to the coalition team, at all costs, push the enemy in front of you down." Jiang Linxia shouted, "Kill." Everyone took out bulletproof equipment from their backpacks, put them in front of them after splicing, and quickly launched an attack downwards. Although the upper and lower teams did not resist or block, they were deep in the enemy camp after all. The white team also knew that this kind of cooperation relationship was not as solid as paper. They were cautious all the way, and were always on guard against the red team's counterattack. At this time, seeing that the United Nations suddenly ignored the attack behind them, and launched a counterattack against them, A group of people were unsure and began to retreat. Tao Rui was not in the city after all, so he was not flexible enough to command the three armies remotely. The three-way pincer attack planned was in chaos before Qingfeng's knife was sharpened. In the map, the battle line began to shift downwards, and was about to invade the coalition's alert position. Tong Sun could no longer hold it in, so he mobilized a single soldier to block it, and asked in disbelief, "Why are they attacking us?" Shen Dan and Shen Huawei also looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Kang Jinxue and the Second Army were the ones who were scolded, but it was Tong Sun's coalition army that was stabbed first. They had always thought that Chen Feng would vent his anger on Kang Jinxue and others first. Chen Feng had a good reason. Because you don't speak, you look more treacherous and deserve a beating. Tong Sun ? Kang Jinxue laughed secretly twice, but didn't dare to go too far, fearing that he would attract hatred. Tong Sun hurriedly switched channels and commanded, "Yu Sai, lead the team to drive them away." "Yu Sai, I know." Yu Sai's team stayed near the border, firing at the front one shot at a time, and when they saw the enemy approaching, they only aimed at the open space. This was a subtle reminder to the white soldiers to quickly withdraw. They had no intention of supporting the middle lane for the time being, so don't force them to take action. Unfortunately, the students of the Union University also risked their lives under Qingfeng's command at all costs. They directly deployed both wings, ignored the attack from behind, and forced the enemy troops in the lower lane to continue to move down. Yu Sai held a rifle, aimed at the approaching enemy troops, and was about to shoot, when several bullets came directly from the Union University team and shot next to his ear. The gravel flew, and his side face felt a slight sting, and then his skin was scratched by the bouncing stones, leaving a bloody streak. "Damn it!" Yu Sai wiped his face, and had absolute reason to suspect that the person on the other side was hitting him in the same position, and cursed, "People in the same camp can't fight each other. Are you crazy? You are fighting randomly now, right?" All candidates of the Union University did not respond. Yu Sai's curse fell on deaf ears. After a while, Chen Feng said slowly, "What internal fighting? We have always advocated unity, friendship, harmony, and mutual assistance. Don't get me wrong. Friends, be careful when shooting. Don't hurt our dear allies by mistake." Yinshin smiled and replied, "Okay, brothers, be steady. Don't let people look down on us snipers." There was a chill in that laugh. The remaining combat power of the Union University was all gathered in the bottom lane. Some people killed the white team. Some snipers were responsible for harassing the coalition forces. They didn't aim, just forced them not to show their heads. Soon, the two camps were getting closer and closer, and the teams were about to merge. Yu Sai knew that it was not good, and he was eager to distance the front line, but he was helpless because of the sneak attack of snipers such as Yinshin. Even though they were from different military schools, the uniforms worn by the red team were still the same. The people of the white team could not tell who was who at all. After the members of the two armies were mixed, the coalition could no longer sit on the sidelines. Yu Sai was about to ask Tong Sun for support, and heard Qingfeng's cold, apparently normal, but ironic voice in the channel. "But in this kind of melee, we are few in number, and our allies have surrendered to the enemy. It is normal for a single soldier to panic. It is difficult to avoid accidental injuries, such as stray bullets. Even if they are killed accidentally, it can't be considered an internal fight." Yu Sai asked, "How many bullets do you have left? How many soldiers?" "Not many," Chen Feng said, "but we are very generous, enough to bury our allies." Chapter 164. People in the same camp have completely torn their faces apart, which is really embarrassing. The coalition student hesitated and whispered, "It's completely chaotic. Do you want to help or not?" Tong Sun was a little helpless and a little angry. He ignored Qingfeng's provocation and said a word concisely, "Help." Chen Feng said quickly, "You don't need to help. How can this help them? This is a matter of life and death for the coalition forces themselves." Chen Feng didn't let them take advantage of this verbal advantage. The soldiers of the white team did not care who their allies were, and risked their lives gathering in the city just to score points. The students of the coalition and the United University wore the same clothes, so they were of course equal for life in their eyes. Moreover, without Tong Sun's orders, the students of the coalition could not launch a counterattack, and their attitudes were hesitant, resulting in slow reactions and sluggish movements. They were much easier to kill than the soldiers of the United University. The muzzles of the white team's guns moved to the lower road unconsciously, and several coalition candidates had already died in this chaotic battle. The students who left the field in this situation died in humiliation. They didn't even warm up the barrels of their guns, and they didn't even know the enemy and ourselves. They were still running around stealthily, waiting for orders. The scene in front of them went dark, and the precious training once a year ended just like that. They didn't even need to summarize themselves after the competition. They walked out of the examination room and casually scanned the 3 days. Netizens would tell them directly and sincerely, their greatest contribution in this big battlefield was to contribute to the Allies. The candidates who were still in the examination room could already imagine the scene, and they didn't dare to die or take action at the moment. But the group of trolls from the United Nations kept scolding them. They responded but didn't win the argument. Their mentality was seriously affected. They were depressed and their morale was visibly declining. The current situation of the coalition forces was not much better than that of Chunfeng and his men. And if they didn't help, Chunfeng, that madman, might really bury them with bullets. Tong Sun directly commanded in the camp channel, everyone be alert and prepare to attack on all fronts. Confirm your position and act according to the map prompts. Team 2, move faster. Tong Sun directly switched to the team channel for the following instructions. The people in the bottom lane immediately mixed together. With the assistance of the coalition forces, the pressure on the coalition forces was reduced sharply. The hundreds of white team members sandwiched between the two armies also lost their direction. In an instant, the hunters who were besieged from 3 directions became a vulnerable group surrounded. A small number of people slipped out of the gap and were left alone. Another part of the people ran towards the city gate or the material warehouse without caring about their lives. More people were directly cleared out of the examination room in the midst of the war. Chunfeng said calmly, the coalition forces have taken action, Kang Jinchua. Kang Jinchua responded happily without her reminder, here we go. Our second army has always been willing to help others. Fight back immediately. The white team was concentrating on chasing the United Nations to the lower road. Everyone was fighting among themselves. Only their second army had a well-organized team and high morale, becoming the chosen players who could safely pick up leaks. Kang Jinchua's anger after being scolded for a long time also disappeared, and even the tail tone was floating when he spoke. Chunfeng didn't take it to heart. His big hand directly drew a red line on the map. He changed his previous fierce fighting style and tried his best to ask, and ordered, stop, focus on ensuring your own safety, and assist each other in attacking. The brother I clicked the yellow mark, your position is too dangerous, retreat a little, don't come out. Captain of Team 3, take the people away quickly. At this point, the situation of the United Nations fighting alone finally ended. Xiang Yunjian stood at the gate of the city without moving, listening to the verbal battle of a group of people. He was quite in a good mood, laughed and asked, how do you feel? Commander-in-Chief? Chunfeng exhaled lightly, in good spirits. Jiang Linxiao was deeply stimulated and said, do we need to use the word vigorous to describe it now? Chunfeng asked back, do you feel vicissitudes of life, Haggard? Jiang Linxiao had nothing to say. The attacking team of the white side was a mixture of students from 3 military academies, and they did not cooperate closely with each other. After being attacked, they mainly relied on their own performance. Only the students of the First Army performed well. Although Tao Rui was not on the front line, they were still organized and fought guerrilla warfare around the map. The other 2 teams failed to react in time. One was almost annihilated, and the other was scattered by the Second Army. Of course, the red camp was not much behind, and the internal strife was vigorous. Both sides were just scattered soldiers and generals, fighting head-on, and their levels were surprisingly evenly matched. However, the white side only sent more than 1,000 people to attack the city this time. After the red side joined forces in 3 directions, they had no advantage no matter how they fought. The coalition army and the second army were busy fighting for kills. These were almost free heads, and there was only one chance. Tong Sun sent a team of people to the city gate, and did not forget to shout, Chunfeng, block the gate in the middle. Zhong Yijie cursed fluently, and when he heard that he was going to pit his own soldiers, he was furious and said, you tell us to go, so we have to go? Why? Block it yourself. You still have to block the door. Chunfeng took over the topic leisurely, Brother Xiang, close the door to score points. Zhong Yijie, Xiang Yunjian's team had been waiting at the city gate for this. Seeing that the teams on both sides were in place, they put their bulletproof equipment in front of them, and locked the entrance in unison, trapping the remaining white soldiers in the city. Chunfeng could easily guess what the coalition and the second army were thinking. Their idea was to use the United Nations as bait to attract the white team in. After Tao Rui reduced the combat power of Chunfeng's team, they blocked the city gates, and the 3 teams attacked together to kill all the white soldiers in the city. In this way, the coalition and the second army got enough kill points at the lowest cost. The white camp directly pulled the Union University off the MVP throne with an acceptable number of casualties. The later games depended on the 5 military academies to compete with each other and clear the Union University out of the arena first. Many parties were very satisfied, and only the world of the Union University's sadness appeared. Tao Rui and several commanders discussed everything before the game, and Chunfeng also admitted that such interest exchange was poisonous and effective enough. No matter how Sanao allocated the camps, everyone could get satisfactory returns from their own positions. Unfortunately, there was a small accident during the execution. Chunfeng was more ruthless than they imagined, and the parties failed to defeat the United Nations in one go. They were disappointed. Chunfeng sent a meeting signal to Xian Kuang and his younger brother, and while waiting for him to come over, he asked incredulously, "Is this common? Have you seen such a scene before?" "Of course not," Jiang Linxiao said. "Last year, Tao Rui didn't have such a high reputation and couldn't integrate the 5 military academies. And there are very few such commands. So they fattened up Tao Rui and came back to betray Chunfeng." Chunfeng was heartbroken. Xian Kuang followed Qingfeng's instructions and took the armored vehicle from his teammates. So far, 289 students from the Union University have been killed. The total number of casualties of the Second Army and the Allied forces may not even be a fraction of theirs. The total number of kills is less than 100. The loss is heavy. Every time Chunfeng glanced at the data, he drew a cross for Kong Jinxue and Tong Sun in his heart. The NPC leader next to him didn't have the quality of a veteran at all. When everyone was in a state of panic, he was busy picking his ears and shaking his legs. Later, he simply moved a chair to the door to sit in the sun, and occasionally peeked at their operation panel with his peripheral vision. When he saw Qingfeng's background data, he also shook his head in disdain, with a look on his face that said no hope. Shen Dan and Shen Huawei had not spoken since a few minutes ago. They stared at the screen with their eyes fixed on it. It seemed that their brains were divided into multiple blocks to process various complicated information at the same time. Too many comrades died, which was a great pressure for them. They had to coordinate the team and flexibly dispatch personnel between different teams to fill vacancies to ensure the stability of the front line. They also had to arrange logistics soldiers to transport supplies. At the same time, they had to find hidden routes for the teams in need to hide temporarily. When the front line moved down, the death toll of the team soared. The model panels of the 3 people were all red dots of warning, and each team was shouting, "Request for support." Shen Huawei gritted his teeth and even wanted to donate his head to them. Next door, Shen Dan's fingers on the keyboard were almost a shadow, and every word he replied to the captains of each team was full of murderous intent. This world is really too inhumane to data analysts. After sneaking into the team in the bottom lane, the few people finally had time to relax. Fortunately, they had 3 B-class commanders, unlike other military academies, which only had 1. That was simply a death sentence. Chen Huawei tilted his head and glanced at Chunfeng, wanting to tell her that she should determine the next target and mobilize the team's emotions, and then he heard Chunfeng speak slowly. "If there are any supplies that are difficult to pick up nearby, report the coordinates." "Here comes another clever guy on a motorcycle." The team channel was echoing with Jiang Linxiao's continuous abuse. Kong Jinxue can be the commander-in-chief mostly because he is thick-skinned enough. I will blackmail him after the competition. His voice suddenly stopped, and before he could react, Shiguo had already called out, his voice cracked with excitement. "I do it. I'm experienced, have a unique vision, and am familiar with the situation. Other brothers can't bear this overwhelming wealth, but I can. The important thing is that I'm yours, boss." Countless people in the team chat shouted no, no, and started to recommend themselves one step later. The momentum that was just sluggish was like chicken blood. "Let me enjoy it too." The fortune teller said that I will make a fortune at the age of 21, just to be here. The motorcycle I drive can fly. Sister Yi, choose me. Junior sister. Lick a few more grenades and directional bombs. I also want to fall in love with the feeling of financial freedom. Shen Huawei was dumbfounded. Wealth is really a shot in the arm. Chunfeng is really optimistic about Shiguo. This guy is lively enough, he said with a smile. Let's go with Shiguo. Come on, give him a motorcycle. And the brother who can fly, go 50 meters forward and take a ride with the brother with the green dot. He tapped on Chen Huayue's panel again and reminded him, Senior, it's time to do something. Chen Huayue's smile was slightly bitter. Dozens of coordinates quickly popped up in the background. Chunfeng picked a few, called out the perspective of the frontline soldiers, planned a detailed route according to the situation, and left the rest to Shen Dan and Shen Huawei. Several people did not need to communicate with each other, just glanced at each other's panels, and consciously started similar work. Chufeng was the commander-in-chief and a data analyst. The pace of the game was much faster than what Shindan had experienced before. Shindan did not want to admit defeat and tried his best to keep up. Multiple screens were playing at the same time. Shindan turned the map perspective and his eyes were almost blinded. Jinhua said with mixed feelings, "Junior sister is really selfless. Ordinary data analysts would not do such meticulous work at all. The status of a technician's father should be high." Chufeng responded blankly, Nothing." Jinhua shook his head. "I said that if the United Nations did not win, we would be sorry for us." Chapter 165. Chufeng had no other choice. The UN had a bad start, with heavy casualties. The soldiers on the front line felt insecure, so the commander had to take care of everything. He let them know that although they were not blessed, they were loved by the commander. After Yusai finished firing the bullets in his gun, he used the detection mirror to carefully turn around and sent feedback to the commander. The nearby area had been almost cleared, and the people coming and going were all his own people. The white team was forced to flee in the direction of the upper road, and his comrades followed them. This area became a little deserted. He reached into his bag to feel for the bullet box, and saw a corpse not far away from the corner of his eye, so he decided to go over and pick it up. The bag of the white candidate was very fat. After all, it contained the supplies of 3 military academies. These people were also very brave when they fired, and they didn't understand what it meant to be steady and long-lasting. Yusai had just taken off the equipment from the other party, and the roar of the engine running in his ears became louder and louder, turning into his sight from the opposite street. After all, they were all candidates from the same camp, so Yusai took a quick glance and didn't pay much attention. He stepped back a few steps away from the road and looked down to count the spoils. The sound came from far away, then abnormally close. Yusai just unfastened the buckle and realized something was wrong. The other party seemed to be bumping into him. He turned his head in surprise. The cool breeze brushed his nose and whizzed past. In the blink of an eye, the things in his hand were gone. Yusai was stunned. How come there are still speeding gangs in the examination room? After coming to his senses, he angrily complained to Tong Sun, "Commander, they stole my bag of supplies. There is actually someone more despicable than him in this examination room. It is a shame." Tong Sun's mind was full of important matters such as marching and deployment, and he did not react for a while. 3 sentences popped up in his mind one after another. Why rob the supply package? If they don't rob our supply package, they will rob our heads. Which is more important, the head or the supply package? The third question took Tong Sun several seconds to think. What he thought was that the supplies on the battlefield were generally not too scarce, and they could get them again after 3 hours. But then, he recalled the shadow that Chufeng had cast over the team competition, and immediately ordered, "We also want to grab the supply packs. Everyone pay attention. Those who have supply packs nearby, cooperate and pick them up. Generally, everyone will lick the packs that are close to them, and touching the corpse itself is a happy thing. But if an ally wants it, generally they will not go up to fight for it. In addition, both sides have betrayed the United Nations before, and although the young people are unwilling to give in, they do feel a little guilty in their hearts. Seeing that the United Nations did not fight with them for heads, but came to pick up bullets, they simply indulged them, and even secretly covered them. The United Nations relied on this to hide behind its allies, and pick up a lot of bullets in a short period of time. Now the Commander-in-Chief ordered that the coalition forces could only slow down the offensive, and turn to look for the corpses left nearby. Soon Xi and Kwang's armored vehicle covered with iron sheets appeared. After blocking the middle of the road without any martial ethics, and blocking the key site, a military motorcycle followed from the rear. Several people had sharp eyes, precise targets, neat movements, and tacit cooperation. When everyone was still hesitating about what they were going to do, Shigua jumped down from the back seat. He took off his backpack, threw it hard into the window of the armored vehicle, closed the window, got in the car, and ran away. The whole process was done in one go, without a single unnecessary pause. A few seconds later, the 2 cars drove away with exhaust gas. In less than 5 minutes, Tong Sun's communicator was full of noisy quarrels, and people in various channels were complaining. "They are too fast. How did they know there were supplies to pick up here?" I reported. "Liandao must have taken a minor in street skating." "I can't take it anymore, Commander. You know how reckless Xi and Kwang drives. He almost ran me over when he turned the corner." "Commander, we need assistance. Are the people at Liandao able to see through the sky? After they picked up the supplies, I realized there was a body over there. Liandao is simply not doing their job. I don't think we should follow. Chunfeng is a scheming person. I suspect she is deliberately misleading us and blurring the point. Tong Sun opened his mouth and thought, is he crazy? With this operation speed, coordination, and performance, there is no doubt that the deputy commander of the United Nations University must be guiding his teammates to grab supplies. And it's not just one person, it's estimated that the whole team is doing this. Not grabbing heads, but grabbing supplies? Didn't he know that the scoring rules of the battlefield were changed? Tong Sun asked absurdly, what are you doing? No one answered. Tong Sun pointed again, United Nations University? You care about us so much? Chunfeng laughed twice. How about we switch? The two low laughs of He were strange and cold, which reminded Tong Sun of the mechanical sound Chunfeng made with the sound generator when he first came to the Alliance. Tong Sun shut up. It was extremely unwise to provoke the United Nations when they were down and out, especially when Chunfeng was in it. Based on the existing experience, it is reasonable to judge that a dog will bite when it is anxious, and Chunfeng will also bite when she is not anxious. She is a dangerous person who does not play by the rules. In fact, after the United Nations lost a lot of combat power, Chunfeng did not choose to rush to kill people to make up for the loss, but put all the limited energy of data analysts into collecting supplies. Even the people inside the United Nations could not understand. But no one spoke to interfere. Anyway, Chen Huaiwei was here, and at least Shen Dan was a theoretical master who had studied the league rules for a long time. Chen Huaiwei was busy with a bitter face and didn't want to express any opinions. He probably knew that Chunfeng put the focus on the back. Shen Dan had a lot to say, but she was in no mood to talk. She kept moving forward along the block she was responsible for, and suddenly heard a mature and rough male voice behind her, saying, "Behind." The other party raised his finger, so fast that it was hard to see clearly, and then quickly retracted it. Shen Dan and Chunfeng glanced back at the same time. The NPC who had been peeping at Shen Dan's panel with his peripheral vision touched his earlobe and turned his head, his eyes darting around, pretending that he knew nothing. Shen Dan frowned and rewound the screen, but could not find any supplies left behind. He squinted and moved closer to the screen, reviewing the scene again before finding the enemy sniper in a hidden corner. Shen Dan uttered a light "Huh," and immediately removed all the markings of the nearby supply points, replacing them with a red warning circle, and asked the teammates around to approach from behind to eliminate the danger. After doing this, Shen Dan looked back again, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. The NPC was still shaking his legs, looking very idle. "Don't look at it." This time, Chunfeng patted her left shoulder and reminded her, "These people are useless." The NPC was so angry that he laughed. The little girl is not very capable, but she has a big mouth. Her face-changing skills are also very strong. Chunfeng left him alone and continued his own business. Multiple routes were set off at the same time, and a round of search was completed quickly. The logistics team's mission was temporarily suspended. Basically, all the equipment that could be picked up was picked up. Their lives are precious now, so they won't force themselves to rob those who are not convenient to rob. Chunfeng didn't do a detailed statistics, and asked Xi and Kwang's team members to roughly distribute the supplies, and send them to Xiang Yunqian. A group of young people in the channel found that someone was about to start drinking soup, and immediately became agitated and shouted, "Chunfeng, at this time I must tell the truth. In fact, I am one of the first members of your analysis group. I am your old fan. Fengfengzi, I have cursed back at everyone who cursed you. My heart is especially loyal. I treat you well, Chunfeng, but time is limited and I can't give you examples one by one. I am a professional anti-black, and the renewal fee only requires 1 box of bullets. Give it to me." Chunfeng disabled the voice of everyone in the school channel, and all the information was converted into text and refreshed in the background. She responded twice and said, "Okay, I know, I will definitely treat everyone equally." Then she ordered in the command group, "All captains, pay attention, assemble the team, and report the information. If there is a shortage of supplies, please apply in advance." "Oh!" The NPC was probably bored and said sarcastically, "There is a huge gap in strength. You can't bring the supplies into the coffin. What should we do?" Chunfeng said in an orderly manner, "All teams will be integrated and move closer to the red dot area where the armored vehicles are. The battle line will be moved to the exit." The NPC was ignored and said to himself, "Without heads and disunity, what's the use of a few bullets? Your unit's points are already at the bottom. I think we are at least 2 or 3 times worse than your allies. How can you turn the tables?" Chunfeng rolled her eyes at him. "Don't talk. You are so boring." The NPC's face turned cold and said, "You are mean to me for the 3rd time, At least I just gave you a hint. Chunfeng, how did I mean to you? Why is this person so sensitive? Chunfeng stood up. Her eyes were higher than the NPC who was sitting. She clamped the light brain to her waist and said, "We want to get the mecha. Is it okay now? Each military academy can receive a protective mecha. 3 for each camp. However, the mechas in the battlefield have limited energy and weapons, and can only run for 3 hours when not in standby mode. It cannot be recharged." The NPC's expression became a little more serious, and asked, "There is no time limit for mechas. What do you want to receive?" Chunfeng said, "Heavy armor." The number of weapons carried in the weapons warehouse of all mecha types is fixed. Both sides need to restrain each other and intercept each other's hot weapons. The mechas in the battlefield are like the ultimate means. The most important role is to hold them in your hands, not to shoot them out. Generally speaking, the only 3 mecha options are relatively fixed. Pijuan is usually available. After all, it is a recognized offensive mecha and is known as the strongest model among contemporary sensor mechas. There is a chance of picking up leaks. Heavy armor is also one of the commonly selected mechas. Back then, there were students who relied on the heavy armor's durability to withstand several shells. After exhausting the opponent's arsenal, they swept the entire field and turned the tables in one fell swoop. Let everyone discover this bug-like gameplay. The white side chose a heavy tank this time, and used it to break the door at the beginning. So the red side must also choose a heavy tank. The United Nations picked it first. Heavy tanks are Xian Kuang's specialty, and he whistled excitedly. Shendan was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Don't you choose Yunjian's broken army, or your hand operation?" She thought this was the most important trump card of their United Nations. Jiang Linxiao also sighed sadly. "Alas, I can understand not choosing Yinshen. After all, he is black. Lao Xiang and I have worked so hard." Chunfeng, don't you have any sympathy at all? "I'm sorry." Xian Kuang said proudly, "I am the chosen one in this game." Jiang Linxiao gritted her teeth. Is this the power of money? Xian Kuang's rampant laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Maybe it's his extraordinary charm. Chunfeng shook his head and said, "The only one who can take the beating is the heavy armor, and he is the most idle." Xian Kuang laughed a little louder, covering up her previous words. "Are you sure?" The NPC took out his ID card, and when Chunfeng nodded, he raised his hand and said, "Then follow me." Xian Kuang rushed over and rushed into the mecha cabin at the back. Not long after, a huge black and red mecha drove out from behind the open iron door. Seeing the system prompt to go to the Union University to receive re-equipment, Tongsen panicked and hurriedly said, "Chunfeng, don't mess around. Let's talk it over." Kang Jinchua said, "We all share the same hatred and enemies, and there is still a chance to turn the tables." Chunfeng replied lazily, "I'm fighting you, so leave me alone." She pressed the back of her neck and turned it left and right, then pinched her knuckles one by one. Crack, the rusty joints felt flexible again, and she sat down steadily again. Shendan and Shenhuawei shrugged their shoulders subconsciously, and their half-bent backs straightened up. Then Chunfeng said confidently, "Xian Kuang, go over and block the door. Everyone prepare to harvest." Chapter 166. Just when the audience was deeply confused, the live broadcast administrator turned the view to the white team camp. Tao Rui half closed his eyelids, sat cross-legged on a stone, his dark brown eyes moving back and forth with the enlarged map. After a moment, he nodded gently, opened his mouth expressionlessly, and said, "Good harvest, prepare to evacuate." In contrast to his calmness, the people around him were unable to conceal their joy. The white team sent a total of 1,300 members for this charge, and they formed mixed teams and set out from 3 directions. So far, the death toll is 469. The number of kills cannot be accurately calculated, but according to the general feedback from teammates, it is conservatively estimated to be more than 500. If we calculate more optimistically, it may have exceeded 600. Among them, the Union University alone contributed more than 300 heads for them. The 3 military academies of the white side are very satisfied with such results even when they go deep into the enemy camp. Moreover, in Tao Rui's view, as long as the Union University can be pulled down from the MVP position, the 1-to-2 casualty ratio in the early stage is worth it. The commander-in-chief of the mobile university clapped his hands and laughed. "Tao Rui, you are the nemesis of the United Nations. The United Nations is at such a big disadvantage now. This game is a sure win." Another person suppressed his laughter and echoed, "I guess Xiang Yunjian should be jumping up and down and cursing. It's been 2 years. Each loss is more embarrassing than the last. Originally, he could have graduated with honors, but now Tao Rui has only achieved success. Xiang Yunjin won't. This year is not his home court. But Changfeng doesn't seem like a person who would get angry. I guess the current state of the United Nations is that kind of suppressed calm. The kind of frustration that makes you scratch your head. If you weren't so angry, you wouldn't have led the team to the bottom lane before, right, Tao Rui? Tao Rui was listening to the battle report of the scouts. When he heard someone call his name, he didn't pay attention to what they said and said him perfunctorily. His backstage couldn't see the soldiers' deployment of the other 2 military academies, so he could only issue relevant orders and let each army execute them. When he lined up, he placed some soldiers from the 1st Army in each team. It can also assist the 3 parties in exchanging information. The plan was to gather in the middle as soon as possible, and at the same time send soldiers outside the city to support, and then reorganize the team and launch a second raid. But the commanders of the 2 schools were in a good mood, and they were not eager to dispatch individual soldiers. The United Nations was defeated, and the coalition forces and the 2nd Army were like a pile of loose sand. They went straight into the Red Camp's nest. They had the right time, place, and people. Why should they be anxious? What does it mean that the front line said that Changfeng was snatching supplies? I don't know. Maybe it was because of a trick that was popular in the team competition, so it was brought to the camp competition. The heads of the UN are so valuable nowadays, they probably don't dare to take the risk of going to the front line. Changfeng is a newcomer after all. He was beaten like this in less than 2 hours after the start. He may choose a conservative strategy in the later stage. Tao Rui said stiffly. The word conservative has nothing to do with Changfeng. Several people were silent for a second. The young man coughed dryly and asked casually, by the way, you have competed with Changfeng. Based on your understanding of her, what do you think she will do next? Tao Rui recalled the unpleasant exercise, and his expression, which was not very relaxed, sank. He only said vaguely, pay more attention, she is not simple. His Adam's apple rolled, his lips pursed, and he said, but I won't be wrong. The people of Lianda have already taken their positions in the middle road. Referring to the formation at the beginning of the game, after further adjustments, they blocked the only main road out of the city. There is no one around. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of shooting from afar, and the bustle highlights the desolation of this place. Everyone holds a gun, feeling that there is a hot battlefield across the street, and they can make more than 100 mahjong tables here. Qin Huawei finally had some time to rest, and stood up exhausted, saying that he would go offline first to solve his physiological needs. Ignoring Jiang Linshao's ridicule of him for scared to death, he ran to drink a whole bottle of water as soon as he left the examination room. Shen Dan leaned back and fell to the ground. The sky in the examination room was a hazy white, like clouds, but not like clouds. It was not dazzling to look at, nor was it too bright. Shen Dan tilted his head, touched Changfeng with his foot, and said leisurely with his arms resting on his head, Dear roommate, can I ask you a question? What are you harvesting? My brain is so tired. I don't want to think, but I really want to know. This is also the question that all students of the United Nations want to ask. One command, one action, but they are indeed very confused. Changfeng nodded and said slowly, we need to face up to the current disadvantages of the United Nations. It is unrealistic to run around with the enemy or fight with the allies on both sides for heads. It takes time, effort, and materials. Especially compared with the other 5 military academies, the current points of the United Nations have already been a gap that cannot be ignored. If we only chase after others, this gap will never be made up, and it will only get bigger and bigger. Taking the ordinary path, we are just patiently waiting for failure. Shen Dan raised his neck. What should we do now? Sit back and wait. Changfeng said firmly, if Tao Rui is capable, he will gather a large force to attack the middle road. This time there are no troublemakers on both sides, which is our chance to turn the tables. Tao Rui is a person who knows how to stop when he is ahead. He will not consume nearly half of his combat power in such a chaotic battle at the beginning. Now that the 3 military academies are dispatched together, his team is forced to split up again. His good situation has ended. It is the best time to retreat and stop profit. There are still nearly 1,000 people in the white camp in various places in the city. If they want to evacuate the large forces safely, they must pursue speed. The upper and lower sides are not proper roads. They need to climb mountains and take detours to enter and exit. The march is slow, and the heavy armor cannot pass. When the United Nations and the 2nd Army are willing to cooperate, they can stretch the battle line and come in small batches at a slow speed. Now that the 2 major camps are fighting together, the white camp has only the main road left to retreat. Changfeng paused, remembered something important, and asked seriously in the channel, Do you know what our primary goal is when the two sides fight? Xi and Kwang was driving the mecha excitedly, and participated in Qingfeng's questions and answers very much. He replied loudly, deterrence? Chufeng didn't expect his interaction at all. You are except you. Jiang Linxia roared, kill. The silence was torn apart by two words. A bunch of passionate young people started to go crazy like Era. Revenge. 1 against 2. Resource suppression. Bah, it's safety. Chufeng stopped everyone. The white side's primary goal must be to rush out of the city gate and meet up with the main force. Don't go too far. I won't entangle with you. So everyone stays in your position and is not allowed to pursue. Our plan is low loss, high return. If they want to leave, let them go. Our army is large in scale and has strong firepower, so we can definitely harvest some heads. As long as we grab 100 or 200 kill points, it will be considered a stop loss. Shindan asked, what about the rest? The rest will be made up slowly. Chufeng considers himself ambitious, but he is also a down-to-earth person. How can the combat power weakened by the combined efforts of the 5 military academies be recovered in one go? Chufeng pondered and said, if Tao Rui is really capable, he should first gather the team and then rush forward. There may be more people than them. When you see them coming, don't be scared by their momentum. Jiang Linxia smiled contemptuously. How is it possible? We also have about 600 people here. Who are you looking down on? Yenshin's waist is almost sore from lying down. He has not gained any effective results from the competition so far. He is still angry and uncomfortable. He asked, how long do we have to wait? What if they can't gather together? How about we go and earn some points first? Chufeng said confidently, if Tao Rui is really good, it won't take more than 5 minutes. Xiang Yunjian understood her point and couldn't help laughing. Anyway, if he didn't guess right, it means Tao Rui is not good enough. Tao Rui's reputation depends on himself to protect. The NPC said with great emotion, it turns out that you can also think like a higher life form. Shindan ? Chufeng felt that if he didn't respond to this sentence, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The thought process of the person who was arguing with others had never been so fast, and she quickly responded with a very Shindan-like answer, your compliment is really special. Have you lived in a group of low-level creatures for too long? NPC ? Senior fangirl Shindan sat up with a carb jump, and stretched out her hand to block the man who was shuddered all over. NPC laughed in anger, and said with a distorted expression, you wait. There will be a day when you regret it. Xiang Yunjian smiled and said, people live long enough to lie in a coffin, what's the point of regret? Isn't it normal for a troll to insult someone like eating and drinking? Do you still need to regret it? Jiang Linxia added, you should ask, Chufeng, do you regret just insulting me with this one sentence? The NPC took off his hat and stroked his hair, obviously on the edge of patience. He asked with an incomprehensible mood, you guys are good. What are the minor courses for this year's military academy students? If you are willing to join us, you will be one of us, I can tell you. Chufeng changed his tone, flexible, from now on, you will be our Shindan said, little darling. Wow, stop being disgusting. The NPC looked down on him. Thank you. At this time, Xinhua came online in a hurry. I'm back. How is it? Shindan was about to tell him how stubborn the male NPC behind him was, and Jiang Linxia, who was responsible for scouting in the city center, issued a key reminder. The team is running. Xinhua, who? All. Jiang Linxia said, the white side is actively running, so the second army and the coalition team also moved. Xinhua missed 5 minutes of class, but he was still able to keep up with the pace of the crowd. Hearing this, he said without hesitation, this is to take advantage of the firepower of the second army and the allied forces to relax their vigilance and gather the troops to rush towards the city gate. Although the white team was temporarily built after being disbanded, the coordination degree was not as high as theirs. But the white team has an authoritative command. In essence, they are a whole. The red team is just acting independently and information is not circulated. The white team can move faster, more accurately, and more covertly, and the red team cannot detect it at the first time and may think they are fighting guerrilla warfare. Chufeng took a deep breath and said with full energy, here we come. Everyone cheered up and rubbed their hands. Xi and Kwang was guarding near the city gate, driving the heavy armor forward a step, calmly pulling out the barrel behind him and carrying it on his left shoulder. The muzzle was pointed in the direction of the enemy plane and raised upwards. A simple action, full of provocation and irony. The white side's heavy armor also quickly pulled out the barrel, but it was not aimed at him, but pointed at the building behind him with a strong smell of gunpowder. It happened to be the place where the UN army was ambushed. Being pointed at by that thing was quite uncomfortable. Chung Feng reminded Xi and Kwang, "Don't do it." "I know." Xi and Kwang smiled, "I just scare him." Chung Feng stood up, put the gun upright on the ground, and said word by word in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Where you got cheated, you will get it back. We in the United Nations are not so easy to bully." Chapter 167. The host tried not to lose her composure and cried out, and clenched her clasped hands under the table. But seeing the enthusiastic cheers from netizens in the comment area, no one would care whether her performance was appropriate. She said with a smile, "Why do I feel that Chung Feng knows Tao Rui very well?" Lao Luo said, "They have trained together." The host originally wanted to ask, compared with Chung Feng and Tao Rui, how should the two be ranked? Before speaking, she glanced at Lao Luo's expression, but still did not dare to ask such a sensitive question in front of him, and finally said timidly, "What do you think of Chung Feng's performance this time?" Lao Luo chuckled, his facial features softened, staring at the screen, and said loudly, even when he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to calmly analyze the battle situation, not be surprised by praise or criticism, and directly hit the enemy's pain points. "I say this is very good, no one objects, right?" The host laughed heartily and said, "You are too modest." She listened to her own laughter, reflected on whether she was a little too biased, and quickly added, "Of course Tao Rui also has the style of planning and winning thousands of miles away, which shows that he is also very accurate in grasping the timing. Only two good enough commanders can connect this signal to each other." She put her hands on the table and asked sideways, "Teacher Luo, from Tao Rui's perspective, if he can also guess Chung Feng's layout, does he have any good strategy to break the situation?" Old Luo shook his head. "There is no strategy to deal with it, and it is useless to guess it. This kind of real-life collision is inevitable, and it is a test of the strength of a single soldier. The commander can maximize the role of the team, but it is not omnipotent." "Okay." The host straightened his back and said, "Why am I a little nervous?" Some netizens' attention has been drawn to the two people. Lao Luo's wrinkles have been smoothed out, and he looks 20 years younger. Before, his eyes seemed to be holding a knife. I almost thought Lao Luo was going to walk away, but fortunately Chung Feng turned the game around and supported him. "Isn't Lao Luo happy too early? So what if I guessed it? Based on my years of observation, 90% of optimistic views will be slapped in the face in the big battlefield. Anyway, from Lao Luo's point of view, there is nothing wrong with the theory. If something goes wrong in the end, it's the problem of a single soldier, and Chung Feng is still innocent." Beautiful. The words flashed across the chat box like a shadow with a faint light, and the candidates in white square uniforms finally gathered, and appeared on the main road in the middle. They had already pulled a certain distance from the pursuers behind them, and ran faster and faster under Tao Rui's urging. The soldiers in the front row sloppily propped up the bulletproof plates in front of them to clear the way, and the long and narrow team ran along the wall. It is impossible to verify who was the first captain to give the order. At that moment, all weapons, whether near or far, whether within reach or not, whether with long or short barrels, flapped their wings like a flock of birds awakened in the jungle, tearing apart the last inch apiece. Gunshots rang out, breaking the sky. The gunpowder smoke in the air and the echo-like ringing in the ears were all filled with a kind of nearly uncontrollable madness, like blood boiling and burning, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The young man, who had been frustrated for more than 2 hours, seemed extremely impatient in the face of this group of late-coming enemy troops. The offensive started a little earlier than planned, resulting in the first batch of results failing to meet expectations. Too impatient? Yinshin boldly moved forward a little, adjusted his posture, and said, "Be careful not to scare the leaks." Chung Feng, they all retreated. Pause. Things happened too quickly, and the students at the front of the team were cleared out of the examination room after just taking a step. Those bulletproof plates did not work at all, and countless bullets hit them one after another, and the impact directly knocked them to the ground. The candidates at the back retreated instinctively, turned around and hid, and stopped the team from moving. The deafening gunshots made everyone's heads dazed. The silence that followed added an unreal emptiness. The white team was still in fear, holding their guns and looking around in confusion. The people in front are crazy? What unforgivable crimes have we committed to deserve such a death penalty? Are all the people from the UN here? No wonder I didn't see them just now. My ears are going deaf. It's really not enough to kill a few people with hundreds of bullets. Can't stop. Tao Rui's order was issued in time, with irresistible severity, slightly dispelling everyone's hesitation. Hold together and rush forward. The people of the Second Army and the Allied forces are behind. If the white side hesitates, the situation will be more dangerous. At this time, any decision is better than hesitating. The soldiers don't need to think too much, just follow the front team to sprint. Tao Rui can't see too much information from the front line, and if he sees it, he has no time to deal with it. He can only continue with the previous plan and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention to defense and break through the line of fire. Fold the two wings and seize the opportunity." The white team headed forward. The sound of bullets piercing military uniforms continued to be heard around them. A group of people gathered together and tried to stick close to the wall so that they could not see the scene too far away. However, in the process of running, everyone still found that there were more and more corpses on the ground, all of which were peripheral soldiers who died in the charge. The first hour was full of vigor and vitality. The second hour was roaming and restraining. Just a while ago, they had the upper hand. Now, after the familiar joy, the surroundings are shrouded in blood and wailing is everywhere. They had to step on the bodies of their comrades to rush out of the city gate. The road to the gate was so long that it was almost endless. Humiliation, anger, confusion, and all kinds of mixed emotions gradually flooded the team. Shouts were heard, but were covered by gunshots. In contrast, the emotions of the people in the alliance were getting higher and higher. The noise caused by the explosion was too loud. The communicator filtered out part of it, but it still affected communication. A group of people could only shout at the top of their lungs to talk. "Ha ha ha, brothers, I killed 2 people. Are you dazzled, my friend? It was clearly me who killed him. You are talking nonsense. Can you find the one you shot among all the flying bullets? What about your dream? What are you arguing about? We are all family. We don't distinguish between you and me. While you were talking, I fired more than a dozen shots, maybe I got a few more heads. Did you see the large group of people lying on the ground, brothers? Great." Xiang Yunjian's team was responsible for guarding the city gate, and was a certain distance away from the white team, so they had basically no chance to participate in this round of carnival. The hot-blooded young men listened to their comrades' boastful counting in the channel, and could not control themselves just by imagining it. After not seeing Xiang Yunjian move for a long time, they were anxious to plead in the team channel. Old Xiang, hurry up. If you are late, there will be no chance. Captain, don't you want to win glory for the United Nations? Don't you want to avenge last year's blood feud? Changfeng, rotate the team positions. Old Xiang, go and discuss it with the commander-in-chief. Don't forget our team. Is this fair? I want to go too. Give me a chance. Xiang Yunjian's ears itched when he heard it, but he stood there dutifully, as still as a mountain. When the group's throats were almost hoarse, they persuaded him in a lukewarm manner. No. Don't listen, don't look, don't think. The teammate blurted out. That must be a dead person. Old Xiang, you have changed. Changfeng comforted. Don't worry. The people on the white side were a little overwhelmed. Before, they laughed at Changfeng for not knowing the rules and giving random orders when collecting supplies. Now I understand what it feels like to be crushed to death with just supplies. But they are the ones who are crushed to death. When there are enough bullets, the recoil is extremely terrifying. Especially since the people of the United Nations prepared early and had a geographical advantage. The momentum of the joint attack was like a tide, hitting them. In just a few hundred meters, the white side suffered heavy casualties, and the morale of the team was low. If they didn't save the situation, it would be like giving points to the United Nations for nothing. Then all the advantages gained in the early stage would be wasted. The young men reported in a roar. Tao Rui, no, too many brothers have died. The fire from the UN is too fierce. They are just throwing supplies at us, totally ignoring the basic law. Tao Rui opened his mouth, surprised and solemn, and said to himself, how could this happen? How could the loss be so great? Is the strength of the UN soldiers so strong? They are in a good position. It is not convenient for us to fight back. The important thing is that the bullets are raining down. Who can stop them? The young man paused. The latter part of the sentence was a little unclear, and he said anxiously, the coalition forces and the Second Army are chasing us. We are caught in the front and back. What should we do now? It was still too late. Tao Rui's face turned black, and he pinched his thigh with his hands. He made a quick decision and overturned the previous plan. He said, go up the road. Everyone break through the up road. The young man gritted his teeth and nodded, asked the people around him to help organize the team, and asked again, are you not leaving the city? Tao Rui said, don't go out for now. Counterattack on all fronts and preserve the advantage. The reaction of the Second Army and the Allied forces was 2 beats slower, and when they caught up, The middle road was already in chaos. Kang Jinxue immediately commanded the soldiers to rush over and kill. Looking at the fallen bodies and the groups of enemy soldiers, he said happily, "Chunfeng, why didn't you ask us for help for such a good thing? We are all on the same path, and only by cooperating with each other can we go a long way." As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the actions of the white team had changed. A group of people turned around and stopped attacking the city gate. Instead, they went through various small roads and moved to the position of the Second Army's camp. Kang Jinxue's smile froze. When he confirmed that the next step of the white side was indeed to attack the Second Army, he angrily said, "Damn it, don't move, stop them. He just came and hasn't got any kill points yet, so how come he got into trouble?" Chunfeng saw that the people on the opposite side were about to leave, and said slowly, "Please help pass a message to Tao Rui." The students of the Lian University turned on the loudspeakers to help shout, and shamelessly added their own words. "Chunfeng asked you to tell Tao Rui that he is a rookie." Chunfeng said that if Tao Rui had the guts, he should come and fight her in person. "Our commander-in-chief asked you to help bring her a humiliating greeting." Chunfeng raised his middle finger in the direction of Tao Rui. "Don't listen to their nonsense." Chunfeng said it wasn't Tao Rui's fault. The key is that the individual soldiers of the white team were too weak. "Tao Rui, don't cry. Our allies are even weaker than you." After being interrupted by this bunch of idiots, Chunfeng suddenly forgot what he was going to say. He recalled for a while with his mouth open, as if he was going to say, "I give you a three-way pincer attack in return," but now he felt that it was not impressive enough, so he decided to forget it. "You're going to scold us for this?" Kang Jinxue was obviously not confident this time. Tong Sun's bottom lane was very safe. He chased after him and grabbed a few heads. He still remembered the lesson he had learned from Chunfeng before, so he kept a low profile and didn't say anything. No one said anything, so Kang Jinxue had to call out, "Chunfeng, help me." It was also at this time that everyone discovered a serious problem. There were not enough bullets. The supplies on the battlefield were not scarce, but they were not abundant in the early stage. The supplies can only be collected once every 3 hours, and the number of subsequent collections will be adjusted accordingly according to the number of people and the results. The pace of the opening match was too fast, and everyone was fighting in the city, which meant a lot of consumption. At present, the inventory on each side is not very abundant. At least they can't be as wasteful as the United Nations. In order to stop the white team soldiers, Kang Jinxue had to let everyone attack with all his strength. In order to survive, the white team also fought with more energy than before. When the battle line slowly shifted to the upper road, people on both sides felt their pockets. "Damn, there is almost no money in my pocket." The white team is at least rich, and the supply packages of the Second Army are really cleaner than their faces. How to fight next? Rely on physical combat? Kang Jinxue was terrified, calling Chunfeng's name like a ghost. Chunfeng asked, "How can I help?" Kang Jinxue said shamelessly, "Lend me some supplies, and I will return them to you later." "No, double it." Chunfeng. He sneered. Kang Jinxue knew that this plastic relationship could not be maintained, and he was angry and said, "You sell us out." He scolded, "Is the Union University going to sell out its allies? You scolded so badly before, aren't you ashamed?" Chunfeng walked to the top of the stairs, clenched his fist against his lips, coughed twice, and cleared his throat. "If people don't sell me, I won't sell people." She was originally a good person. Chapter 168. But in a blink of an eye, the situation on the field has changed drastically. The host murmured, "This is really changing in a flash." The dazzling gunfire almost made her lose her mind, and made her unable to judge. She only saw groups of soldiers running in a mess, and figures falling one by one. There was a unique rhythm when military boots stepped on the concrete ground, but such a slight movement was completely suppressed by the flashing sparks. The paintings switched and flowed one by one, and in the background was the shouting of young people who were difficult to distinguish their positions. When she came to her senses, the Union University, which was at a great disadvantage before, had already dominated the entire examination room with its guns, chasing after the white team. The host began to recall what she had missed, but the current amount of information was too much for her to be distracted. She had no choice but to pull Lao Luo and gave him a look for help. She couldn't find the next topic. It was as if the game was played at double the speed, which made her, as a non-professional, feel deeply confused. Lao Luo smiled and said, "This is what a big battlefield looks like. The starting points of all the major military academies are similar, with only 1,000 soldiers each. The wind direction of change has come, and there is only a very short time for those on the edge of the cliff to make a choice. Whoever can't grasp it and analyze it clearly will fall behind and get beaten. The host hurriedly asked, "So the white team is going to be beaten now, right?" Lao Luo said, "Not really." Tao Rui was quick to respond, and he made a very timely and accurate judgment. The second army should really be beaten. He pulled out the background data and hung it in the corner of the live broadcast room for the audience to check. There are currently more than 600 survivors in the Union University, more than 700 in the coalition, but there are nearly 900 in the Second Army. So far, the Second Army is actually the one with the biggest advantage in the red camp. The bottom lane of the coalition was also forced to consume a wave at the beginning. Only the Second Army has been wandering outside of various fights. While others are attracting fire, they are developing in a sneaky way. Tao Rui's tactics should be to defeat them one by one, so the advantage of the Second Army will be eliminated sooner or later. Now is the best time. He closed the data board and saw the host nodding at him thoughtfully, thinking about how to make it easier to understand. The rule of scoring separately made the 6 military academies seem to be allies, but separated from each other, and seemed to be hostile, but had subtle interests involved. The transformation and utilization of the enemy's position is the most interesting part of the battlefield. So the battlefield is the stage for command. Lao Luo drank a sip of water first. Because the bottle cap was open, the water was a little cold, but he didn't care. When his throat was no longer so dry, he slowly spoke. The loss of the white side is inevitable. After all, the resources are not as much as the other side. The most critical issue facing Tao Rui is how to retain his previous advantage to the greatest extent. The middle lane of the United University is needless to say. If Tao Rui escapes to the bottom lane, in order to prevent the Second Army from becoming too powerful, Chunfeng will most likely be forced to assist and narrow the gap between the 3 military academies. After all, the rules prohibit the same camp from killing each other, and the gap is too large to be made up in the later stage. But the situation is different when we go to the Second Army camp on the road. Chunfeng is responsible for hunting and making up for the previous casualties. Tongxuan is conservative and has limited supplies, so he can wander around the sidelines to pick up leaks. Tao Rui uses the pursuit of the Second Army to equalize his own losses. In fact, it is the same as the opening, but this time Tao Rui uses the interests that all 3 parties can accept to pull the United Nations and the coalition to his position. Lao Luo pointed to the white dot on the big map and gestured. So you see, the soldiers of the white team are no longer scattered after deciding to go up. Their marching and running are still organized and purposeful. The host suddenly realized and was a little amused. It's a matter of time. Tao Rui was outside the city, directly commanding a joint force with poor communication. He was able to recognize the combat power defects of his own soldiers in a short period of time and respond calmly. Even Lao Luo had to say, Tao Rui is indeed an amazing student. Although his concepts and techniques are still a little immature, he is indeed invincible on the battlefield. The host smiled and continued, Tao Rui's performance is indeed outstanding, but Chunfeng can still see through his tactics and achieve effective counterattacks. Lao Luo did not want to use this to praise his students. He just pulled the corners of his mouth and showed a faint smile. The host said, then please comment on Chunfeng by the way. Lao Luo thought for a moment, and commented seriously and implicitly, Chunfeng already looks like a commander. The host was surprised and said, you are a bit strict with your students. Lao Luo smiled meaningfully, and shook his head slightly. Netizens who knew everything started to talk freely about the topic. The host really didn't understand. Extract the key points of Lao Luo's meaning. Tao Rui's student, Chunfeng commanding appearance. There is no need to be so literal. The theme of the red team today, internal friction. Everywhere is full of turmoil. I always feel that the guys in the Second Army have a kind of stupid temperament. I am almost heartbroken. The mistake of the Second Army and the white team is that they don't know the importance of money. Chunfeng can consume opponents while restraining allies. 1 against 5 is not very accurate, but 1 against 4 is good enough. Live broadcast administrator, I beg you, I know you are also panicking, but please don't cut the camera anymore, my head is almost dizzy. The white soldiers really did as Lao Luo said, completely ignoring the candidates of the United Nations University chasing behind them, and fired at the camp of the Second Army with all their heart. The people of the 2 military academies are still easy to distinguish. The soldiers of the Second Army did not have many bullets left, and they did not dare to abandon their camp, so they could only flee everywhere. Holding the remaining supplies in his hands, he dared not to attack as if he was holding a coffin. The people of the United University would shoot at the slightest disagreement, and retreat when they encountered a counterattack, cherishing their lives very much. At this time, the presence of the United University candidates made Kang Jinxue feel complicated. It was a bit hateful, but he had to use them. The soldiers of the white team were fighting with the mentality of sacrificing themselves for the team, so how could Kang Jinxue want to sync with them? Seeing the number of his own people dropping like a leak, Kang Jinxue could only call for help on the public channel. Changfeng, move faster. 312,119 coordinates. There's a team of more than 10 people there. Hurry up. Changfeng said in a rude tone. Please? Please is not enough, I beg you. Kang Jinxue has a deep understanding of the dangers of society. Request the United Nations to attack. Come here to pick up heads. After Kang Jinxue finished speaking, he soon heard the excited tone of the United Nations candidates. Xiang Yunjian is here. Make way for our brother Xiang. I was finally released. Is it reasonable not to take 10 heads? Where do you need support? I sprint over there. Xiang Yunjian smiled and said, don't shout. Keep a low profile. Jiang Linxia said lazily, come back soon. I'm waiting for you at the city gate. The young man who had just been replaced by Changfeng was enjoying this rare freedom, and said affectionately, Old Jiang, waiting is beautiful, and it will ferment a more mellow friendship. Jiang Linxia laughed and cursed, get lost. The United Nations swept away the decadence and firmly grasped the initiative. The team's kill points were invisible, and the command of the frontline soldiers was given to the captains of each team to arrange. Changfeng had nothing to do. Shen Dan and Chen Huawei also relaxed. After a slight movement, his back and shoulders stiffened, and he realized that he was too tense before. Chen Huawei let out a long breath, then laughed and said, too exciting. Shen Dan clapped his hands immersively, and said seriously, you are worthy of being my MVP partner. Together, the two of us are invincible in the manual operation world. The NPC had been ridiculed by them several times before, and he had made up his mind not to speak before they opened their mouths. Hearing this, he couldn't help but mutter, is the business of data analysts so broad now? Have they all developed together with the hand operation? You don't know this? Shen Dan glanced at him, pointed at himself with his thumb, and then pointed at Changfeng. I am the MVP of Sanyao, and the rising star of the hand operation world. She is the MVP of the single soldier category, and the purple star of the hand operation world. She looked proud, as if it was such an honor for the NPC to sit behind them. Seeing this, the young man's muscles twitched and wanted to teach her a lesson. The NPC saw that Chen Huawei and others had a strange expression and thought Shen Dan was bluffing him. He curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. He glanced at Changfeng and said awkwardly, not bad. This commander has something. Changfeng waved his hand. Don't be jealous, it makes you look ugly. The NPC sneered, licked his teeth with his tongue, and couldn't find anything to say. The soldier guarding the gate turned around and looked at him inexplicably. You are torturing yourself, and you are chatting with them. The NPC turned his back, and said that he would never participate again. The gray sky did not change at all, but time was indeed jumping forward. Pleasant experiences are always very short. When Changfeng swept the board again, the number in the upper right corner was already 2 hours and 55 minutes. In another 5 minutes, the equipment depot will reopen. The logistics personnel of the Second Army drove over in advance to wait, and the competition became tense again. The atmosphere was like a taut string, and every time time jumped forward by 1 second, it would emit a slight tremor. It was a warning before the change came. Changfeng said, Team White should prepare for a second evacuation. Zhong Yijie felt that his journey had just begun, and every pore of his body was clamoring for fighting. He immediately patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Yifugui, I will definitely stop them. Let them go, let them go. Jiang Linxia, your team is also preparing to withdraw. Changfeng said leisurely, It will be bad luck if you stop them. Zhong Yijie, calm down. Zhong Yijie, It is difficult to count how many people are left on the white side. Changfeng roughly estimates that there should be only 300 to 500 people left. It seems small, but 300 to 500 people are very important in the later stage. There are only 500 people left in the Union University. The important thing is that the bullets of this group of candidates have been almost used up. If they stay in the red camp that has replenished supplies, there is only one way to go, which is death. After Tao Rui receives the supplies, he will certainly come in from outside the city to pick them up and take them out. When they come in from the middle, the first to bear the brunt will be the United Nations. Changfeng said, If Tong Sun and Kang Jinxue block them, you can help to assist and send Team Bai away quickly. Jiang Linxia smiled and said, Got it. Did Zhong Yijie understand? Zhong Yijie pressed his hat and whispered, Let's talk about it. Can you give the order first next time? We are friends who have been through life and death together. Chunfeng said, I will try my best. Outside the field, Zhong Yijie's instructor had a gloomy face and quietly stepped back, not daring to look at his colleague's expression. This embarrassing guy. There is really no other word in his mind except reckless. Chapter 169. The timing of the white team's withdrawal was precise. The soldiers of the Second Army had just received bullets from the material warehouse and were preparing to gather the team to distribute them. The remaining troops of the white team had already been integrated and scattered into a long line, running towards the door. The people of the General Assembly moved faster. As soon as the artillery fire stopped, the muzzle turned and went around to the back of the white team to help them cover their retreat. At the same time, they raised their hands and greeted the people of the Second Army with a playful smile, and hurriedly drove the white team away like a god. The two completely different faces made Kang Jinxue grit his teeth in hatred. Shameless, Tao Rui had just shown his face in the large army outside the city, and before he had time to show off his muscles or yell dirty words, his comrades, who had fallen into the enemy camp and were beaten badly, came out. Although everyone communicated through the communicator, when they really saw their brothers, both sides had mixed feelings. It was as if relatives who were thousands of miles apart finally met. The brothers who had thrown away their armor and weapons looked at their teammates, who were armed with guns not far away, their eyes flashing, and said, Family members, you don't know how hard our life is. Just as they were about to cry out, Xi and Kwang, who had deliberately turned up the loudspeaker to the maximum, shattered their prepared mood. Are you all out? Hurry up, we have to go back to defend. The eardrums of the young men were trembling, and they turned back with tired faces and glared. But they had to look up to see the head of the heavy armor. Their posture was not very domineering. They were more and more annoyed with such an ugly and rampant armor in front of them. They complained to Tao Rui in the channel, and pointed at Xi and Kwang, and cursed him from a distance. Although he brought his soldiers out without injury, and the overall performance of this battle was satisfactory, Tao Rui's expression did not look cheerful. With a cold face, he simply comforted everyone with a few words, and took the initiative to lead the team to retreat, commanding, Let's go! This is still the territory of the United Nations. Even after replenishing a batch of supplies, their inventory is still not sufficient. Tao Rui learned enough from this lesson, and decided not to attack the Red Army for the time being before he had enough money. And the people of the United Nations are weird. The people of the United League are reviewing the results of this battle with the afterglow of the spring breeze. Currently, the number of survivors of the United League is 513, only half of the population is left. However, about 350 people died in the previous isolation. Although more than 100 people died in the fight in the Second Army camp, the harvest was rich. Based on everyone's feedback, Chunfeng roughly guessed that this wave of picking up leaks on the road benefited from the selfless dedication of the Second Army. Their sacrifice of more than 100 people exchanged for more than twice the number of kills. At present, the number of kills of the United Nations has increased to more than 400, which greatly compensates for the team's early disadvantages. The depressed United Nations candidates finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, there is still hope for MVP. After being thankful, the pride in my heart grew up like bamboo shoots after rain. This is an unprecedented Jedi counterattack under the joint efforts of the 5 schools. Such a dangerous game of chess can't crush them. Who else can be more outstanding than them in this battlefield? Ha ha ha. Laughter from all kinds of voices echoed in the channel, overlapping and gradually becoming a little evil. Chen Hua stopped everyone and said that Chunfeng was going to give a speech. In order to show respect for the commander-in-chief, the channel soon became quiet. Qingfeng's speech was full of her usual style. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone didn't expect her to come up with any profound victory speech in a short time. Jiang Linxia took the lead in applauding and cheering loudly. Good. Thanks to the commander's leadership. Thanks to the Second Army and the Allied forces for their help. We are indeed friends in the same trench. How can a data analyst be so strong? Chunfeng, are you the worm in Tao Rui's stomach? The young man deliberately shouted at his allies very loudly, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Shen Dan and Shen Huai finally counted the remaining supplies of each team and distributed the newly received equipment according to demand. Although the warehouse manager NPC was very angry with them, it must be said that he was still very honest. They lost half of their head, but the supplies they received were only 1/3 less than before, which means that the quota of each soldier has increased. In contrast, the coalition army had 200 more people than them, but the actual supplies were almost the same. The coalition army did not participate enthusiastically in the last wave of fishing in troubled waters, but at least they saved a little money. The worst was indeed the Second Army, which had nothing left. Even after receiving new supplies, their lives were still miserable. Kong Jinchua brought 2 brothers to try to persuade the NPC, but before he could say 3 words, he was kicked out by the 2 soldiers guarding the gate with his arms held up. The righteous NPC stood in front of the iron gate with his arms folded across his chest, saying, "Students nowadays are really too shameless." Jin Huahua took some time to massage the joints of his fingers, and then walked around twice to loosen up the joints. He nodded his chin and asked, "Chun Feng, how do you think Tao Rui will fight next?" "Don't fight." Chun Feng said, "He probably won't send out a large force in the next 3 hours." Nearly 1,000 people were lost in 3 hours. The pace of the game was too fast. Tao Rui's original plan must not have reached this point. The red team is almost done. The Allied forces and the Second Army are both afraid of poverty. Now the primary goal of each military academy must be to store bullets. Even if the United Army is full of fighting spirit, they don't want to cooperate for the time being. There will be no large-scale fighting, but small-scale harassment can continue. Chun Feng said, "We should not just wait during this period. Guerrilla warfare on the periphery, taking advantage of the low morale of the enemy and the terrain advantage, maybe we can kill a few more heads." Xiang Yunjin asked, "We take the initiative? Leave the city?" "Of course." Qinfeng's tone was calm, but his fighting spirit was high. "Let them see the violence of our UN." Chun Feng still held the same view. No matter how many kills were recovered, the situation of the UN was not optimistic. They were too few in number, and they could not just seek stability. Otherwise, they would be targeted by the white side again, and the situation would be even worse. Only by seeking to stand up in the midst of destruction can there be a possibility of breaking through adversity. Violence? Jiang Linxia put his hand next to his ear. "We are only about 500 people, and we still want violence?" He said earnestly, "Feng Fengzi, do you know why the great leader proposed to surround the cities from the countryside? It is because there are few people and violence cannot be carried out." Chun Feng bewitched, "You have to believe that you are a good enough individual soldier." Jiang Linxia looked cold. "The person who said this to me last time wanted to kill me." Chun Feng TSK. Now the awareness of individual soldiers has been deceived, and the predecessors have cut off the way for the future generations. I am talking about relative violence. Qinfeng's mind raced, and he said wittily, "Let me change the word. It should be brave, not violent." No one said anything at this time. More than 10 people in the command channel were silent. It was just like the calmness when the teacher called on students to ask questions in class. Whoever took the initiative first would be unlucky first. Everyone was actively fighting before, and this is also a rare opportunity. Chun Feng said generously, "I am willing to reward this opportunity to Xi and Kuang." Xi and Kuang had already thought of a reason. "Let Lao Yin go. Military motorcycles and armored vehicles need my team. There are no better drivers." Chun Feng, Yinshin. Yinshin slowly opened his mouth and said in a slightly exaggerated tone, "You want to transfer the precious snipers to fight guerrilla warfare?" Chun Feng said, "Xiang Yunjin can't go, right?" Xiang Yunjin led the most elite individual soldiers of their United Nations, and it would be a pity to send them to fight guerrilla warfare. Zhong Yijie is even more unreliable. He is not suitable for this kind of delicate work. The remaining teams have been split up and incorporated, and they are gone. Now there are only 5 teams of 100 people. So it was fate that chose Jiang Linxia. "Old Jiang." Chun Feng had just said 2 words when Jiang Linxia interrupted her angrily. "You call me Old Jiang? I'm not a junior. Why should I stand at the bottom of the food chain? We are all brothers in the same dormitory. Do you have the face to blame me?" He said quickly, "If you have the ability, let the finance department do it. Then I admire your backbone. Are you worried that he will cut off your pocket money?" Xi and Kuang laughed in an ambiguous tone. Chun Feng hesitated shamefully. After all, the ban on red envelopes had only been lifted not long ago. Jiang Linxia was angry at his lack of ambition and scolded him. "Do you have any ambition at all? Wouldn't you make more money by live streaming?" Chun Feng whispered, "That's different." Jiang Linxia was mad. "What's different?" Chun Feng said seriously, "Increasing income while reducing expenditure." Xi and Kuang said with great emotion, "I haven't seen such a sensible child for a long time." He was surrounded by a group of prodigals, and only Chun Feng could inherit his legacy. Jiang Linxia shouted, "What kind of family education is this?" Shen Dan held his chin to watch the fun and yawned out of boredom. "How about voting?" Chun Feng clasped his hands, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said sincerely and uprightly, "I am a democratic person." Jiang Linxia sneered. The only person who could speak a fair word for him also spoke up. Xiang Yunjian betrayed him without any sympathy. Do you need my vote? I entrusted Changfeng to vote. It's unfortunate for my family. Jiang Linxia sighed and stopped humiliating himself. Call your team members and move towards the lower road. The terrain outside the lower road city is an undeveloped mountain forest, and there are several independent houses on the mountain. Jiang Linxia took 60 people away, divided them into 3 teams, and selected 2 vice captains. The remaining members stood by at the sidelines, ready to be substitutes. This way, there are fewer people, which makes it easier to escape when an accident occurs. Chapter 170. As soon as Jiang Linxia set out, Qingfeng's attitude immediately changed, and he coaxed him with a bit of diligence. Brother Jiang, in fact, you are the most talented individual soldier in my heart. Guerrilla warfare is such a high-tech combat method that ordinary people can't do it, only you can do it. Jiang Linxia didn't say anything. First, because Qingfeng's words were too insincere, and second, making jokes during the mission would affect his professionalism. 20 people sneaked to the edge of the 2,000-man camp. He still had to be vigilant about the suicidal things. Changfeng was still making useless promises. When you return gloriously, we will line up to welcome you. Only Yinshin responded with a sly smile. You underestimate Lao Jiang and his brothers. Do you guys care about face? Jiang Linxia pouted and gestured to the team members behind him, and then walked forward carefully along the winding mountain road. The grass and trees were lush, and from a high place, you could see the green arc of the mountain extending unsteadily to the bottom until it connected with the flat land 1 kilometer away. A little further away was the main camp of the White Army. The neat and orderly crowd lined up from the slope of the hill to the middle of the main road. They left a narrow gap between each other to prove their respective positions. Because there were not many people, and everyone was a veteran who had cooperated in many exercises, the group's whereabouts were very concealed. Halfway through the journey, they were not discovered by the White Army and successfully sneaked into the range where they could be sniped. Jiang Linxia crouched behind the bushes and raised his hand to press down, indicating that everyone should find a good position to prepare for the sneak attack. A range of 1.5 kilometers to 2 kilometers is acceptable. If it is too far, the accuracy of the gun will be affected. If it is too close, there is no suitable terrain to hide. Find the troops of the First Army and don't provoke them. Jiang Linxia whispered in the team channel. The group with the most people should be the soldiers led by Tao Rui. He is a very sinister person. Keep the benefits for yourself and leave the death to others. This is pure slander. Of the 3 military academies of the White Army, the comprehensive strength of the First Army is indeed higher. Tao Rui also took on more responsibilities. The brothers behind him asked nervously, We are still so far away. Do we need to talk like this? Yes. Jiang Linxia observed for a moment with a detection mirror, then turned back and said, Let's attack the team on the far left. Disperse. They dared not speak loudly, and they moved more cautiously. 20 people groped and dispersed in all directions, looking for suitable shelters on their own. Jiang Linxia put his gun behind a mossy stone, and without notifying them, he took the lead in firing the first shot after finding a good angle. The fire flashed at the muzzle, and the unclear bullets tore through the sky. Then, a candidate who seemed to be resting on the AFK fell to the ground not far away. Perhaps because they had just experienced a 3-hour fierce battle, the white team did not expect that there would be enemy troops who would dare to come out of the city to touch their hair, so the group of people stood in a somewhat loose posture. When the enemy attack was discovered, the crowd rioted in a small area, and quickly cleared a circle of space around the corpse, but did not completely disperse. The soldiers in the front row of the queue directly set up bulletproof shields, while the soldiers in the back methodically searched for snipers on the mountain. Jiang Linxia's teammates followed suit and fired one after another. The aftermath of the loud noise seemed to echo in circles in the silent forest. Maybe the distance was a bit far. Jiang Linxia stared and checked. The kill rate was not very high. About 7 or 8 people fell in this batch. Minus the seriously injured individual soldiers, the number of kills was optimistically around 5. The team member reloaded and muttered, The wind seems a bit strong. Or move forward a little more, I'm afraid the trajectory will deviate. Jiang Linxia was about to say who was moving around, making the leaves rustle, frowned and moved his eyes away from the scope, only to find that the movement came from the bottom of the mountain not far away. It wasn't the sound of the wind pressing the blades. After they stopped shooting, the other side also stopped. 20 people were facing a formidable enemy. It was very convenient to sneak attack from inside the city to outside the city. After all, the white team was the attacking party, and it was difficult for the team to evacuate after camping on the road. However, if you sneak into the city from outside the city to conduct a sneak attack, the probability of being counterattacked is very high. We can meet in this middle section of the road. Everyone is a guerrilla. In a flash, both sides threw a grenade almost at the same time in the position covered by the grass leaves, and threw it to the opposite side's lurking area. At the same time, a group of young men in military uniforms jumped out from their respective ambush points. Leaves in the forest fell rustlingly, and in the dust, a vague black shadow flashed by like a ghost. People on both sides ran frantically, without stopping, and continued to take out their waist pockets to throw grenades. The roar in emergency situations was still clearly audible. Left, left. There is a pit on the right, be careful. Go, brothers, die with them. If they dare to attack us, we must make them go without return. Go! The sound of bullets do was heard continuously. The battle was fierce. It would be a shame if 100 people were not killed. When the grenades on their bodies were about to run out, everyone was reluctant to calm down. It took a long time to wait for the smoke to dissipate. The flying sand and rocks stopped, and the vision became clearer. The captains of the two teams looked out, and saw that the two groups of people had already retreated as if they were running for their lives, leaving a gap of 300 or 400 meters in between. The mud was bombed into potholes, and trees collapsed, but there was no sign of people. Jiang Linxia cursed inwardly. Damn it! How many steps did you rush back? As we all know, when the wretched flow appears on your side, it is called tactics, but when it appears on the opposite side, it can only be called shameless. The people on both sides immediately spat in unison. Shameless. Especially Jiang Linxia, who cursed loudly and spit on the ground poo. The young man on the opposite side sneered. Don't be so shameless. Find out your situation. Jiang Linxia shouted. Come out if you have the guts, let's fight. The young man on the opposite side stiffened his neck and retorted. Am I sick to fight with a sneak attack from a thief, like you? The two exchanged a few words, and suddenly the voices became quieter. Because of the same rhythm, the change was too obvious. Both sides were shocked, and thought it was not good. The support from the opposite side came. This time Jiang Linxia did not retreat again, because the comrades who came to meet directly collided with the reinforcements of the other side. It was another fierce attack with shouts from both sides. Chunfeng listened to the whole process, and the route for the team support was drawn by her. Several captains and deputy commanders were idle, so they also used their authority to jump to Jiang Linxia's team channel. Everyone could probably imagine what happened on the front line, but they had been silent before, fearing to disturb them. This time, they really couldn't hold it back, and Xi and Quang sighed. Chess players meet their match, and generals meet talents. These two are a perfect match. No one else can take on the opponent's moves. Chunfeng was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that after Yusai, I could meet another Fengchu of the wretched style. Shindan said with great sorrow. This is how the social atmosphere is corrupted. Chunfeng asked, Jiang Linxia, how is it? Jiang Linxia was silent for a moment, and said with surprise, we have a lot of people. Not only a lot of people, but also a lot of equipment. Chunfeng asked them to take all the explosive weapons in the bottom of the box to save their lives. The Bai team only sent 50 or 60 people to explore or investigate, but the Foundation alone was different. In addition, Tongsun heard the noise outside the city, and seeing that even so few people were dispatched, he followed to watch the excitement. More than 100 people quickly surrounded the Bai team from three sides. Jiang Linxia laughed grimly. Bai Fong wanted to send people back for help, but it was not that easy. The speed of climbing the mountain was even slower, especially with a cliff of dozens of meters below, so they had to either take a detour or climb the mountain. When their second batch of support arrived, Jiang Linxia and others had already called off the battle. Jiang Linxia reported proudly, the battle is over, more than 30 heads, this is a big win. Great. Brother Jiang is amazing. Everyone applauded. Jiang Linxia paused, lowered his voice a little, and said, 8 brothers sacrificed. They are enjoying themselves off the field now. Chunfeng said, the results are impressive, well done. The United Nations has declined, and can only earn points bit by bit now. This kind of one-for-many guerrilla warfare is currently the most effective way to grab points, and it is extremely important to the United Nations. Chunfeng made up his mind and said, let's play professional guerrilla warfare. Tao Rui didn't react to such a big fight, they will definitely not expand the battle. Xi and Quang, your team members come to take over the first team. Xiang Yunjian, you go out from the top lane. Chen Huawei was shocked. You want old Xiang to go? Yin Shen was also a little worried. If we send out 2 battalions, we will only have 300 people left. Xiang Yunjian simply replied, okay. Use the individual soldiers with pity, and try to bring them back to you. He took off his hat, and grabbed a handful of hair. He has been on standby for a long time without a chance to play, and he is about to grow hair. Xiang Yunjian stretched out his hand to grab the collar of the brother, who was about to fall asleep next to him, and frightened him so much that he directly carried him to the upper road with his strong arm. A group of people quickly followed with guns in hand, jumping lightly along the way. The subsequent guerrilla attack was far from as smooth as the opening. After the attack, the white team responded promptly, and specially selected a row of people to skin the snipers on the mountain. If the marching noise was a little louder, they would shoot and kill them in advance without waiting for everyone to take action. No more teams were sent to the mountain for reconnaissance. This slowed down the progress of everyone. If Xiang Yunjian had not led the team, this guerrilla attack might have really achieved little effect, or even lost more than the gain. He was very courageous and directly approached the sideline, using the powerful momentum of the sniper rifle at close range to directly break through the defense line, and his comrades in the rear would find opportunities to cooperate and kill. Even so, it can only ensure a 1-for-2 level. Jiang Linxia regretted, alas, the number of casualties in the mountain guerrillas is not as high as that in the sneak attack on the large army. He commented on himself. Green water and green mountains are gold and silver mountains. Chen Huahua laughed and scolded, go to hell. When the second 3 hours were about to end, Xiang Yunjian and Jiang Linxia retreated. After waiting patiently for half an hour, there was still no movement from Tao Rui. At this time, it was getting dark, and Chen Feng guessed that Tao Rui should let his teammates go to sleep, and he would conserve his energy in the first half of the night, and would not launch an attack. It was not a good idea to keep the tension on our side, so we replaced a group of people, and went down the mountain, and the other group took turns to rest. Tong Sun and Kong Zhenxue saw that the number of people in the Union University had been reduced too much, and they began to have opinions. They reminded them several times in a roundabout way that the middle road must not be lost. When the 6 hours were over, Chen Feng took back all the guerrillas. The total number of people in the Union University was only 392. In the 6 hours of guerrilla warfare, about 200 people from the other side were killed. The shrouded black curtain seemed to be able to suppress everyone's mood. Only the light yellow light of the street lamps was left in the city. The expressions of the people sitting under the light were cast a little deep by the shadows. There are not many people. Shindan let out a long breath, a bit lonely. There are less than 400 people to guard a street, and there will be loopholes no matter how they line up. Chen Huawei is quite open-minded. He has already made up his mind to let the coalition and the Second Army send troops to support. Anyway, they leak the middle road, and if they don't help, they will lose the big battlefield together. I don't know what our current points ranking is. The overall data can be seen outside the field. Tao Rui gave a reminder in advance that there will be no active siege in the next 6 to 9 hours, so Lao Luo and the host went back to rest, leaving only the live broadcast administrator on duty. Hearing this, the young man pulled out the table data and put it in the lower right corner of the screen. At this time, the Red Camp, the number of survivors of the Union University was 392, and the number of kills was 659. The number of survivors of the Union Army was 687, and the number of kills was 314. The records of the two armies were 611 and 236 respectively. The total number of survivors of the White Camp was 1791, and the total number of kills was 1310. Among them, the First Army where Tao Rui was located had 685 survivors and 579 kills. Except for the First Army where Tao Rui was located, the scores of all the major military academies were almost the same, and the Union University unexpectedly rose to third place. The points of the United Nations were raised entirely by the number of kills. But its dismal number of survivors proved the fatal flaw of endurance. This guerrilla warfare was more like a struggle before death. Therefore, Tao Rui indulged himself in order to further reduce the combat power of the United Nations. This was the price he was willing to pay. Chen Feng didn't know the exact data, and in order to win the MVP, he could only make a conservative estimate. She said, "Our kills should be around 550. After Tao Rui collects all the supplies, he will probably focus on the middle lane first. If we don't survive, the kills of over 1,000 will be in vain. Once the number of team members is less than 100, the kill weight will be infinitely reduced." Chen Feng fell silent, slowly turned his head, glanced at the NPC behind him. His eyes flickered slightly. Ouch. The NPC stared, with a face full of smugness, and his tone rose and fell, sounding particularly yin and yang, and shouted again, "Ouch!" These two short words contain a lot of emotions. Translated roughly, "You have this day too?" Lao Luo and the host just returned to the commentary room, turned on the radio equipment, and said without beginning or end, "It's a bit difficult." Chapter 171. This time, the debate among netizens was also extremely intense, and they were basically discussing whether there was still a chance to revitalize the current situation of the Union University. Each one spoke with absolute certainty. The sleepiness that had just brewed in the middle of the night disappeared completely during the discussion. A group of night owls wanted to roll up their sleeves and play themselves. The Union University is gone. Chunfeng tried his best, but there is no solution to the deadlock. Qinfeng's guerrilla warfare this time seemed to be profitable, raising the number of kills of the Union University to the first place, but the rhythm was too fast. Others had just played halfway, and you had already risked your life. It would be strange if you could win. If Chunfeng didn't fight this guerrilla warfare, the subsequent large-scale battles would not be able to achieve a 1-for-2 exchange. Isn't the current situation much better than at the beginning? At least the points have been raised. At the beginning, you have everything you want. Although the United Nations has a little less people now, Chunfeng can completely trick the United Army and the Second Army to come to the middle defense in the later stage, and hide in the armory with the backup players. Hide? If the United Nations goal is MVP, there is no choice to hide. The start of the 5 schools joining forces to defeat Tianqin was unreasonable. Didn't Sanyao say anything? The host scanned the comments and could probably understand some of them. He couldn't help but say with regret, "Do you also think Chunfeng can't make a comeback? But she has always done very well." Lao Luo was checking the latest background data. He nodded almost unnoticeably, showing a slightly satisfied look, but he said, "It's difficult to make a comeback, and it's even more difficult to use Sanyao's NPC to adjust the balance of the game." The host thought for a while, and asked blankly, "What balance of the game?" Lao Luo pointed ahead, and asked her to watch the live broadcast. Several core team members gathered in the open space in front of the armory. Shindan pushed Chunfeng with his elbow, and raised his eyebrows to ask silently. Chunfeng nodded in response, then stared at the person in front of him and said, "The situation is different now. Can you support the United Nations in this situation?" The NPC put down his arms around his chest, and pressed down the corners of his lips. His temperament suddenly lost 2 points of freedom, and became 3 points more majestic and solemn. Qin Huawei and others all looked at him. The atmosphere was slightly stagnant amid everyone's tense breathing. "You are quite calm." The NPC said, "We can help you, but we have a few rules." Chunfeng raised his chin and said simply, "Let's talk." The instructor was quite disappointed with her reaction, shook his head and said, "First, we can only send out 60 people." Qin Huawei was overjoyed and laughed. 60 people is fine. We don't think it's too little." The NPC also smiled at him with a kind expression, and finished the rest of the words. "Second, our kill points don't count towards yours, but our death points count towards yours." Qin Huayue's smile froze, and he fell silent. He closed his mouth after a few seconds and turned back in dismay. "It's such a loss." Shindan said bluntly, "Listen to it yourself. Is this reasonable?" The NPC ignored her and continued. "Third." Jiang Linxia rarely saw such a shameless person, and was surprised to say, "You are the third?" "Third." The young man smiled and said more harshly, "Our 60 people don't count towards your number." Chunfeng didn't quite understand, so he confirmed it again. "Your number of survivors cannot be converted into our points, so does that affect the weight? We are us, and you are you." The instructor gestured on their chests. "As long as your deaths are less than 100, the weight will be reduced, and it has nothing to do with us." After he said that, he stood aside, staring at Chunfeng with bright eyes, waiting for her reaction. His expression was full of ridicule and gloating. Jiang Linxia wanted to curse. Chunfeng also frowned. "You call this helping?" Qin Huawei stood up suddenly, feeling ridiculous. "Which side are you helping? How much money did Tao Rui give you?" The NPC shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said indifferently, "If you don't agree, forget it. I didn't beg you." Jiang Linxia laughed in anger, and said sarcastically, "These are the least valuable 2 minutes of my life. Any good news?" Xian Kuang said, "At least profiteers have a cover, right?" "It's good news." The young man clapped his hands, and smiled brightly. "The other 2 mechas can be driven by people from your school." Everyone was thinking about how good this news was. The NPC remembered something, and waved 4 fingers in front of Qinfeng's eyes, adding, "Oh, there's a 4th one." A group of people waited for him to speak with cold faces. "We won't listen to your command." He smiled with his teeth particularly white. "We are all free agents, Just guarding the armory, you know. Jiang Linxiu waved his hand and decided to leave. Why waste time on this person? As soon as he took his left foot, he heard Chun Feng decisively respond, "Okay." Everyone immediately stared at Chun Feng with even more disbelief. Only the NPC was not surprised. Really? Chun Feng stood up, raised his hand to interrupt what Chen Huiwei was about to say, saying that he understood, and put on the same smile as the NPC, saying, "It's like this anyway, let's give it a try." The NPC put his arm around her shoulder and praised her. "You're smart." Jiang Linxiu called out, "Chun Feng, why are you panicking?" Xiang Yunjian half closed his eyes, leaned towards Jiang Linxiu, and stretched out 2 fingers on the hand holding the gun and hooked them down. "Calm down, Lao Jiang. Don't spread this to the team yet." Jiang Linxiu said with a dark face, "I know." The coalition forces and the Second Army also had soldiers on standby nearby. After hearing the content, they hid in the corner and quickly passed it to their respective commanders. Soon, Tong Sun's incredible exclamation sounded in the channel. "Chun Feng, are you sane? Can this deal be done?" Kong Jinchua also said dryly, "Thank you for the selfless contribution of the United Nations." Tong Sun said hurriedly, "Do you still want to win the faction war? Are you still serious about the game? Giving the mecha to the United Nations is good news. Xiang Yunjian and Chun Feng driving the mecha is good for the entire big camp. But it is precisely because all the rules are biased towards the big camp rather than the United Nations troops that it seems particularly weird. What a great glory, it is simply selfless and shining in all directions." Tong Sun was afraid that Chun Feng had given up the subsequent games. Without such a backbone force, they would definitely not be able to beat the white team. The people who had just negotiated the deal had no time to care about these 2 allies. The NPC's face became more and more kind, as if he was facing a group of lambs who had gone astray. He asked enthusiastically, "Which mecha should I choose?" Chun Feng said, "Hand-operated, Pajuan." The NPC nodded and gestured, "Follow me." The back of the armory was very secluded, with only a piece of grass and no one living. The NPC youth covered his earphones and said gather, and ignored them, looking down at the map given by the system. After a few minutes, there was still no movement around. The distant wind blew from the night sky, and the humming sound seemed to be mocking. Jiang Linxiu suspected more and more that he had been deceived. He moved to Xiang Yunjian's side and winked at him. Xiang Yunjian glanced at him lightly, pulled Qingfeng's sleeve and said, "This person is irritated." Chun Feng saw that everyone around him was his own people, so he nodded in the direction of the NPC and said, "That person can see at a glance that there is a very subtle omission in Shindan's model. What do you think the level is?" Jiang Linxiu was skeptical. "Really?" Shindan raised his hand to testify. "Their kill points are not counted as ours, but they are not counted as the opponent's either." Chun Feng said, 60 Xiang Yunjian. 60 Yenshin. How many heads of the white team can be reduced? Yenshin. Said. "How did he become a unit of measurement? Is he common?" But he didn't listen to orders. Jiang Linxiu pointed at the NPC and said, "And maybe he was cheating at the time? Do you think he looks very powerful with his nonchalant temperament?" The NPC glanced back, and that glance made Jiang Linxiu's back inexplicably cold. He moved his lips and chose to keep silent. 10 minutes later, a footstep suddenly sounded in the night. The footsteps were heavy, steady, and powerful, like dozens of pairs of military boots stepping on the ground with the same rhythm. The familiar and neat voice shocked all the waiting people, and made them look towards the source of the sound. A team of 60 people walked out neatly from under the streetlights. 5 rows of people were lined up in a straight line, and the leading soldier could be seen standing tall and straight, with a dragon-like and tiger-like step. The marching spirit and power alone were more majestic than those of ordinary military school students. Jiang Linxiu was stunned, and Xiang Yunjian was also surprised. Xin Huo said hesitantly, "Damn, who are these people?" As everyone knows, the 2,000 NPCs guarding the armory are generally as weak as chickens, and are purely used to feed points to the white team. And these 60 people should be real people who just logged into the game within 10 minutes. Until the 60 people stopped and stood in front of everyone, and simply said stand at attention and salute, the pressure and momentum became more real. Xi and Quang said softly, 60 people are exactly 2 rows. Jiang Linxiu walked over Xiang Yunjian, pinched Qingfeng's shoulder with one hand, swallowed his saliva, and said, "The bet is won, Chun Feng." Chun Feng. Hiss. Sounded, and Xiang Yunjian took the opportunity to slap his hand away. The NPC said, "A hand-operated mecha also needs a cockpit, right? So I equipped myself with an armored vehicle." But there are no hot weapons on the roof. You can choose a safe place to use as the initial parking space. Shindan's voice was even lowered. I drive? The NPC rolled up his sleeves and volunteered. I drive for you. To be honest, Chun Feng didn't trust him very much on this point. I always felt that he would deliberately retaliate. But she felt it was difficult to refuse now, so she didn't say anything. The NPC said, then, tell us your requirements. If conditions permit, we may be able to agree to them. Chun Feng had already thought about it. My requirements are half of yours, only 2. She made AV in the air. 1, live. 2, kill. Jiang Linxia struggled to move her eyes away from the NPC and hesitated. Why do these requirements seem familiar? Shindan raised his hand obediently. The NPC nodded coldly. Tell me. Shindan asked, excuse me, which unit are you from? Young man, tell them. The sonorous voice shook the air. Report. The 307th recruits of the 6th Expeditionary Force, 2nd Platoon, 3rd Platoon, all in position. Expeditionary Force. The 3 words directly numbed everyone on and off the screen. Jiang Linxia even had goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't listen to the report behind him, and turned his head to look at the people beside him, and found that everyone's expression was dull, and they were experiencing the roar of 1,000 horses galloping in their hearts. Strictly careful unit of measurement. TSK. It's a bit low. Chapter 172. This was probably the most exciting night of this league. Even the usually calm Lao Luo couldn't help but tremble. He was about to speak when his wrist was firmly grasped by someone. The host's eyes were gleaming, his mouth was open in disgrace, his expression was slightly stiff due to shock, and he asked in a suppressed tone, I heard that most military school students dream of joining the Expeditionary Force? No need to hear about it. Lao Luo smiled and said, students who can enter the top military schools are all aiming for the Expeditionary Force. Only the most outstanding graduates are recruited for trial training, followed by observation, assessment, and actual combat for an indefinite period of time. The extremely strict selection criteria represent absolute strength and status. The most dangerous war zone, and the most outstanding achievements also firmly link the 3 words Expeditionary Force with honor. Lao Luo's voice was tense and trembling with excitement, and he said, to the Expeditionary Force, they are new recruits. To the military academy students, these people are already veterans. This is an unprecedented strong support. The host was so excited that he couldn't find a topic to talk about. He didn't know much about the Expeditionary Army, so he didn't dare to comment casually. He glanced at the comment area, thinking of a few netizens' messages for interaction, and then he was dazzled by the messages that flashed like meteors in the text box. There was no important game news for nearly 7 hours, and it was late at night. The number of people in the live broadcast room was less than 1/10 of that in the daytime, and most of them were automatically hanging up. 5 minutes ago, this page was a bit deserted, but now it was like a fire thrown into a gasoline barrel, burning fiercely. The amount of money on the reward page also soared with this sudden wave of enthusiasm. It's worthy of being Sanyao. This is the foundation of your Sanyao. Sanyao, how much money did you give to the military? Why is there an expeditionary force this time? Why? Jealous and crazy. It's worth it for me to stay up all night. I go wake up my roommates first. They will definitely be grateful to me in the future. We are fighting side by side with the Expeditionary Army so soon. The candidates of the red and white camps will go down in history regardless of winning or losing. In the office, Kong, who first paced around the room in disorder, then stood close to the wall behind him, watching the game at the farthest point of the screen with a bitter heart, suddenly rushed forward. If his colleague hadn't been quick to pull him, the 1.9-meter tall man might have rushed into the virtual screen to hug his students. He smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed and laughed boldly with several other instructors who were also staying up late. Thanks, Tao Rui. If it weren't for the 5-school alliance, they probably wouldn't have been able to force this team. Ha ha, Tao Rui has done a great job for our UN. The young instructor also laughed, but was much more restrained than old Kong. He pressed his shoulders and sat on the chair, signaling him to calm down. He took the still hot midnight snack on the table and handed it to him so that he could eat a little first. Teacher Kong, you can't taste the food while watching a game. Don't starve yourself. An instructor next to him teased, you're in the mood now, right? Hurry up and make up for it. Old Kong laughed twice and waved his hand nonchalantly. After the excitement faded a little, some people in the comment area began to question quietly, saying that this support was a bit too strong. The military academy students actually led out the Expeditionary Army. What's the difference between this and letting the referee enter the field? Everyone has a little understanding of Sanyo's balance mechanism, but not very clear, and the judging mechanism has been kept secret. Generally, Sanyo will not give bias countermeasures unless it is too targeted. In addition, the NPCs controlled by AI are very weak, and most of the results are still seeking help from the tiger, which is not worth the loss. The probability of previous candidates seeking help from NPCs is very small. The instructor stroked his chin and thought, the 5 schools alliance is a key, which is too unfair to the United Nations, but it is not the decisive reason. At the beginning, the NPC's attitude was very tough and did not accept Qingfeng's help. After the initial damage, the United Nations made timely remedies, responded quickly, and made accurate judgments. There were no mistakes, or it should be said that it was remarkable, but the situation was still not good. This was obviously contrary to the assessment goals of the battlefield, and the NPC began to relax. Moreover, regarding the 4 conditions proposed by the NPC, they dared to say that, except Qingfeng, no commander-in-chief dared to agree. Big risks bring big rewards. Lao Kong smiled stiffly, raised his hand to rub his face, and agreed, yes, the expeditionary force as a rescuer actually has a greater impact on morale. It does not count the head points, nor the kill points, but the death points are deducted. Not obeying the command of the United Nations, only guarding the equipment depot. Under various conditions, the biggest and only role of this group of rescuers is to protect the remaining candidates of the United Nations, so that there will be more than 100 survivors at the end of the game. This just makes up for the large number of casualties caused by unfairness at the opening of the UN General Assembly. If you think about it carefully, this arrangement is very appropriate. Lao Luo is also explaining this matter to netizens. Sanyo gave some internal feedback, which is basically consistent with their opinions. In addition, how to arrange the reinforcements is decided by the expeditionary force responsible for the inspection. After hearing this, Lao Kong said with a beaming face, "What does this show? It shows that if the UN General Assembly does not win the MVP, the people of the expeditionary force will not be able to watch it." The leading soldier of the expeditionary army had indeed been unable to bear it for a long time. He was picking his nails with his head down and sighing sadly. Alas, the expeditionary army is not worth much now. People look down on him even if he comes to the Military Academy League to work part-time. In a big battlefield, he didn't know how many times he was bullied by this group of people. Is this the treatment you should get when you return home in glory? Is it? Jiang Linxiao looked around, turned around and said indignantly, "Who is it? So shameless." The young man was amused by him. "You guys at the United Nations University take shamelessness as a major course, right?" Jiang Linxiao smiled shyly and punched him lightly on the chest with her fist. "We are of the same lineage. Senior." The young man got goosebumps and took 2 steps back, staying away from them, with obvious disdain. "Who is of the same lineage as them?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a little more relaxed, Qingfeng let out a long breath and said, "The war has just begun." The reinforcements gave them 10% of the bottom line hope, and the remaining 90% still depended on them to win. The only way for the United Nations to win was still to pile up kills. With the least number of people, and the most fearless spirit, they threw themselves into the most dangerous war. Something seemed to be jumping in the dark night. A series of shouts came from under the dark sky. "Kill!" The voices came from all directions. The surging emotion spread quickly along with the sound. A quiet alley, an empty roof. In the dim light, next to the bodies of comrades. More than 300 people held weapons in their arms, and solemnly shouted the motto of the United Nations University, steady and far-reaching, tenacious and courageous. The United Nations will win. At the same time, the people in the white camp also received the system prompt for the red team to receive the mecha. Hand-operated? Could it be Qingfeng? How is this possible? The young man next to Tao Rui said in surprise, "The heavy machine in front is driven by Xi and Kuang, right? Why can the United Nations drive 2 machines? Will their allies be willing to do this?" Tao Rui's face flashed with hesitation. Another person said, "Maybe it's not Qingfeng? Are there any other manual operators in the coalition or the Second Army?" Except Qingfeng, there is no hand-operated mecha ranked in the top 100 in the individual assessment, who would risk playing with manual control in a large battlefield. Any changes can easily bring anxiety. Tao Rui immediately interrupted the discussion and said, "It doesn't matter, don't be affected. Even if the opponent is Xiang Yunjian and Qingfeng, we will still fight. Go get the mecha first. Mechas don't play a big role in a large battlefield. If you fight with all your strength, the remaining power on the fuselage is not enough to drive for half an hour. Randomly firing cannons to destroy buildings will face a lot of deductions. so no one dares to act rashly. There was less than a quarter of the space for hot weapons, which was a stretch. The strength of the top candidates from various military academies would not differ greatly, and no one could guarantee that they could deal damage without self-damage within more than 10 minutes. Talroy took a deep breath. Everyone, gather, line up. The calm ended at 1:30 in the morning. 3 mechas led the way in front, and neat individual soldiers lined up on both sides, ready to attack at any time. The sound of the fuselage driving over the road rumbled in the middle of the night. The heavy object approached from a distance, completely clearing away the last trace of sleepiness of all the candidates. In addition to the heavy armor, Bai Fong finally received a broken army and a thunderstorm suitable for close combat. The mecha operator in charge of driving was also a candidate in the top 15 of the total score of the single soldier category. Chun Feng sat in the armored vehicle and temporarily delegated the command to Chen Huawei. Shen Dan followed in the car to prevent the NPC from being unreliable and Chun Feng from having no help when he needed it. Chen Huawei continued to stay in the armory. After the arrangement was made, Chun Feng called, Xi and Kuang, the heavy armor is responsible for the heavy armor. Push the enemy farther away, they are too big for us to move. Xi and Kuang, okay. Chun Feng said, Brother Xiang, let's move together. Xiang Yunjian was already standing in front of the street waiting for orders, looking at the 2 mechas in his field of vision, and replied indifferently, yeah. The two had never cooperated in a 2-man mecha, nor had they discussed specific tactics, mainly because they didn't expect to have such an opportunity, and cramming at the last minute didn't work well in actual combat. They could only rely on their Schrodinger's tacit understanding. Sitting in front of the control panel, before starting to operate, Qingfeng's arm muscles have already had some slight physiological twitching, as if excited. She raised her hand, and patted her shoulder to relax her overworked neck and shoulder. The hand-operated mecha slowly drove to Xiang Yunjian's side, and stood side by side with him. All the candidates of the United Nations University lined up along the middle street, ready to clear the enemy troops entering the city at any time. Long wait. Chun Feng said in a low voice. The commander is here to fire the first shot of the charge for you. The voice suppressed almost surging emotions. A feeling of excitement rushed into her mind as she touched the start lever of the hand-operated mecha. Xiang Yunjian laughed, turned his head, pulled out a long weapon from the back of the mecha's shoulder, and swung a cold arc of light from the air, pointing it at the opposite side. Let's see if the 2-time MVP of the single soldier category can create a new miracle. Among countless eyes, Xi and Kuang took action first and rushed towards the heavy armor on the opposite side. Chun Feng and Xiang Yunjian started almost at the same time. With the harsh noise of the thrusters fully opened, it tore through the air strongly and rolled up a gust of hot wind. The starting speed of the hand-operated mecha is slightly faster than that of the sensor mecha. Xiang Yunjian immediately slowed down and took the initiative to fall behind the hand-operated mecha. Chun Feng tapped the code, and during the acceleration process, the 2 barrels behind the mecha were called out and fired directly. The hand-operated mecha paused due to the recoil of the artillery fire. In just a moment, Xiang Yunjian passed from the side, crossed the long sword, and slashed at the Pejuan on the opposite side. The mecha operator on the opposite side saw 2 black mechas covered with a layer of faint light rushing towards this side at full speed. Under the strong sense of oppression, he immediately raised the barrel to intercept and crossed the long sword for defense. The reaction of his limbs was not smooth enough, and the light from the colliding artillery fire blocked his vision. He blocked Xiang Yunjian's first attack, but Xiang Yunjian withstood the aftermath of the bombardment, turned his wrist, and slashed again from the lower side. The high-pressure metal blade created clusters of blue and purple sparks on the enemy's aircraft. A black mark was left from the left shoulder to the waist. Pejuan was forced to retreat, and was about to press on the individual soldiers behind him. Lei Bao, who was on the side, saw this and hurried forward to block it. The two were not students of the same military academy, let alone knowing each other. The thunderstorm successfully blocked Pejuan's retreat, but the position he stood in also affected Pejuan's next move. The white soldiers quickly adjusted their positions, and fled the dangerous area. When the scene gradually became chaotic, Xiang Yunjian had already withdrawn. Everything happened in a very short time. Talroy's heart was lifted up, and before he could jump, the hand-operated mecha behind him seized the opportunity to attack again. Chun Feng's slender fingers hung on the control panel, quickly tapped a row of buttons from left to right, and then pushed the control lever down to the upper right with force. 6 cannon barrels were activated at the same time, and the red flames were aimed at the white army. Only the hand-operated mecha could fire 6 shells at a time. Pejuan and Lei Bao relied on instinct, and experience to intercept 3 shells on the left and right. In panic, they threw out their weapons urgently, locked the bullet path, and narrowly shot down Qinfeng's group attack. The flames almost illuminated the sky. The dome, which seemed to be covered with gray fog, seemed to become even heavier under the rising smoke. In just that moment, the scalps of both of them exploded. I felt like I was walking on the edge of life and death, passively trying to survive. The power was too strong. Without waiting for the two to relax, Xiang Yunjian, who had just pretended to evacuate, had already changed direction and rushed straight towards the single-soldier team. At such a close distance, it was impossible to use hot weapons, but the mecha weighing dozens of tons was itself a high-damage weapon. Xiang Yunjian stepped down while advancing, and then took advantage of the trend to throw the long sword in his hand, bent down, and smashed it to the ground. All the soldiers nearby who didn't have time to dodge were killed under the heavy pressure. Tao Rui heard his blood speeding up in his meridians as his heart contracted, like the sound of a river rushing in his ears. His left eyelid began to twitch abnormally. This wave of operations was so fast that people were caught off guard, and the cooperation between the two was even more flawless. One was restraining, and the other was attacking. The rhythm was grasped exactly, and a slight slowness or speed could give them a chance to break free from the defense. Damn it! The driver of Thunderstorm finally found his voice and cursed. Tao Rui also heard someone shouting. It must be Xiang Yunjian and Chun Feng. It doesn't matter who they are. 2 powerful soldiers who can cooperate are the most terrifying. Tao Rui was a little dazed. Is the combination of 2 MVPs in the single soldier category that strong? He looked towards the city gate. Although the artillery fire was intercepted, the aftermath, that was not completely offset, had already blasted the buildings near the city gate beyond recognition. The 2 people didn't care about the deduction of building points at all. It was simply unscrupulous. Chapter 173. Chun Feng didn't care, but the others did. Jiang Linxiao asked excitedly in the command channel, whose points should be counted? Chen Huahua said, it should be half for each person. However, the points deducted for destroying buildings by the attackers are only half of those by the defenders. Don't panic. While Chen Huahua persuaded him, he kept repeating to comfort himself, if the mechas really fight, the city gate will definitely not be able to be defended. It's necessary. Even though he said that, his chest still felt a little painful. I really wanted to yell at Chun Feng, stop. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the white team decreased by 36. Almost everyone was caught off guard by this change. Including the NPC who agreed to let the United Nations drive the other 2 mechas, they were also full of surprise. He now has the communication channel authority, so he is sure that the 2 people who fought did not say a word during the whole process. Qingfeng's full attention was focused on observing the details and assisting. He began to reflect on whether giving all the mecha driving quotas to the United Nations would affect the game balance more than calling in the expeditionary force to help. With a tense face, he asked dryly, were they partners before? Does the League have dual human objective assessments? Shen Dan opened his mouth and shook his head, saying absent-mindedly, who knows? Telepathy, maybe. Are they a couple? The NPC was shocked. Are they single at such a young age? Shen Dan was also shocked and forgot about the work at hand. What are you thinking? The NPC said, otherwise, why are you so hated? How likable. Shen Dan clenched his fist and encouraged, roommate, go. Tao Rui felt the twitching of his right eyelid, which gradually spread upwards, and now even the muscles at the end of his eyebrows were twitching slightly. After Xiang Yunjian charged up for a chop, he used the thunderstorm he had in his hand to hit him from behind. Unfortunately, before Pijuan on the side could catch up, the lingering Chun Feng had already attacked again. The distance between the hand-operated mechas was getting closer and closer. If a shot was dropped at this time, the 3 mechas would not be directly scrapped, but the members of the white team, who had just fled to the mountain for refuge, would lose at least hundreds of people. The 2 dared not be careless. With cold sweat, they glanced in the direction of their companions, and detected the other's next trend from the other's micro-movements. Holding their breath, one focused on intercepting, and the other continued to chase Xiang Yunjian and fight, dividing the work and cooperating, trying to disrupt the rhythm of the 2. Although no one had ever worked together in this emergency, they had no choice but to trust their teammates, and a rare tacit understanding was born. Tao Rui saw Lei Bao following Xiang Yunjian deeper inside, and said anxiously, push towards the city gate, don't let them come. But such an order seemed too weak at this time. In this thrilling battle where the key is only the awareness of every second, the role that data analysts or commanders can play is minimal, and it all depends on the personal strength of individual soldiers. The team that won the MPV of individual soldiers twice clearly has the upper hand. This was Tao Rui's miscalculation. He really didn't think that entering the city would be so difficult. There might be some obstacles, but it definitely shouldn't be such a huge gap. So he arranged his team less than 1 kilometer behind the Mecca, so that the main force could wait for an opportunity to enter the city and launch a general attack. However, in this situation, his decision turned out to be a huge mistake. Xiang Yunjian was already active on the edge of their main force at this time. Even if he dispatched soldiers to move to the mountain in time, he was still in a passive situation. The current situation is more like they are defending the city. The white side has never been so embarrassed. Tao Rui frowned and whispered hesitantly, "Are Xiang Yunjian and Qinfeng's strengths so abnormal?" He could only find this word. Individual analysis of single soldiers is not the focus of learning for Class B commanders, but Tao Rui did do data analysis of 2 people, and it was just 2 months ago. Not really not. Xiang Yunjian obviously does not have such overwhelming strength in the single soldier competition. I was saying this scene looked familiar. Jiang Linxia used the light brain to watch the frontline video from Xiang Yunjian's perspective. A flash of lighting flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized something. He slapped his thigh hard, laughing and howling, God-level support. Qinfeng can even make a partner like Shindan the MVP. With Lao Xiang, won't he be able to take off? Shindan was unhappy. Focus on yourself. Don't mention me. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, then they came to their senses and started shouting, so excited that all the cells in their bodies were dancing wildly. Before, it was more the manual soldiers who asked Qinfeng to lead them, and they didn't take it seriously. Now they realized that they were too narrow-minded. An excellent assistant is never limited to his own equipment and can push any type of teammates to the top. After understanding, this path immediately became wider. Qinfeng and Xiang Yunjian were fighting, and the candidates didn't dare to make a fuss in the command channel, so they jumped to the communication channel of the expeditionary force to make nonsense. The NPCs covered their ears with bitter faces, feeling that there were thousands of bees buzzing around them, and the patience they had cultivated for so many years almost broke. Destroy these fools. Just as the people of Lianzhong were celebrating, Xiang Yunjian lived up to expectations and rushed into the White Army with unstoppable force. The White candidates had already rushed up the hillside like they were fleeing, not caring about the formation or the image. Even with the help of thunderstorms, Xiang Yunjian deliberately made big moves and still harvested more than 100 heads, who did not have time to evacuate in his flexible movement. Before the battle, Tao Rui still felt that the mecha had a low power and limited effect, but now he only felt that time was extremely long. He kept looking at the data on the optical computer, calculating when the 2 killer gods on the opposite side would run out of energy. Xiang Yunjian's power consumption was always at the maximum level, and he used thrusters to increase the lethality of melee weapons. With his domineering driving style, he might not be able to maintain it for even 20 minutes. If the mecha shell was severely damaged, resulting in a large loss of power, it might only last 10 minutes. Tao Rui patiently counted the explosions in the air, clenched his fists, and placed them on his knees, suppressing the thoughts in his heart. When 2 red lights flashed across the chaotic sky again, he felt relieved and a trace of joy flashed across his heart. Qinfeng's arsenal had finally run out of weapons. He shouted, "Right now." In a state of full concentration, Qinfeng's language system weakened. She rolled her eyes around the operation panel and said only one word, "I." Xiang Yunjian had already understood. To be precise, he retreated early and came to replace Qinfeng. Qinfeng felt comfortable all over. How could there be such a perfect partner? I just want to stay with him forever. The hand-operated mecha moved forward, Xiang Yunjian retreated, and the battle line of the 4 mechas also moved forward briefly. The people of the white team finally felt that the huge pressure on their heads was relieved. "You seem very happy?" Qinfeng drew out a long sword on each side, crossed Xiang Yunjian who was rushing over, and blocked the 2 mechas. "I can fight well too, 1 against 2 is not a problem." The driver of the thunderstorm thought he was not a hot-tempered person. But after being suppressed by Xiang Yunjian and Qinfeng for so long, he felt that it was better to lose his self-restraint, and gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" Xiang Yunjian continued to move forward, pulling away from each other, so as to find an opportunity to suppress fire. The hand-operated mecha was not good at left or right hand, aiming in the direction, shooting left and right, one stabbing forward, the other slashing horizontally, really intending to fight 1 against 2. But Yuan was aiming at Xiang Yunjian, and was forced to block it. Lei Bao did not dodge, took the blow, and took the opportunity to hug the left wing of the hand-operated mecha and fixed it in place. Xiang Yunjian was fine, but the hand-operated mecha rushed up to play close combat with them. Who was it looking down on? Still 1-on-2? He grinned, certain that Xiang Yunjian would not dare to fire, and was about to kill Chen Feng to recover his health, when the force in his hand suddenly loosened. He looked carefully, and saw that there was only a piece of metal fuselage left in his arms. He cut off the left wing of the mecha, like a gecko cutting off its tail, and ran away in a hurry. Lei Bao was really shocked by this move, and Pejuan beside him was not prepared, still paying attention to Xiang Yunjian, and forgot to stop him. The two turned back at the same time, and then realized that Chen Feng didn't want to fight them at all. This shameless guy who was in charge of commanding had intended to bypass them, and return to the heart of the white camp from the beginning. The two men's eyes went dark, knowing that something was wrong. As they fought, they forgot that the real focus was the group of comrades behind them. Tao Rui took a breath and shouted hoarsely, "Retreat!" At this time, Xiang Yunjian had adjusted his perspective and fired in the direction of the mecha while controlling the distance. The drivers of Thunderstorm and Pejuan subconsciously roared, but under the background noise and anger, it sounded very shrill. The shouts caused the two heavy mechas on the side to slow down their attacks. The two men who had been fighting harmoniously looked over at them. They looked up in the grand scene and watched the flames collide in the air, disappear, and then the smoke rose. Various tiny particles were floating in the sky, and even the light was vaguely obscured. Xiang Yunjian fired more directly than Chen Feng, without aiming, just attacking in groups. Group attack requires a wide range of attack, and accuracy can be slightly ignored. The two members of the white team were exhausted by his rough and barbaric fighting style. While they were trying their best to intercept, Chen Feng also took action, ignoring the damage to the fuselage, and crashed into the team on the mountain wall. The sensor mecha was self-harming, but the hand-operated mecha could transform, which had a unique advantage in causing damage. The white party thought they were temporarily safe, but before they could run away again, they saw the black mecha rolling up the mountain and rolling towards them unreasonably. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 people were killed and injured, accompanied by various screams. Tao Rui's eyes were almost red. He took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling anger. He asked anxiously, "How much energy do we have left?" Lei Bao also replied in a bad tone, "We still have about 15%, and the two of them should have less than 10%. In order to gain kill points, Chen Feng and his partner had a lot of damage to their bodies, and consumed a lot of energy, so they would definitely be scrapped earlier than them." Tao Rui calmed down and said, "Stay calm. We can survive better, so we have a chance to regain the advantage." Lei Bao turned back to stop Chen Feng from killing. Hand-operated mechas are not really advantageous in close combat, and Chen Feng did not hold unrealistic hopes. The goal has been achieved, and the rest is to roam and consume. She retreated in a curve and reported a number, 8%. Xiang Yunjian, 6. Chen Feng said, "I'm coming." The two of them had no beginning or end in their conversation, but they both knew what the other was talking about. Xiang Yunjian's remaining task was to clear the arsenal of the two mechas on the opposite side, and he began to bombard them more wantonly. The energy was consumed as fast as if the floodgates were opened, and when he fired the remaining shells, only 2% of the energy was left. The enemy Pejuan noticed something was wrong and started to speed up. He called out his companion's name, hoping to join forces to keep him. However, Chen Feng also speeded up. The hand-operated mecha once again demonstrated its structural superiority. At this moment, two parts were split off to reduce the weight, and it flew out like a rocket at an unreasonable speed, surpassing Pejuan all the way. With the last 1% of the power, it bent forward and blocked Pejuan, giving Xiang Yunjian a brief chance to escape. Pejuan didn't have time to slow down, and ran into her ghost head directly. At that moment, the depression, suffocation, and anger in his chest all started to explode like firecrackers, and all turned into a familiar swear word. Fuck. Everyone could understand this feeling. Even the Sanao administrator didn't give a warning for swearing. Being hit in the sore spot by Chen Feng repeatedly, those with weak health might have a heart attack. Not long after, Xiang Yunjian's mecha also ran out of energy, and the cockpit was automatically ejected and fell to the ground. The NPC stepped on the accelerator of the armored vehicle and rushed to meet him. Driving the mecha consumed too much of Xiang Yunjian's physical strength. It took him a long time to dismantle the equipment on his body and walk out of the hatch. The night was dark, and he was the only one running hard on the empty street. The Chen Feng mecha blocked some of his shooting angles, but the white team was really furious this time. In an instant, countless bullets were still fired from the back, and one of them hit Xiang Yunjian's thigh. Xiang Yunjian felt pain, staggered, and half knelt on the ground. Behind him, a roar shook the sky, "Kill!" The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiang Yunjian was sweating all over, and he was exhausted for a while. He tried twice, but failed to stand up. The armored vehicle arrived in time. Chunfeng pushed open the side door, and the voice drifted over with the night wind. "Xiang Yunjian." Xiang Yunjian raised his head and stretched out his hand to her. The car body did not stop, and Chunfeng grabbed Xiang Yunjian's hand and lifted it up with force. Without waiting for someone to get on, the driver made a sharp turn and returned to the original route. Xiang Yunjian was thrown to the side of the car body by inertia, and almost dragged Chunfeng down. Fortunately, his right hand grabbed the door panel in time, bursting out the last strength, and dragged himself up. As soon as he got in the car, he immediately fell forward with his legs exhausted, and all his weight fell on Chunfeng. Chunfeng was hurt by the bump, and he helped him sit steadily with difficulty, then reached over to close the car door. Shindan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also dizzy and said, "You drive a bit wild." "Wild?" The NPC said calmly, "Our troops are all like this, you just haven't gotten used to it yet." Chunfeng wanted to say that he was deliberately retaliating, but now was not a good time. He swallowed hard, raised his trembling fingers to adjust the channel, and ordered everyone, "Middle road, everyone, get ready to fight." "Yes!" The shouts of more than 300 people in the United Nations almost drowned out the slogans of the white camp in the background. Xiang Yunjian smiled when he heard it, but the pain from the wound twitched the corners of his lips. He gave himself a hemostatic injection to prevent being judged dead before the end of the game, which would lose a precious head for the United Nations. Chunfeng searched his backpack, took out a bandage from it, and bandaged him. The back seat of the vehicle was filled with the heavy breathing of 2 people. After a simple treatment, Chunfeng put one hand on the back of the front seat, and then he had time to ask, "How many people have been killed? Is there a specific statistics?" Chapter 174. Netizens rushed to answer for her. "The statistics are out. 397. If the administrator hadn't given me a special shot, I would have forgotten that there was Xiang Kwang next to him. Who said that Lao Xiang didn't deserve to come to this league? He made a big splash in front of the Expeditionary Army. Congratulations to the United Nations for killing more than 1,000 people. This is not the help of the Expeditionary Army, this is the record that the United Nations has achieved by itself. What else can Tao Rui's fans say? The 5 schools combined can still lose 1/3 of their heads. TSK, the white camp is not good this time." Tao Rui's expression is full of confusion. This should have exceeded the acceptable range of his data analyst, ha ha ha. No matter how much you plan, it's not as good as God's plan. This is fate. The silence that is unique to the early morning seems to have been completely eliminated by the fierce artillery fire of the Mecca. There is a bustling noise coming from the dormitory buildings of the United Nations University. Some people rushed out of the room directly, stood on the balcony to blow the cold wind, and let the oncoming coolness subside to make the heat on their bodies subside. This group of people already have enough experience and are good at preparing themselves psychologically. It's not over yet, so don't waste too much emotion. They can't just shout randomly, otherwise their voices will be hoarse, and they won't be able to create momentum when the results come out. Of course, the most important thing is that the ultimate reversal of the previous session has left them with a serious psychological shadow. Good. Old Kong was speechless, stood up, and once again excitedly walked around the office. This time, even the instructor couldn't hold him down. He jumped to the back of the classroom, raised his arms, and punched like a child, then took out the light computer and called his wife loudly, asking his dear wife to help him order a luxurious takeaway. He couldn't concentrate on playing with the light computer now. The 2 instructors looked at each other, both curious about Lao Kong's family status. He is lucky to have his wife order takeout in the middle of the night. Lao Kong said cheerfully. She is also watching the game, but she doesn't understand much. She usually watches TV series, and occasionally switches to glance at the data. Lao Kong walked back, his mood still surging. In this state of mind, he looked at everyone with a kind face, and praised generously. "Xiang Yunjian's performance is very good. You are a senior in the 4th year, it's alright." The instructor waved his hand modestly. "Chunfeng is still more powerful, she can attack, defend and assist. More than half of the situation on the battlefield was opened by her." The 2 of them were hypocritically praising each other. No, it was the joint efforts of everyone. The important thing is that Chunfeng is not arrogant or impatient, and can stabilize the overall situation. No, Lao Xiang still has more say in the overall situation. The closed car windows intensified the smell of blood. Shindan reported to Chunfeng that there were more than 350 people, but the number was not accurate. Chun Feng estimated that they should have nearly 900 kills. However, this excellent data still could not give her enough sense of security, because she blew up the buildings near the city gate, and she didn't know how much she would lose. The NPC drove the car and tasted it alone. After a long time, he said with a little doubt, "You two are tricking me, right? With such a killer, then I shouldn't have sent 2 expeditionary forces to you." Chun Feng chuckled, collapsed on the wide seat, leaned towards Xiang Yunjian, clenched his fist and said, "Brother Xiang, I want to cooperate with you in the future." Xiang Yunjian raised his hand and bumped fists with her. Chun Feng started laughing again, looking a little silly. Xiang Yunjian was responsible for defending the front line before. Although he didn't play much, his spirit was always highly tense. He hadn't rested for nearly 20 hours. At this moment, under the influence of the Sanel debuff, he felt a little sleepy and closed his eyes leaning against Chun Feng. Shen Dan looked back and saw that the two of them were huddled together in fatigue. He called out, "Brother Xiang can sleep, great commander-in-chief, you have to wake up." Jiang Linxia said with high spirits, "The commander-in-chief and Brother Xiang can sleep, and we can take care of the rest. The people in the UN are not here to eat and do nothing." Chun Feng was awakened by him and said hurriedly, "I don't want to sleep. You all forgot about me, right?" A resentful voice interrupted, "You are really great." Jiang Linxia, "Wow," squeaked, and really didn't think of Xian Kuang. He was still in the white camp, fighting hard with the heavy armor on the opposite side. Xian Kuang said fiercely, "You left on your own and didn't care about me? Not even a greeting? Forget about Chun Feng Lao Xiang." That last leap was really a show of deep friendship, but he didn't even get a glance. It was obvious that 3 mechas went out together, and he was on standby the longest time, but he didn't even get a background board. Xiang Yunjian said, "The main reason is that we are afraid of disturbing you. Just focus on fighting, we will definitely remember your contribution." It sounded like he was dead. Jiang Linxia also followed his brother, and issued a very careless call, making him believe in the feelings between everyone. Even if the relationship is not deep, the conflict of interests is very deep. Xian Kuang looked at his remaining energy and sneered. Not only did no one care about him at the United Nations, but even the Thunderstorm and Pijuan next door didn't pay much attention to him. The 2 mechas switched directly to standby mode, waiting for Tao Rui to urgently assemble the team, allowing Xian Kuang to entangle with their companions on the side, without any intention of intervening. Driving this bulky model is not much easier than charging into battle. When the white team finished organizing the team and ran forward with the crowd, Xian Kuang's control panel also unfortunately lit up red, the energy panel was completely cleared, and the cockpit automatically popped out. Before Xian Kuang could even take a breath, he was immediately punched with countless holes by the angry white candidates, and died unjustly for Chun Feng and Xiang Yunjian. His sacrifice did not cause much impact, just missing an inconspicuous green dot on the map. Chun Feng arrived at the equipment depot. After carrying Xiang Yunjian off the car, he expressed his condolences to him out of courtesy, so as not to make him feel too sad after going offline. The focus of the discussion in the channel was still on Tao Rui. Jiang Linxia could already see the mecha used by the white team to clear the way from a distance. Everyone was concentrating, waiting for the enemy to attack. The coalition and the Second Army could not really let the middle road be breached. After discussion, they carefully sent a team of 200 people to support. They still wanted to take advantage of the situation or find a loophole, but this time, the white team came aggressively, and did not give them any chance. The 2 mecha operators must have learned a lesson from Chun Feng. They changed their previous cautiousness, and became extremely bold and rough. As long as they saw the soldiers of the Red Camp gathering, they would kick and punch them, regardless of whether they were suitable or not, and whether they would destroy the buildings. Even without hot weapons, the destructive power was still strong. Jiang Linxia shouted, "Damn, it's so brutal." With the mecha leading the way, several scouts on the front line could not find the angle to counterattack, and they died directly in the tiger's mouth, and the group of comrades in the back were also trembling with fear. Who would like to encounter this bad luck? It would be crazy to resist the mecha with a mortal body. Chun Feng hurriedly said, "Retreat, retreat." Jiang Linxia took the lead and ran away. The students of the Lian University were always ready to escape. They were highly conscious and quick to act. They made a circle and scattered to the upper and lower lanes, leaving their slow-reacting allies behind to curse. Tongsun said angrily, "Chun Feng, have you given up the middle lane?" Kong Jinxue didn't know how many kills Chun Feng had taken before. Seeing this one-sided fight in front of him, he also jumped up and said, "Why does the white mecha still have so much energy? Chun Feng, You two are the MVPs of individual soldiers. Can't we take them down 2-on-2? Come back. Tong Sun, the old fox, was shouting like a livid cat at this moment. Let's not talk about anything else. We can't lose the middle lane. Let's put aside our past grudges and cooperate sincerely. The league can't be so capricious. Don't panic. Chung Feng calmed down and said to the two allies slowly, we didn't all run away. Look, our sniper is still here. Yinshin, what's wrong with you? Are your legs shorter than mine? Yinshin had been hiding in a high place waiting for an opportunity to snipe. The team he led mainly used sneak attacks. When he heard Jiang Linxia's panicked shouts, he wanted to help him cut off. When he realized that the situation was not right, he immediately rushed down the stairs, but unfortunately, he was still too slow. He had only climbed 2 floors and looked down at the window in the stairwell, and found that the soldiers of the white team had already arrived nearby on military motorcycles. He quickly retracted his head and leaned against the wall, not daring to go up or down, and covered the communicator beside his ear and said, "Help, Lao Xiang." According to his limited but accurate understanding, Xiang Yunjian was the only person left in his circle of friends. Chung Feng regretfully told him, "Your brother Xiang went to eat, and I carried his body back." Yinshin knew how to accept his fate, so he simply shut up and waited patiently for a turnaround. On the street, all kinds of restless shouts and hurried footsteps echoed. "Charge, brothers, take revenge. Chung Feng, come out and die." Because the red camp was scattered and non-resistance, the white front was unstoppable. Chung Feng called everyone to run to the equipment warehouse quickly, and soon more than 200 people rushed into the gate. The situation on the field today was really changing and treacherous. Tao Rui, who regained the upper hand, finally calmed down a little. He looked at the layout on the map and asked the mecha operator, how much energy is left? Lei Bao said, 5%. If you use it sparingly, it can last another 5 minutes. Pajun, alas, I only have 4% left. I'm afraid of leakage. They were not far from the equipment warehouse, and the monitoring lens was zoomed in enough to clearly see the warehouse door. Lei Bao suddenly said, the uniforms of those people in front are different. Did the UN invite NPCs to help? Tao Rui's cold expression relaxed a little, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said, it's not cheap to ask NPCs to help. At least the death points will be doubled. It's a good thing. He didn't sound sure, because it was abnormal to let NPCs with higher scores stand in front of their own soldiers. However, the rules for assistance are different every time in Sanao. Perhaps as compensation for the joint efforts of the 5 schools, no points will be deducted for the death of NPCs this time. Thunderstorm was silent for a long time before he vaguely said, it seems. Not that simple. The NPCs were scattered and few in number. Thunderstorm wanted to kill 2 to judge their level. He cut through the monitoring angles in all directions, but couldn't find a good target. There were 3 data analysts in the UN, so it was not surprising that they were accurate in their positioning. What surprised him was that the NPCs had very accurate shooting skills. The mecha was huge and had a hard shell. It was precisely because of the cover of the fuselage that the white team's attack speed was so fast. There were many soldiers following behind Lei Bao and Pajun. They had been cooperating smoothly and advancing unimpeded before. However, under the eyes of these NPCs, they only accidentally exposed half of their heads. In just 1 second, they were shot dead. The 2 mecha operators were all pale when they saw this. These NPCs are either real people or they are cheating. If they are real people, they definitely have strength that most military school students can't even dream of. They must be killed. Lei Bao was furious, and immediately raised his long knife and chopped at a nearby NPC. The NPC ran a little outside to find a shooting angle, and felt a shadow approaching above his head. He glanced at it, and immediately tensed his muscles and rushed towards him like an arrow. Lei Bao was really shocked by his explosive power, but his speed was still not enough compared to the mecha. Seeing that the huge metal weapon was about to hit, the NPC stopped abruptly, and the arm of the mecha was suspended in the air after a sound. Lei Bao's pupils trembled, and after a moment of panic, he realized that the fuselage mechanism was stuck and his arm could not move forward. He quickly adjusted his body shape and raised his foot to step on it. The NPC seemed to have predicted his action and started to move first. Lei Bao's standing posture was wrong, and he turned around to chase his figure, almost losing his balance, and stopped quickly. In the time it took to turn around, the NPC had already found a gap and ran back to the alley, close to a tall and wide building, and turned back to smile at him. Lei Bao read sarcasm and contempt from that smile, and a breath rushed up from the angle, choking in his throat, pressing his vocal cords to utter a swear word. He only ate one meal today. He was irritated by Chung Feng once before, and now he was irritated by the NPC's expression, and his stomach began to ache. Tao Rui heard that his breathing was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, as if he was suppressing something, and there was a faint sound of his teeth trembling, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "There's something wrong with this NPC." Lei Bao said gruffly, "He's walking around the mecha? Is that even possible?" The top 15 in the individual soldier assessment. He couldn't accept the opponent escaping from his mecha even if it was due to luck. Pajun said solemnly, "I suspect it was the veteran. If Chung Feng wins this time, he will be the first mecha operator in history to win 3 MVPs. It is estimated that there will be no more in the next 10 years. This unprecedented and unparalleled event must have attracted many people in the military." Tao Rui pondered and did not answer for a while. In contrast, there was a commotion coming from the UN. Many candidates in the equipment warehouse also witnessed this miraculous scene, and they applauded enthusiastically with the commander-in-chief in astonishment. The NPC who successfully escaped pressed the brim of his hat and laughed. "How is it? It's okay, right?" "More than okay. This is simply extraordinary, okay? There is no shortage of rainbow farts from the expeditionary army in this world, and a group of people are trying their best to support them, fearing that they will suffer a loss due to their lack of vocabulary. As expected of an expeditionary army, their reaction and judgment are unmatched. What kind of talent is this? Every seemingly random action has been precisely calculated, especially the back view, which is as elegant as the wind." The young man was feeling happy, and a student shouted, "Boss! Boss, please help us get 2 kill points. You hit their limbs, and I will harvest their heads. Please, boss." The candidates reacted quickly, and when they heard the words, they shouted like a group of chicks catching a hen and crying for food. "Brother! Senior! Please, brother! Brother!" The 2 words made the young man shudder. Sure enough, every compliment has a price tag. The rest of the expeditionary army was not spared and was harassed. A bunch of men couldn't stand the tone they deliberately put on, and responded with a headache. I know. All of you come here." Tao Rui listened to Lei Bao's description of the battle situation, and found through the panel data that the number of deaths on his side increased significantly in the section near the equipment depot. Their main force was directly cut by Chung Feng by nearly 400 people, and their numbers were no longer advantageous. The energy of the 2 mechas was about to run out, so in order to avoid triggering the automatic defense system of the equipment library, they could not savagely collide. It would be more troublesome to continue to stay in the middle lane and tangle with these NPCs. Tao Rui made a prompt decision and completely changed the strategy, saying, "Turn to the bottom lane, push the camp of the coalition forces, and grab their signal tower to earn points." The most fatal problem of the red side is still disunity. The United Nations is now small in number, and can hardly protect itself. The bottom lane is not critical, and the 2 armies will not go all out. Let the mecha use the last bit of power to open the road. They break through one by one, and then go up after defeating the bottom lane. Just give up pushing the middle lane. Play steadily, just like last year. Even if you can't win the faction war, it is not impossible to compete for MVP. Grab the kill, accumulate points. Thunderstorm responded, and led the team to turn down. The pressure on the middle lane suddenly decreased, and Jiang Linxia said happily, "Tao Rui gave up the middle lane. Should we support the bottom lane?" Chung Feng smiled and said, "What a great opportunity to score points." She gave an order, leaving 110 people on standby in the equipment warehouse, and the rest of the candidates all rushed to the bottom lane. Thunderstorm and Pajun finally ran out of energy when they arrived at the bottom lane, and what was left was repeated fighting. Chung Feng and the 2 deputy commanders updated the battle report in real time, guiding teammates to roam in small groups and conduct covert raids. Qin Huawei and Shin Dan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and their hands were almost pressing instinctively. Kill! Everyone's thoughts reached a consensus at this moment. Kill one more person. Victory could be theirs. The smell of blood and gunpowder filled the air. This dark battle lasted until 5:14 in the morning. The students who had not slept all night felt a strong sense of fatigue, but they still dragged their feet and ran around without stopping for a moment. The barrels of the guns in their arms were getting hot, all the information around them became blurred, and even the concept of time was gradually fading away. It was not until the Sanyao system officially popped up a broadcast, announcing the end of the battle, that the soul that seemed to have drifted away returned to the body. The red team successfully defended the city, get 50% of the basic bonus points. A group of people put down their weapons and clicked on the map, only to find that the total number of people in the arena had dropped to 1,000. Then, candidates wearing different military uniforms slowly walked out of the dark, smiled at each other, and waved. After the golden light appeared in the air, the final result was not announced immediately. Because there are too many reference factors, the backstage is calculating the points of each school and conducting manual verification. The commanders-in-chief of each major military school are secretly calculating the points. Tao Rui half closed his eyes and reviewed the situation of the red side. Although they failed to successfully attack the city, the number of people in the two camps was almost the same among the remaining 1,000 people. Among the 487 remaining people of the white side, their army accounted for 276 people, which was undoubtedly the largest number of survivors in all major military academies, and the weight of the kill points was also the highest. In the last fierce battle, the number of kills of the army successfully exceeded 1,000. There were also points for capturing the camp and seizing the signal tower. Later, he also ambushed some NPCs patrolling around the warehouse. The points gained by killing the NPCs that come with the system are relatively low, but they are also effective helpers. In this case, even if the Alliance University has a 50% basic bonus, minus the option of destroying buildings, and then minus the death points caused by the recruitment of NPCs, with their number of survivors, after adding the weight effect, they are probably not as good as the First Army. Not to mention that the Coalition Army and the Second Army have never been able to catch up with his rhythm. So the First Army has a great hope of winning the MVP this time. Tao Rui raised his head and nodded to the deputy commander, showing his first cheerful smile in this match. On the other side, Tong Sun was squatting on the ground, his fingers pressing the classification and calculation on the light brain. The red team has a 50% bonus for winning, so the MVP will definitely be produced among them. The number of people lost in the early stage of the United Nations Conference was too much. In order to keep the bottom line of 100 people, the most intense final battle was basically not participated. Even if the kill score in the early stage is high enough, it will not be much effective in the later stage. Let's be bold and assume that their kill number is 900. Their troops have the highest number of survivors, with 201 people. And their soldiers are of better quality, and they must have more kills than the Second Army. So the MVP is most likely to belong to the Allied forces. Kong Jinchua's idea is similar to Tong Sun's. Although they only have 175 heads left, the Allied forces are almost dead, so they can only be conservative in the later stage, and there is definitely no hope. Tong Sun's style is timid, and his performance in the last battle is definitely not as good as theirs. The MVP of the battlefield will eventually fall to their Second Army. So, in the brief moment of silence after the battle, all the audience saw a magical scene. Soldiers from the 4 military academies cheered at the same time to celebrate their school's MVP. Among them, the candidates from the Union University were the most unreserved, shouting to high-five the NPCs, taking off their hats and running wildly on the street, making some inaudible roars. Candidates from the First Army, the Second Army, and the Union Army all looked at them with pitiful eyes. Is the Union University crazy? The excitement behind may be even greater. It's too pitiful. The host said with a smile, I don't watch the league often, and this is the first time I've seen a scene where all 4 military academies think they have won. Lao Luo paused and said, actually, it's the first time for me too. Chapter 175. Generally speaking, the commanders of the major military academies have a rough estimate of the scores. Even if there are certain errors, it is rare that all 4 schools think they can do it. Tao Rui walked slowly to the material warehouse, and Tong Sun and Kong Jinchua also approached with their laptops. The supporting NPCs did not go offline immediately, but squatted or stood in the vicinity, waiting for the results with their guns. Chum Feng walked out from the crowd of students from the United Nations. I don't know who took the lead. The 4 commanders stood in a circle like a meeting between leaders, shook hands one after another, and their faces were all cold and arrogant expressions of winners. However, this scene was too formal and therefore looked strange. After the procedure was completed, except for Chum Feng, the other 3 people all had a little confusion on their faces. Why did they do such an embarrassing thing? Tao Rui withdrew his hand, pulled the corner of his mouth, and smiled politely. The game was very exciting. His speech warmed up the atmosphere a little. Tong Sun also commented, Chum Feng made a great contribution to the successful defense of the city. Although it was his first time to participate in a large battlefield, Chum Feng had a big picture view. He nodded to Chum Feng. Kong Jinchua didn't care about those fake things, he just smiled. Ha, ha, ha. Shen Dan watched the scene, his eyebrows raised in confusion, hesitantly said, did we really win? Jiang Linxiao was seriously injured before, and he was in pain for 2 hours. He was afraid of missing some high-energy scenes, and had been holding on to the line. At this time, his state was reset, and he sat on the ground with weak hands and feet. He replied, "Just kidding, with our kill count, you can have some confidence, right? Look at Changfeng." Changfeng, a short man, was surrounded by a group of young men who were more than 20 centimeters tall, and he was still aggressive. Yinshin complained, "She is not confident now, she is arrogant. I guess what she is thinking is, you are surrounded by me." Micro-expression reading expert Shindan shook his head and said, "No, I think what is written on her face is, give you a chance to worship me." What bad ideas can Changfeng have? Qinhua said, if she has any, she will definitely say it directly. Changfeng heard the slander from several people, and turned around to glance at them. The NPC who came online first coughed heavily with his mouth half covered. Cough! The surviving candidates of the United Nations University reacted immediately and boasted with full enthusiasm, thanks to the rescue of the big guys. The seniors are as powerful as the rumors say. Where the expeditionary force is, the enemy can't take a single step. We have learned the style of the expeditionary force. Expeditionary force? Tao Rui opened his eyes wide, turned around among the group of people, and asked in surprise, "How did you find them?" The NPC crossed his arms, and half closed his eyes, not wanting to explain himself. High-end identities often need a spokesperson. Changfeng knows this very well. It's a long story. Changfeng said sincerely, hit them, scold them, question them, in order to prove themselves, they can't stand this anger and come out. She said it too seriously, and after the other three were shocked, they suddenly had a little trust. Many dangerous thoughts surged under the changing face. "You can try." The NPC sneered, "The first thing I will do after I come out is to kill you." Tao Rui said solemnly, "Can I know the rules for assisting this time? If it is the expeditionary force, even if there are only 60 people, it is very unfair to the game." Without the NPC answering, the Sanyao administrator directly announced the details. A row of small black characters appeared in front of everyone, detailing the triggering conditions and rules of the expeditionary force team. In fact, Sanyao arranged 4 identity AIs to assist the NPCs this time: Sanyao players, instructors, and expeditionary forces. Which mode to trigger is decided by the NPC who is inspecting, and the young man, who was confronted by Changfeng for half a game, finally chose the expeditionary force. Changfeng couldn't help but admire him. The NPC sneered. He turned his head with a snort. He had seen through this person. None of the commanders were good. Tao Rui read the final 4 rules, and closed the page with some disappointment. If it were him, even if he was in the same situation, he would not choose. The others had nothing to say. The surroundings became quiet again. A tense atmosphere gradually dissipated in the air. Tong Sun whispered, "Why is the nuclear separation so slow this time?" As soon as the last note fell, a passionate music that made blood boil sounded in the background. The rhythm kept rising with the dense drum beats. Everyone knew that the result was finally coming out, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky. After a climax of the music, the dark sky suddenly brightened, and was immediately covered by a dazzling golden light. The colorful streamer pieced together a line of large characters, stretching across everyone's heads. Someone read it out, and it coincided with the voice of the system reading it out. "Congratulations to Union University for winning the MVP of this league's battlefield." That deep and solemn voice kept repeating and echoing in the examination room. The aftermath had an inexplicable power that seemed to hit the depths of the brain. It was 5:26 in the morning. Inside the campus of the Union University, there was a shouting of all the strength, which sounded from all directions, and almost resounded through the sky. And under the golden light, hundreds of faces, some shocked and some absent-minded, were shouting in unison, "Impossible." The points details were officially released. Everyone first looked at the middle of the list, and then slowly moved their eyes upwards. The coalition army where Tong Sun was located had 589 killed and 201 remaining. The second army where Kong Jinchua was located had 631 killed and 175 remaining. When it came to the first army where Tao Rui was located, the data had already had a clear gap. The number of killed was 1086, and the remaining number was 276. This result was enough to shock Kong Jinchua and Tong Sun, but at the top was the school emblem of the Alliance University. 1290. Tong Sun murmured, his nose flaring, with disbelief and astonishment. How could it be possible? The 5 schools joined forces, and got nearly half of the deaths in the White Camp, which was double the record of the Allied military school. It was simply a fantasy. The data was too outstanding. Even if the damage points of urban buildings were subtracted, the weight of the number of survivors was still one level higher than the two military schools of the Alliance. The First Army scored more points, but the 50% basic score bonus made the United University slightly better. How could the Union University get nearly 1,300 heads? Kang Jinxue questioned in the air. The United University lost a large number of personnel not long after the start, right? When they were left with half of their combat power, their kill count was probably less than 500. You can't get this result even if you risk your life. Tong Sun and Kang Jinxue estimated that their military academy's kill count was around 700 to 800 people, but this was not based on feedback from the front line, but a conclusion drawn backwards. In the late stage of the game, it was too late to connect the individual soldier statistics. Based on past experience, such a melee is basically 50-50 between the schools. The Alliance University has the least number of people, and even if they are given an equal score of 3 points, they should have killed less than 900 people. Although Kang Jinxue also felt that his individual soldier was particularly brave tonight, who knows? He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the person beside him. All the candidates on the field moved in a surprisingly consistent manner, and their eyes were all focused on the shortest figure in the crowd. Chun Feng noticed the burning gazes around her that were about to solidify into substance, so she crossed her arms over her chest, posed the same posture as the expeditionary soldier next to her, raised her chin slightly, and half closed her eyelids. Actually, she was about to give a speech to express her gratitude for the award, and just as she had finished brewing her emotions, she was interrupted by the enthusiastic cheers behind her that surged like a tide. A strong sense of foreboding came over Chun Feng, and she turned her head quickly, and saw a group of burly young men rushing towards her with open arms. Chun Feng. Command? Schoolmate, here I come. Chun Feng shuddered from head to toe, her brain cleared instantly, and she turned and ran. Jiang Linxia rushed to the front. Chun Feng, don't go, this is a fine tradition of the past, let us throw it, quickly. The sense of ceremony cannot be missed. Chun Feng, don't you want to fly high? Take a picture, we haven't taken a group photo yet. Chun Feng shouted, I don't want it. Everyone shouted even louder, Chun Feng. The anger of Kang Jinxue and others was shattered by this group of unscrupulous guys. They really didn't understand how these guys who seemed to have a weak brain could fight back and achieve a huge leap. Sanyao also showed them some video clips of the game. Let them see with their own eyes what Chun Feng did secretly without their knowledge. The shadow of the mecha flashed in the air, and the weapon with a cold light was waving across the screen. In the flying sand and rocks, the curses of the mecha operators and the screams of the soldiers made the shocking battle extremely fierce. Kang Jinxue and Tong Sun realized that Chun Feng and Xiang Yunjian had killed nearly 400 people with only 2 mechas. This caused serious errors in their estimated data, which was their biggest mistake. Kang Jinxue opened his mouth wide, cursed silently, and forgot to close it. His expression changed several times, and finally he could only glance at Chun Feng, who was fleeing in panic, with a look of not human. Chun Feng was forced to the building, jumped behind Xiang Yunjian, and grabbed the back of his collar. Xiang Yunjian's tall figure blocked the stairs, clasped his collar with 2 fingers, signaled Chun Feng to let go, and then scolded the people in front who were ready to move. You all look like seniors, isn't it embarrassing? Get out of the way. A group of people shouted shamelessly. No! I always feel that something is missing when you do this, and the game feels incomplete. We haven't won the MVP in the big battlefield for 4 years. Do you know what 4 years means? This is a regret that military academy students can never make up for in their lifetime, unless they repeat the grade. Chun Feng, give me a heart. I won't. Chun Feng stuck his head out from behind Xiang Yunjian and insisted, it looks particularly embarrassing. At this time, Sanyo's mecha battle clip came to an end, cutting into the scene of the later stage of the game. In addition to the 110 sparks left in the equipment warehouse, the candidates of the United Nations came out in full force and actively ran on the front line. The seriously injured soldiers were transported back to the equipment depot, and their comrades in good condition came forward to replace them. The 2 of them said nothing, clapped their hands as they passed each other, and immediately returned to the battlefield. The voices of reports from various teams in the channel came one after another, counting the number of people and adjusting their positions in an orderly manner, without a word of nonsense. The 2 deputy commanders had ferocious faces. Even Chen Huawei, who was always friendly, roared at the communicator out of control. The shocking impact erupted in the picture, and anyone could feel their enthusiasm, perseverance, and full dedication. Like a beast with a knife at its neck, all the muscles in its body were stretched to the limit, and it was always trying to bite the enemy hard. Kang Jinxue had to admit that the candidates from the United Nations University who were suppressed for half a game, but did not choose to surrender, were in better condition than them. The injustice and anger and determination to go all out inspired their strength. This was their second mistake. They thought Chun Feng would choose to be conservative and avoid, but in fact, he was more proactive and aggressive than them. With the sacrifice of more than 250 people and the serious injuries of more than 30 people, and with the assistance of the expeditionary force, he won the key kill from the disadvantage. But? Kong Jinchua turned his head with a dull face again. It was really hard to connect those murderous warriors with the group of fools next door. Xiang Yunjin staggered as he was pulled by the crowd. They gave up Chun Feng as their target, and wanted to take Xiang Yunjian to lift Gao Gao. Chun Feng stabbed his partner in the back without loyalty, and pushed him from behind. Alas! Tong Sun sighed after watching the clip, and Tao Rui closed the page silently. The three of them looked at each other again, and after looking at each other, they smiled with a little helplessness. Lost? Tong Sun held his forehead and laughed at himself. Are the younger generation so strong now? Fortunately, I'm about to graduate. Our second army. Kong Jinchua was heartbroken. It's been 8 years since we won the MVP of the big battlefield. It's almost the pain point of 2 generations, and Chun Feng is only a sophomore now. When will this shadow pass? Kong Jinchua stepped forward and hit Tao Rui's left shoulder. Hey, don't make that expression, okay? Your first army lost the camp battle, but you still surpassed us in points. This reaction is very disrespectful. Tao Rui's face was a little dazed, his thoughts had drifted away, and he came back to his senses after being hit by him. The world suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes went dark, and they were all teleported to the waiting hall. The transfer game hall was not open to the public. Only Lao Luo and the host stood on a high platform to applaud them. Everyone took off their military uniforms, stood in a scattered manner, and listened to Lao Luo's farewell speech in a procedural manner. Most of it was praise for the candidates. Lao Luo praised all military academies equally from individual performance to teamwork. It lasted for more than half an hour. Although the process was lengthy, everyone still listened with relish. After it was over, the sky outside was already slightly bright. Tao Rui looked around and was about to log off. Chun Feng suddenly strode over and stood in front of him at only an arm's length. Chapter 176. Tao Rui thought she was going to attack again, so he took a step back reflexively. Xiang Yunjian hooked his arm around Jiang Lingxiao's neck, walked over and patted Qingfeng's head, saying, Chun Feng, the winner should be more generous. Chun Feng stretched out his hand, suspended in the air, and said, Don't be nervous, I'm not here to quarrel with you. I just want to tell you 2 things. Tao Rui looked at her steadily, his eyes slightly lowered, and shook her hand doubtfully. Because the 2 of them had been training codes for a long time, the joints of their fingers were relatively prominent. When they held hands together, they both felt that the other's hands were hard and rough. First of all, I was too angry at the time, so I didn't tell you clearly. Actually, my father, Yi Jing, is really not a deserter in the ordinary sense. Chun Feng smiled as he spoke, no longer angry about this matter. As a mecha operator trained by the Alliance, he himself did not want to accept the first-class merit commendation because he really didn't like fighting. Well, for him, surviving to the end is not something to be proud of, so outstanding achievements on the battlefield are not something to be commended. Chun Feng paused, then continued, In a country that can only be beaten, no matter who it is, life has no weight. Medals will only make him recall those painful experiences countless times after the war. Persisting to the end was his last bit of perseverance, and he couldn't digest more pain. He really couldn't digest it. Chun Feng recalled those blurry paintings, and there was a little sigh in his relief. He really wanted to escape, and he wanted to leave very much, but he still held on to the end. Although he died at dawn after the war, I still think he was a resolute and brave man. People who endure in pain should not be insulted even if they cannot be respected, right? Tao Rui tried to speak several times, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, but he couldn't speak. He probably didn't know that his expression at the moment was extremely complicated, a face mixed with embarrassment, guilt, sympathy, and a little confusion, similar to a helpless face. He avoided Qingfeng's sight and said softly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I shouldn't have said that in front of you. He regretted it a little after he said it. In addition to different opinions and positions, such behavior is actually despicable. Chun Feng shrugged and said, After all, your alliance has always been peaceful. Your teacher may have been telling you that escaping is a shameful behavior, and so on. The second thing. Chun Feng pulled back his hand, put it in his pocket, and said, Although we are both deputy commanders, I am also a single soldier, and I was born in the war years, so everyone's position is more or less different. Later, I thought about it carefully and felt that your idea actually made sense to some extent. Tao Rui looked up in surprise, not expecting her to say such a thing. But Chung Feng pursed his lips, his smile faded, and said in a deep voice, I don't quite understand. She said calmly, soldiers are willing to sacrifice because they hope that the country can be peaceful and then grow stronger. In a strong country, life will become meaningful, and then value human life above interests. Didn't your alliance already do it? Tao Rui was stunned. Before Chung Feng spoke, he had also thought about how to refute Qingfeng's point of view. Hua Air would definitely not be so peaceful. It should be full of conflicts and contradictions as before. As the winner, Chung Feng might suppress him, ridicule him, and curse him as before. He would respond rationally and use historical experience to prove it. However, the imagined Hua Air collapsed, and all the reasons he prepared also collapsed. Chung Feng said, I have read a lot of news about your alliance. You can spend a lot of money to save a weak life. You even pay a huge price just for someone's dream, as if everyone is very important. It's different from our post-war star. Tao Rui lowered his head, his mind was full of mixed thoughts, and he was a little confused for a while, not knowing how to respond to Qingfeng's words. So I envy the alliance. Chung Feng said, I think this is where ideals exist. I thought you felt the same way. Xiang Yunjian had been listening to her talk, and he laughed heartily when he heard her words. Jiang Linxia took the opportunity to pry open his hands and break free from his restraints. Tao Rui had never felt that he was so tongue-tied, and his attention seemed to be unable to concentrate, and all kinds of messy things flashed through his mind. Qingfeng's casual tone made him feel that he was hopeless in the eyes of the other party. But why? The instructor and his parents all said that he was not mature enough, and that the maturity of a commander requires countless experiences and blood to be poured. So he tried his best to learn and become more mature. But the first person to receive this praise was not him, but Chung Feng. Tao Rui was a little unconvinced. Sacrifice is inevitable. Even if Chung Feng is the commander-in-chief, shouldn't he let the soldiers fight on the front line and exchange their lives for advantages? But at this moment, Tao Rui was shaken, his pupils trembled slightly, and he felt himself shrinking. Chung Feng raised his hand and shook it in front of him, breaking up the half-organized speech he had just prepared. You played well in this game, and you almost won. Chung Feng smiled happily, looking very proud, and used his fingers to indicate a big gap, but it's still a little short. Jiang Linxia ran to Chung Feng, put her arm around her shoulders, and threatened her in her ear, Chung Feng, if you get too complacent, you will be reprimanded by the instructor. Chung Feng said, Why? Old Kong told me to be happy. Jiang Linxia was deeply stimulated. Why are they so hypocritical? Xiang Yunjin pulled Jiang Linxia and said, I heard someone knocking on my cabin door. I get off first, you should move faster. Jiang Linxia hurriedly said, You are right, I want to grab the C position in the photo. The two disappeared from the spot one after another, and Chung Feng also quickly went offline. Chung Feng was still a little uncomfortable suddenly returning to the quiet examination room from the noisy hall. The simulation cabin was mostly empty, and there were only a few people left in the entire examination room. The examiner came to check Qingfeng's physical condition, and found that she was just overly tired. He gave her a glass of water, and a piece of bread to let her relax. Everything was so calm, outside the window, in the corridor, and in the classroom, there was no extra sound. The examiner walked around her, deliberately slowing down his steps. After a farce that was so exciting, this silence made Chung Feng feel empty and unreal. She threw away the garbage, stood up and pushed open the classroom door. When she reached out her hand, she was still thinking that Lao Kong might be outside, with his colleagues in the office, or the second-year physical training instructor, ready to give her a bear hug. She needed to think about whether to avoid it. After all, it was easy to take bad photos in that state. As a result, there were only a few candidates who left the venue like her. Chung Feng suddenly felt more empty. The examiner stood behind her and asked, What's wrong? Aren't you going out? Chung Feng shook her head. I'm a little sleepy. It's not even 7 o'clock yet, and many people haven't gotten up yet. The examiner pushed the door as wide as possible. Go back and rest. Chung Feng said hey, and trotted down the stairwell. The descending stairs soon reached the end. Chung Feng turned a corner, and saw a group of acquaintances standing at the exit, looking out furtively. Jiang Linxia saw her, and immediately waved at her. Hurry! I've been waiting for you. Chung Feng didn't understand why, so she quickened her pace and ran over. Then a group of people desperately squeezed towards her, trying to push away the people next to them. Xiang Yunjin took a breath with a little helplessness, asked them to be more reserved, then took out a card and opened the door. Chunfeng was almost pushed out. As soon as the door was opened, a strong light shone in from the side. Chunfeng squinted her eyes, and before she could see clearly, 2 bouquets of flowers were stuffed on her head. Then, she couldn't tell whether it was the principal or Lao Kong, who pulled her arm and asked her to follow him. In the left and right ears, leaders rushed to congratulate. Everyone has worked hard. This game was played beautifully. Congratulations on winning. The General Assembly is proud of you. Dozens of salutes exploded in the air, and streamers fluttered down and stuck on Qingfeng's head. She couldn't clean up, but someone soon helped her to pat down the debris that was in the way. The lights illuminated a circle of shadowy shadows, and the applause sounded like a huge wave hitting a rock, rumbling, coming from all directions, suppressing Chunfeng on the spot. She found herself surrounded by countless people, with a blank look on her face. Smile, smile. Jiang Linxiao reminded her in time from behind, and poked her back with her finger. Chunfeng quickly pulled out a business-like smile. The flashlights came on. Chunfeng listened carefully, and finally heard what the group of people next to him were shouting. They were all embarrassing topics. They were all students of the United Nations University, and some of them were wearing pajamas, and they came to welcome them to the stage. The game officially ended at around 5 o'clock, and there was still scoring and summary afterwards. This group of people had probably been standing in the cold wind for more than an hour, and they still looked energetic. Shendan didn't know when she was pushed to Chunfeng by the teacher of the command department. She scratched her messy hair and yawned. Chunfeng put his arm around her waist, and Shendan took her shoulder. The two leaned together and took a few more photos. Shendan half closed his eyes and muttered, "I'm too tired, I go back." Perhaps he felt the invisible murderous aura. Shendan quickly turned his head and glanced at the dean, and changed his words. "Just concentrate on learning the core spirit of our command department." The dean smiled with satisfaction. Okay. The photo shoot lasted about 5 minutes. Qingfeng's ears were numb from the cheers from the surroundings. The emptiness he felt before disappeared, and his whole head was buzzing. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. The principal stretched out his hands, pressed down in the air, and said, Okay, everyone make way. These students have not slept all night. Let them go back and rest first. The award ceremony will start at 7 o'clock tonight, and we will celebrate together then. The crowd consciously separated into a path. Chunfeng took the lead and walked out flattered. The crowd did not disperse, but followed them closely, and accompanied them back to the living area. With so many people sending him to sleep, Chunfeng felt his soul was strangely erratic. There were many students running or sweeping the floor on the road. It seemed that they were reported to the dormitory robot for punishment for screaming in the dormitory early in the morning and disturbing other students' rest, and were sent out for labor reform. The several dormitory buildings of the military academy were almost empty. When the group saw Chunfeng appear, they did not learn their lesson at all, and waved their arms and shouted at Chunfeng. "Chunfeng, congratulations on winning 3 MVPs. UN University is awesome. Hand operation is awesome. Command department is awesome." Chunfeng enjoyed the hero-like crowd, grinning and greeting everyone. The crowd slowly dispersed until they entered the dormitory building. Chapter 177. Chunfeng first insisted on brushing for a while, but in less than 5 minutes, she felt so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes. Chunfeng washed her face and quickly lay down on the bed. Because she was exhausted, she fell asleep quickly even though she was in an excited state. It was not until around 6 o'clock in the evening that she was woken up by a little owl sitting on her, but this intelligent robot was not kind and squatted on her face to set the alarm and call her to get up for dinner. Qingfeng's head was dizzy, and she was a little breathless. She climbed up with difficulty and walked out of the door. As a result, she found that her roommate had packed a lunch box for her and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. Chunfeng ate 2 bites in a hurry, and then heard Lao Kong's anxious message in his brain, so he hurried to knock on Shendan's door. Shendan was sleeping like a dead dog, lying on the bed without any reaction. The roommate waved her hand, indicating that she should come, and then walked straight forward to unlock the door with her fingerprint. Several people rushed in, dragged Shendan into the bathroom, wiped her face with a wet towel, and forced her to wake up from sleep mode. Hee. The roommate raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I've been prepared." Shendan sighed, grabbed a bottle of water, and went out with Chunfeng. The two walked downstairs silently, and stood in front of the glass door. They were almost blinded by the colorful lights outside. When they saw the scenery outside clearly, they were both stunned by disbelief. "Where is this? Old Kong asked Chunfeng to go there at 7 o'clock. In fact, the ceremony had already started warming up at around 6 o'clock. This evening party is usually held at the school of the Gold Cup winner. All equipment and personnel were prepared by Sanyao, and the guests of the award ceremony were also picked up by Sanyao. Within an hour after the game ended, thousands of staff members rushed into the school with tools, and with the voluntary help of Lianda students, in less than half a day, the Lianda campus was directly renovated. The aesthetics of this skin should be very much to the liking of the president of the United Nations University. Fiery red banners, gorgeous lights, a sea of flowers projected in full reality, and a large and conspicuous United Nations University emblem. Shindan suddenly came to his senses, tremblingly stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door. There were ribbons floating down from the sky, which were full real projection images laid along the road of Sanyao. At a height of 3 or 4 meters, there were golden words that only appeared in the game, shining brightly, and writing, "Congratulations to Yi Guicheng, the winner of the 3 MVP Gold Cups." There were no people walking around in the living area, but the cheers from the venue floated over from the sky hundreds of meters away. To be honest, Sanyao's live broadcast of the evening party only captured the stage, and Shindan also saw this spectacular scene for the first time. Chunfeng stood there in a daze, the light computer in her hand kept vibrating, and new information came in. She looked around carefully, raised her right hand slowly, and lit up the screen. Lao Kong was really anxious, and a reminder popped up every minute. "Lao Kong, are you here? Hurry up, Yinshin is here, why haven't you come yet? Lao Kong, if you are not here when the awards are given later, it will be a big problem. Lao Kong, I asked my classmates to pick you up, hurry up. Lao Kong, you finally came out? Ancestors, run faster. Your position is in the first row, third column, near the corridor on the right, so it will be convenient for you to go on stage to receive the award." When Lao Kong was about to send the 5th text message, Chunfeng rushed to the audience and sat down. Lao Kong sat on the side, and then he was relieved and sent her the schedule, telling her that she would go on stage to receive the award later. Tonight, there is not only one Gold Cup to be awarded, but also various awards for the best team, best tactics, and the most popular award. Basically, all major military academies can take home some of the awards, so that the scene will not be too ugly. The warm-up stage is basically a literary and artistic performance. Not long after Chunfeng arrived, the program process was completed, and the award ceremony began. Chunfeng went on stage to receive 2 trophies. One is the most unexpected award. The reason for the award was very official, and Chunfeng did not listen carefully. One is the best cooperation award that he and Xiang Yunjin won together, because the 2-man mecha battle they fought on the battlefield turned the tide and laid the foundation for the reversal. Chunfeng walked off the stage with the trophy, and found that the people in the group began to become active. The name of their 5-person group has been changed to Purple Star Shining. Home really has minds. I was greatly hurt. At that time, it was clearly the 3 of them who attacked together. Not only did his teammates and opponents forget his existence, but now even the organizers directly ignored him. Home really has minds. Why play heavy armor? Heavy armor is not suitable. Despair. Xiang Yunjin sent a few red envelopes to express his consolation. Chunfeng couldn't let people think he was stingy, so he also reluctantly sent one. She was chatting with a few people, and Lao Kong came over, touched her arm, and whispered, "It's about to start." Sanao deliberately picked an auspicious number to award the Gold Cup. 8:08 p.m. At this time, the number in the upper right corner of the light brain jumped to 8 o'clock. Chunfeng looked up, and found that the eyes of the crowd were all gathered in her direction. Lao Kong was sitting unsteadily, turning his head to check Qingfeng's clothes, adjusting her clothes, and whispering to her, "Don't be nervous. After you go up, if you don't know where to put your hands, put them in your pockets. If you can't answer the host, just smile." Chunfeng didn't feel nervous, but Lao Kong's eyes wandered and his forehead was sweating, which made people worry. As a teacher of hand-operated mecha, he probably never saw the Gold Cup in his dreams. Chunfeng decided that after getting the trophy, she would let Lao Kong touch it for a night, so that he could fulfill his life's wish. Then donate it to the Union University, so that the honor of hand-operated mecha and data analysis would remain in this school forever. She was about to tell Lao Kong the good news to make him happy, but the principal came from the middle, and squeezed into the originally spacious space to chat with Chunfeng. The principal beckoned Chunfeng to come closer. But he was not really thin, and squeezed between Lao Kong and her, he was already very close. "The guest presenting the award tonight is very famous. He is our alumnus, and also your senior." "What type of senior?" "Chunfeng has many identities. She asked curiously. Is he also from the manual operation department? That means the G class, right? The principal said mysteriously. Yes. Chun Feng rolled his eyes and said, is he still from the command department? The principal still looked mysterious. Yes. Chun Feng was surprised. Could she be from the post-war star? That's not the case. The principal said, she's also a girl. A guess flashed through Chun Feng's mind, but before he could form it, a crisp bell rang. At the same time, countless golden lights suddenly appeared, illuminating half of the night sky, and the bright light was dazzling. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next is the most grand award tonight. Let's applaud and welcome Yi Guicheng Chun Feng, the top of the individual points list of this league, the winner of the Gold Cup, the winner of the 3 MVPs, and from the individual soldier department and the command department of the Union University. The host read out the previous titles in one breath and made a little joke. Every time 3 MVPs are awarded, I worry that the host's lung capacity is not enough. Fortunately, the last 3 MVP Gold Cups were awarded 16 years ago. Chun Feng stood up hurriedly and trotted along the red carpet. The distance from the seat to the stage is really far, and the red carpet is hundreds of meters long. The camera chased Chun Feng and projected her figure on the giant screen surrounding it. The main square, which accommodated tens of thousands of people, suddenly erupted in cheers. At the same time, Sanya netizens were also typing away on their keyboards, sharing the excitement with everyone. When I first saw this kid, I felt she would have a bright future. Isn't that right? When Chun Feng first appeared, she used Xiang Yunjian's account to break Sanyo's many years of manual training records. Even a fool would know she has a bright future. How many people apply for the manual major every year? You should say how many students majoring in manual training will take data analysis as a part-time major next year. Witness the era of Chun Feng. Witness the era of manual operation. Believe that the talents of the Alliance will be passed on from generation to generation and will never cease. Chun Feng stood in the middle of the high platform, tugged at the collar of her uniform, and her face was a little hot. She was still a little nervous, after all, so many people expressed their love for her. Several black machines were pointed at her, and Chun Feng stared straight ahead. It should have been a moment of breathless concentration, but she inexplicably began to be absent-minded. Under the strong light, the figures in the audience became blurred. In the mottled colors, Chun Feng couldn't help but recall the wandering life on the post-war star. It was only 2 years ago, but it has become so far away. Chun Feng is also the first hand-operated mecha operator in the history of the league to win the Gold Cup. Chun Feng listened to the host's introduction absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting away from the venue, wandering wildly. Suddenly, the cheers boiled again after a break, and the host stopped talking. Chun Feng turned her head and saw a figure approaching step by step, stopping half a meter away from her. The other party was also wearing a uniform, with only 2 first-class medals of honor pinned on the shoulders of the uniform. She had an upright figure and a gentle look, and clearly did not exert pressure, but her posture and movements all revealed a fierce momentum. When Chun Feng was secretly looking at her, the other party had already handed over the Gold Cup. Because she was not wearing gloves, the exposed left hand could clearly see the mechanical structure. Chun Feng was shocked. When he took the trophy, he secretly touched her hand. When it came to shaking hands, he was smart enough to extend his left hand first. The other person's right hand was halfway raised, and then he put it down, and followed her wishes, shaking hands with her with the mechanical arm of his left hand. It felt cold, and her skin could feel the cold, hard, and perfect lines. Chun Feng's scalp tingled, and her eyes widened, shining with an unprecedented light. So cool, the dream of the little robot has come true, and it looks very valuable. She didn't know if she made a sound, but she heard the person on the other side laugh. Chun Feng asked hopefully, "Can I have it too?" The other party hesitated for a moment, and replied in a low voice, "This may not work. This thing is quite expensive." The corner of the mouth of the president of the United University, who was following her, twitched, and said, "Is this thing expensive?" Chun Feng thought he was going to say that the United University was very rich and could afford a house, so an arm was nothing. But the president was shamefully silent. After the award ceremony, several people stood in a row for a group photo. The president kept winking at Chun Feng, wanting to ask her if she knew who this person was. Chun Feng knew, of course. She had seen it when she was looking up information. "I am also half a hand-operated mecha operator. Originally, it was supposed to be Class G who came to present you with the award, but he had something urgent to do, and he thought it would be more appropriate for me to come." Lien Sheng turned sideways, smiled, and nodded to her. A junior to be proud of. Chapter 178. Yin Sheng was about to leave after presenting the award. Cheng Feng coveted her hand, and almost followed her. Lao Kong stopped the man at the exit in time, picked up Cheng Feng, and said he would take her to see. Good stuff. Cheng Feng still couldn't forget the mechanical arm, and kept praising its design and metal texture on the way. Lao Kong held her with one hand and pinched the wings of the little owl with the other hand, ruthlessly shattering her fantasy. Don't think about it, that thing can't be sold, and you don't need it. Cheng Feng was distracted, and when she came to her senses, Lao Kong had already taken her out of the elevator. She raised her head, looked at the black security door in front of her, and the red ribbon hanging in the middle of the door, opened her mouth, and silently read the words on it, and fell into a daze again. Don't stand there. Lao Kong waved, come here and set the password. Cheng Feng couldn't come back to her senses for a long time, and turned to Lao Kong slowly. Lao Kong directly grabbed her hand, and pressed it on the door lock. After setting it, he opened a crack in the door, and prepared to invite Cheng Feng in. Before he could speak, a shadow flashed by in his peripheral vision, and the people around him had already rushed in. The room had been cleaned. The usual furniture was there, but it was still a little deserted. There was a large photo hanging on the wall of the living room, which was the scene of 5 people posing for the camera after Cheng Feng finished the team competition. There was also a photo in the bedroom, which was a picture of Cheng Feng sitting on an armored vehicle with high spirits after defeating Xiang Yunqian. Lao Kong closed the door with his backhand and asked, do you like it? An uplifting voice came from the other side of the wall. I like it. Following the sound, Lao Kong found Cheng Feng had already run to the bedroom and was jumping around on the bed. He immediately shouted angrily, stop it, get down, you're going to break the new bed. Cheng Feng jumped down and flew past him like a happy rabbit, and ran to the study. Lao Kong saw the golden cup that she had thrown at the foot of the bed, and hugged it in his arms distressfully. Oh Cheng Feng, you little bastard, why do you throw things around? This is a golden cup. Cheng Feng turned around the room several times like a whirlwind, and the little owl also chose a place suitable for standby or data collection, the top of the cat climbing frame. As expected of an intelligent robot with the word cat in its name. When Cheng Feng calmed down a little, Lao Kong said he would take her to another building. Standing in front of a similar door, Cheng Feng was surprised and asked, is this also my home? Lao Kong smiled and said, you can also think of it as your home. The door opened from the inside, and a woman with a peaceful face walked out. Unlike Chu Xian, this woman has a cheerful and enthusiastic personality. Lao Kong introduced, this is your teacher's wife. You can call her Aunt Tian. Cheng Feng bowed, hello, Auntie. The master's wife pulled her over, and made a gesture that Cheng Feng was very familiar with. She patted her shoulders and pinched her arms, and smiled caringly. Hello, Cheng Feng, I have heard of you a long time ago, but this is the first time I see you. Come on, come in quickly. Lao Kong suddenly relaxed when he returned home. He first placed the golden cup on the coffee table, breathed a sigh of relief, took off his suit jacket that was restricting his hands and feet, threw it on the back of the sofa, and called Cheng Feng. Let's get acquainted. You can come to our house, if you have no food in the future. Anyway, it's so close, and your master's wife's cooking skills are also very good. The master's wife quickly moved several large bags from the corner of the living room, piled them at Cheng Feng's feet, and opened the bags to show her. I heard that you like to eat snacks from this store, so I bought you a little bit of each type. In addition, this store has better reviews online, so I bought you some too. Congratulations on getting first place. Old Kong pointed with his fingers. That's the 3 MVP gold cup. One less adjective would be cheap. The master's wife turned around and asked, is it first place? Old Kong was swept by her eyes, and his voice was inexplicably a little weak, lowered, and said, yes. The master's wife snorted. Then what are you talking about? Most of them were stewed dishes, and cakes with short shelf life. Cheng Feng pulled the corner of the master's wife's clothes, and said, you can't finish so many. Oh, don't be polite with me. I know that military school students are very good eaters. The master's wife turned around, smiling again, touched Cheng Feng's head, and said, if you can't finish it, share it with your roommate. Cheng Feng felt that the master's wife had a misunderstanding of the appetite of military school students, but it didn't matter. She had many friends now. She took out a box and was about to open it when the master's wife grabbed her hand and went to the kitchen. You must not have had time to eat dinner? I made a table of midnight snacks. Come and taste the master's wife's cooking. Old Kong hurried to catch up after hearing this. The meal lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening, and the 3 of them sat at the table and chatted. Cheng Feng was about to go back to the dormitory, and when he picked up the light computer, he found that there were dozens of unread messages in the group. She unlocked the screen, and Jiang Linxiao's avatar just refreshed. What's good about summer? Picture at Yiguicheng. Have you finished celebrating over there? Come over when you have time, or you may not see us tomorrow. In the middle of the picture is their packed luggage, and not far away is a pile of red gift boxes, which are the gifts prepared by the 4 people in advance for the competition. In fact, they can also use shared robots to deliver them directly to Changfeng. But gifts are something that always feels a little less flavorful if they are not handed over in person. Besides, after graduation, I don't know when I will see them again. After all, we are teammates who have fought side by side, so we should say a few words before parting. Yi Guicheng, where are you going? What's good about summer? Go to the military for a trial. It's been delayed for a year. If I don't go, I have to call my classmates seniors. Expression num. What's good about summer? I'm a year late, but I brought out a purple star. Although it's a little different from the plan, it's also a strange achievement. I shouldn't be embarrassed when I go for a trial. Alas, there's really a mine at home, except for old Xiang. Changfeng knocked on Xiang Yunjian. Be a little more reckless. Old Xiang is crying. Yi Guicheng, really? Yi Guicheng, I want to see. More reckless. At Xiang Yunjian, look at yourself, the child has become like this. It's all your fault. Xiang Yunjian didn't know what he was doing and didn't come out to respond. There really is a mine at home, at Yi Guicheng. If you don't come tonight, I will take the gift home. Yi Guicheng, I come right over. I'm leaving. Changfeng took out a tissue and wiped his mouth, and rushed out with the gift while Lao Kong and his wife were reluctant to say goodbye. Old Kong glanced at the living room, grabbed the trophy in a hurry, and shouted to the stairwell, Your gold cup. You don't want it? Why are you running so fast? A voice came from downstairs. I leave it here. Find some time to donate it to the United Nations for me. Old Kong was still lying on the handrail of the stairs. Hearing this, he slowly turned around and looked deeply at his wife. After receiving the affirmative response from the other party, he tightened his fingers holding the base of the trophy. His face was surprised and happy, but the last thing he blurted out was a laugh and curse. This prodigal son. Changfeng trotted all the way, 3 bags to the left and 3 bags to the right, and arrived at the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Originally, the entry and exit of each dormitory building was automatically verified by a machine, but because there was a big commotion in many dormitories of the military academy this morning, the school specially sent a duty teacher to review it, so as to prevent these little bastards from being lawless without anyone to restrain them. Changfeng paced back and forth outside twice, wanting to call Jiang Linxia over. It happened that the duty teacher came out from the deep corridor to patrol, caught a glimpse of a figure, and approached the glass door to check. Changfeng smiled shyly and prepared to leave, but the male teacher nodded at her and pretended to be nonchalant, placing the laptop on the nearest desk, tapping it twice with his knuckles, and turning into the next door's safety passage. The door opened. Changfeng walked in doubtfully, looked around, and confirmed that there was no one around, then stuck to the side of the desk and tilted her head to glance at the laptop screen. It turned out to be a student distribution map of the dormitory building. She quickly searched for the names of several people and recorded them one by one. Among them, Zhongyijie's dormitory is the closest, on the 2nd floor. At this time of day, there would be many people wandering around in the corridor. Today, a teacher came to take duty, and all the Monkey Kings stayed in their rooms obediently. Changfeng found the target without any obstacles and slapped the door 3 times. Who is it? The sound of flip-flops. Duh. Approached. Zhongyijie had just finished taking a shower, and came out wearing only a pair of shorts. When he opened the door and saw Changfeng, he shivered violently, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or fear, and goosebumps jumped all over his body. Damn it! He raised his arm, and subconsciously tried to close the door, but Changfeng blocked it with his foot. For you. Changfeng stuffed a bag into his arms. Gift? Zhongyijie's mind was in a mess, and he raised his hand to catch it, and asked blankly, How did you get up here? Isn't it enough to have feet? Changfeng said, as he glanced at Zhongyijie's chest, confirming that he was white all over, and his eyes were quite curious. Before the other party was about to get angry, Changfeng retracted his gaze, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something and raised her foot to stop the door again. Zhongyijie saw her stuffing another bag in and shouted angrily, What do you want to do? Changfeng said, Please bring it to Qinhuawe for me. Qinhuawe started the trial training early, and no longer lived in the United Nations. He had to attend the party today, and stayed in a classmate's room temporarily. He had the temperament of an elder, and Changfeng was embarrassed to disturb him. If he met someone without clothes again, it would be too embarrassing. Shiguo came out of the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth, and Chunfeng had already left. He didn't hear the sound, but saw Zhong Yijia's hands full of gift bags, and said enviously, I also want to exchange IQ for appearance. It's great that someone comes to deliver food so late. By the way, do you even attract male fans now? Zhong Yijia turned around with a wooden face and uttered a word in a clear voice. Get lost. Xiang Yunjian's dormitory is on the 5th floor. Chunfeng took the elevator directly up. Jiang Linqiu was ready to go down to pick someone up at any time, and her clothes were fully dressed. When she saw Chunfeng standing outside, she was dumbfounded and asked, How did you get up here? Chunfeng said, Ask a new question. Jiang Linqiu stepped back and said, Come in first. He shouted again, Brothers, pay attention to your appearance. Chunfeng is here. Yinshan and Xi and Quang came out of their rooms with rustling sounds. The living room was almost too crowded to stand, with mechanical parts, models, and sports equipment spread out all over the floor. Chunfeng walked in carefully and stood near the sofa. The little owl was not so polite. It flapped its wings and made its home directly on Yinshan's head. TSK, Chunfeng whispered, It's so messy. When the four of them first arrived at the post-war star, they expressed their dislike for her room. She likes to collect discarded parts, so it seems that these people's habit of collecting garbage is almost the same as hers. They are all useful, okay? We are thinking about how to classify and organize them according to their shapes, so as to minimize the size of the items. Jiang Linqiu waved away the things on the table roughly. Stand here for a while. These are mainly financial stuff. Let's clean them up. Xi and Quang stood behind Yinshan, trying to secretly pluck a few feathers from the little owl. Chunfeng didn't find anyone, so he asked, Where is Xiang Yunjian? Jiang Linqiu straightened up and said something harsh. Old Xiang is a spoiled child. Yinshan followed up with a scolding. Old Xiang is a spoiled child. Jiang Linqiu said, He said in the afternoon that his biological clock was not right, and he couldn't sleep. Just now, he complained about our noise, and went to the rooftop. Chunfeng put down the things, leaving a dozen bags of potato chips hanging around his neck and 2 bags of small cakes that they could solve in their dormitory. He winked at the little owl and was about to leave. I go up and take a look and then leave directly. Don't wait for me. Just help me take the gift box to the locker, bye. Jiang Linqiu felt that this person was so heartless, and also felt a little funny. What do you mean by see you again? Don't you have anything to say to us? Chunfeng gave her the 8-character mantra as a token of friendship. I wish you good luck and a safe journey. After the little owl flew over, she suddenly had an idea and added 4 more words. See you again if we are destined to meet again. After saying that, she was done with the perfunctory talk, patted her butt and ran away. Jiang Linqiu said angrily from behind, Is there no one who can deal with her? There were only 2 floors left from the 5th floor to the rooftop, so Chunfeng climbed the stairs directly. The iron door was ajar, and Chunfeng got out from the gap and saw the person resting under the orange light. The little owl flapped its wings and flew over, squatting skillfully on Xiang Yunjian's face. Chunfeng didn't know when this bad habit was formed, but it was very effective when waking up. Sure enough, Xiang Yunjian immediately raised his hand. The little owl sensed the danger, jumped to the ground on its own initiative, and stood beside his head. The light in its eyes dimmed, and switched to standby mode. Not all creations of nature are beautiful. The sound of the wind at night was sometimes shrill, and sometimes gentle, playing a tuneful melody with the leaves in the distance. Xiang Yunjian closed one eye and looked back at her, freeing one hand and pointing to the side. Chunfeng took off the potato chips from his neck and threw them over, saying, For you. His tone was so generous and bold that Xiang Yunjian couldn't help but confirm again and again whether these were potato chips with gold foil. Chunfeng lay down beside him. The night wind was a little weaker with the guardrail blocking it, flowing over his body like water. Neither of them spoke. The sky was hazy under the night lights, and the drifting clouds were like diffused smoke, and the starlight behind was neither clear nor bright. The nights on the post-war star were often like this. It was just colder and more murderous. Xiang Yunjian's mind flashed the old house, and the person, who looked like a withered grass inside. She was wearing ill-fitting clothes, and her face was covered by an overly large hat. Crouching beside the wreckage of the robot, doing boring and meaningless basic training in a corner with the lights turned off. She tried very hard and stubbornly to live, but she could only live a very reluctant life. I don't know how, and there is no way to deal with the normal rules of human beings. The way to deal with loneliness is just to cover the abandoned robot with an old blanket. The figure standing quietly always reveals a kind of loneliness without a point. Although it seems that she doesn't care on her face, it is very worrying. There is nothing in her eyes, but you can see the deep sadness. Xiang Yunjian closed his eyelids, and the vague picture disappeared in the darkness. The wind with dust was a bit sore. He stretched out his arm, put it on Qingfeng's shoulder, and chuckled. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave us? Or do you feel insecure after we leave? Before Qingfeng could speak, a startled shout came from downstairs. Where is Qingfeng? Qingfeng came to our dormitory. Shut up! Are you crazy? Do you want to be scolded by the teacher on duty before graduation? The two stood up together, leaned over the guardrail and looked down. The group of people below seemed to be even more rampant. Let me touch Qingfeng's golden cup. Teacher, he is not from our third floor. He ran down from upstairs. They framed me. Footsteps were chaotic. More people were shouting. I am not afraid. It is not lights out yet. At most he will be punished to sweep the floor. Qingfeng, where are you? Jiang Linxia, open the door. How dare you close the door when there are girls in the dormitory? Why are you so disgusting? Qingfeng, call the police. Xiang Yunjian laughed, and then he felt someone patting his arm. Qingfeng raised one eyebrow and said in a serious tone, I have made many friends on my own. She can already live well. Xiang Yunjian raised the corner of his mouth and said with a teasing smile, Congratulations on secretly learning the necessary skills of us humans. Qingfeng opened his mouth to speak, but felt choked by him. After hesitating, he took a step closer to him. I heard that if friends want to say goodbye, they can shake hands or hug each other. Qingfeng solemnly stretched out his right hand. Xiang Yunjian lowered his eyes slightly and fell on her hand with a smile, but slowly stretched out his hand, hugged Qingfeng in his arms, pressed her back, and said softly in a very gentle tone, Welcome to join the human society. Chapter 179 Extra. Qingfeng returned home with the uniform. There was a hint of chill in the empty room. As the door opened, the evening breeze rushed in through the open window. The dusk glow was bright orange, and it formed a warm picture with the remaining clouds in the sky. The coldness of the air was completely invisible. Qingfeng walked over barefoot, called out the control panel, closed all the windows, and returned to the bedroom with the uniform. He squatted down and carefully searched in the cabinet under the bed. In a short while, the floor was covered with her things. A little owl flew in from the living room and landed on the bedside table. Qingfeng asked without even looking up, Friend, do you know where all my badges are? Qingfeng was going to try out for the Expeditionary Army in her senior year. After submitting the formalities, she had to leave before the new year. Before leaving, the United Nations University asked her to help write a New Year's greeting for all the teachers and students in the school. They specially ordered a new uniform and asked her to pin all the league's award-winning badges on it, so that when promoting it, the school could casually mention her glorious past to reporters, and then highlight the tolerance and strength of the United Nations University from the side. The president of the United Nations University is a wonderful person. My classmates helped me move. Qingfeng was busy with training at the time, and didn't pay much attention to it. The things were packed up quite roughly. Except for the pendant that can be worn on the little owl, I don't know where the rest are. A green light flashed in the eyes of the little owl. Data is being retrieved. Qingfeng stopped and waited for it to give an answer. 5 minutes later, the light dimmed, and the little owl turned its neck and said dryly, No relevant records were found. Qingfeng hesitated to speak, and finally nodded, Okay. The data of the fighting robot is indeed not suitable for a Nani. It should not be her illusion. The system seems to have become stupid. It may be a humiliation for an intelligent robot to not be able to find things at home. Without Qingfeng's order, the little owl automatically turned on the infrared detection and helped her search the whole house. 10 minutes later, the little owl stood proudly on the shelf in the study, raised its wings and pointed downwards. Sure, Eagle. Qingfeng took out Sanyo's special leather box, and then saw a storage box underneath. The thing she had almost forgotten made her mind wander, and when she opened it, it turned out to be the voice generator she had discarded. There were 2 voice generators. One was an antique she brought back from the post-war planet, and the other was a new model given to her by Xiang Yunjian. Unfortunately, she started to speak later, and these things were left in the corner. Qingfeng picked up the old equipment that he had worked on for more than 10 years and fiddled with it. He found that it still had power and could be used, so he put it against his neck and tried to make a sound. Hello. The room was so empty that it even echoed. Qingfeng lowered his head to adjust the volume, and suddenly there was the sound of a door opening and closing outside, followed by the main light in the living room being turned on, and light came in through the crack of the door. The other party did not control his steps, walked around the living room, and finally stopped at the kitchen. Chunfeng did not find any handy tools in the study, so he searched for a while, picked up a gun model, held it in his hand, and walked out. A figure stood in front of the dining table, lowering his head to take the things he had just bought from the cloth bag. I don't know when the sky darkened, and the deep dark night seemed to isolate this house from the world. The light cast a layer of white mist on him, illuminating his young, handsome face. Chunfeng was stunned, and the strength in his hands loosened and fell down. Yi Jing looked at her, frowned slightly, and said unhappily, "What are you doing with this thing? Have you had dinner?" Chunfeng had all kinds of absurd and bizarre thoughts in an instant, and went through every word he said in his mind, comparing it with the voice in his memory. Finally realized that this should be a dream, but the consciousness was particularly clear, as if it was real. "And I don't remember Yi Jing's voice anymore." The other party asked again, "Have you had dinner?" His face was still the same as before, but with a more lively expression. When he spoke, his eyes were bright, not as empty as the one who sat on the bed every night with insomnia. This false reality had such obvious loopholes, Chunfeng thought he would not believe it. But it was like a demon. As soon as his reason touched the truth, he immediately threw away his armor and rushed to the back, leaving only a little luck of self-deception. Just like when Yi Jing just left, she was leaning on the window and looking out. This was very embarrassing. The person opposite did not get a response, and seemed angry. He walked over quickly, stared at Chunfeng's eyes closely, and said word by word, "Have you had dinner?" The breath seemed to brush against her face. Chunfeng felt lost and shook his head in disappointment. "Really, you kid?" Yi Jing grabbed her arm, threw down the things in her hand, and took her to the dining table. On the table was a bowl of packed noodles. The bright red soup wrapped the chewy noodles, and on top was a golden fried egg. The last meal Yi Jing prepared for her before leaving was a bowl of noodles with tomato soup. That time he specially beat an egg, and Chunfeng smelled the fragrance and moved a small stool to stand by the stove to watch. The smoke floated out and swirled around the room. Chunfeng stood on tiptoe, listening to the sizzling sound in the oil pan, and happily raised his head to peek at Yi Jing's face. Yi Jing lowered her eyelashes, expressionless, eyes filled with sadness that Chunfeng could not understand. After a while, he wiped his hands, sat at the table and watched Chunfeng finish eating quietly, then said to her, "Dad is gone. You have to live well." Chunfeng's hand holding the chopsticks was a little trembling, and her left hand held the steaming bowl, but the place where it touched was a little cold. Yi Jing came out with her uniform, hung it on the hanger in the living room, pinned the badge, stood in the distance to admire it for a while, turned around and asked, "What time do you go to school tomorrow?" Chunfeng turned his head stiffly, unable to hear his own voice, but answered, 8 o'clock. "Oh!" Yi Jing responded, walked over and sat opposite her. "I take you there tomorrow morning." Chunfeng thought, if Yi Jing was still alive, it should be like this. Arrange her clothes, cook for her, talk to her while she eats, answer various questions she doesn't understand, or accompany her to worry. But in fact, Yi Jing after the war is not such a kind person. With a strange yet familiar face, he reached out his hand, smoothed Chunfeng's collar, and asked softly, "How are you doing in the alliance? Are you used to it?" "Well, I'm about to graduate." Chunfeng hesitated, but still told him, "I'm very popular now, and I've made a lot of friends." Yi Jing smiled and nodded, with both hands on the table, listening to her story patiently. This scene was too warm. Chunfeng couldn't help but pour out his words, and he didn't realize that the language he organized was a little upside down. "I formed a very strong team in my sophomore year, but all my teammates have graduated. They went to the Expeditionary Army for a tryout, and haven't contacted me for a long time. We only talked on the phone 2 months ago during the holiday. I don't know if there is a holiday during the Spring Festival. I just followed them from the post-war planet. They can be stupid sometimes, but they are reliable in most cases." Chunfeng told him about what happened in the league and some of the game processes, and occasionally added whatever he thought of. Speaking of dry mouth, the noodles in the bowl were still emitting heat. The white mist became thicker and thicker, filled with water, floating between the two people, gradually blurring Yi Jing's face. Chunfeng stopped, thought for a long time, and asked carefully, "Are you doing well over there?" Yi Jing smiled and nodded, "Yeah." Chunfeng paused, and asked again, "You are not alone anymore, right?" "Yeah." Yi Jing looked at her, and said in the most gentle tone and the calmest mood, "All my friends are here." Chunfeng didn't know what to ask, so he raised his hand and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Grown up." Yi Jing felt relieved, sighed, and relieved, "You're already this big." Chunfeng couldn't stop crying, and couldn't see the person opposite him. Dad misses you very much. I'm sorry, Chunfeng, I left you alone. Chunfeng held back his tears and shook his head vigorously. Dad is gone. At that moment, the world became clearer than ever, including the pictures in his memory. Yi Jing grabbed her hand, put down all the sharpness and coldness, and smiled with a relaxed look. You should live a good life in the future. The hanging light flickered, piercing Chunfeng's eyes. The light brain at hand kept vibrating, popping up one message after another. Chunfeng sat up and looked around the room absent-mindedly. His mind was empty, but his heart was churning uncontrollably. The little owl turned its head, its feathers expanded outward, and rubbed her face with its wings. With a slow and even breath, Chunfeng adjusted his posture, leaned against the wall, and turned on the screen. Xiang Yunjian, it's vacation, we're at the beach. He posted a photo, for people sitting on a smooth reef, with a blue sea behind them. She was facing the wind, her nose was red from the cold, and her smile was a little ferocious. Her facial features did not change much, but her temperament became more stable. I don't know who drew a red outline in the middle, saying that it was a place reserved for her. What's good about summer at Yiguicheng? I heard that you are leaving school soon? Hurry up and report, maybe we will be your instructor. There is really a mine at home, aren't you saying this to scare her away? A little more reckless. The instructor wants to teach you personally, and will not give you the opportunity to mislead the students. Is there really a mine at home? If Chunfeng comes for trial training, will he be a commander or a single soldier? What's good about summer? Why does this question feel familiar? Xiang Yunjian, Happy New Year. Yi Guicheng, Happy New Year. Chapter 180 Extra. Extra 2, Reunion. The little owl squatted on Chunfeng's back, hooked its claws on the shoulder strap of the backpack, and looked around. As Chunfeng bent down, he swayed left and right, and almost fell off. He simply jumped forward and stopped at the corner of the table. The instructor in charge of registration was guiding Chunfeng to fill in the information. When he saw the full name, he exclaimed, So you are the purple star from the United University. Chunfeng smiled shyly, and the student behind him leaned out and said, Not from the United University, but from the Alliance. The instructor walked past the crowd to chat with the talkative young man behind him, and took the opportunity to stroke the little owl. The soft touch instantly made him love it. His eyes lit up, and he used both hands to stroke the little owl's head from top to bottom. This fur is so soft, so smooth, and so relaxing. The registration form for the Expeditionary Force has more than 2 pages of information. Chunfeng has not filled in much information, and he is filling it out item by item according to the reference format. Hearing this, he responded vaguely twice. As a fighting robot, although its military power is not good now, it is not a mascot that people hold in their hands. The little owl took advantage of the instructor's distraction, and found an opportunity to slip away from his hand, and dive to the passage behind. Hey! The instructor stretched out his arms to grab it, but failed to stop it, but did not get up to chase it. He just reminded Chunfeng, Your raptor ran away. Chunfeng said perfunctorily, It will come back. The little owl looked back, and saw the figure gradually faded away, so he continued to move forward. It memorized the map marked at the door, and knew the dormitory number assigned to Chunfeng, so it decided to go to the room and wait for someone. The area that this road leads directly to is the training building. It is lunchtime, and many young people are walking on the road sweating profusely. Seeing it fly by, they all look up at the sky, pointing at it and whispering. Huh, at first glance, I thought it was real. This owl looks familiar, is it the legendary one? Maybe, I heard that the new students report today. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. I really want to see the purple star of the United Nations University. Don't bother to see it. I just hope that I can pass the assessment next month. Otherwise, I have to train with my juniors. It's embarrassing. Why is it just a bird flying here? Give me a hand, I catch it and send it to the front desk. The little owl lowered its head slightly, recorded the young man who spoke into its database, and classified it into the blacklist. At the same time, it increased its power and flew in a curve, away from the guy who wanted to touch it. On the way, many people coveted its plump feathers. The little owl kept a distance from pedestrians. Not long after flying, it accidentally scanned a few familiar faces. It stopped, and its short and thick neck, that was invisible to the naked eye, turned flexibly, selecting a short green plant. 4 people walked side by side in front of them. Their army green short sleeves were soaked with sweat, and the dark and light colors stuck to their skin. They were talking and laughing, and they walked past it without noticing its existence. Jiang Linxia danced with excitement and laughed. Will Chunfeng be moved to tears when he sees us? Xi and Kuang said, I may not cry when I see you, but if I knew that Yinshin went out on time for her today, I might shed tears. Yinshin sneered at his teasing. The little owl followed carefully behind. Passing the bulletin board at the corner, Jiang Linxia stopped, checked his appearance with the reflective surface of the metal frame, and grinned. Am I handsome enough today? Is it because your optical computer doesn't have a camera? Xiang Yunjian pushed him. Be quick. Jiang Linxia suddenly hesitated, dragging his feet, and said, You think Changfeng won't have new teammates? Xi and Quang didn't care. Are the new teammates comparable to us? Jiang Linxia said worriedly. Whether we can compete or not is another matter. At least we are classmates and have a close relationship. After leaving us, didn't Changfeng win the MVP again? We don't talk to her for a few words in a year. That's because Tao Rui has also graduated, and there is one less strong competitor on the battlefield. Xi and Quang narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Old Jiang, adjust your expression. Don't say these things in front of Changfeng. She will definitely be proud. You are seriously damaging our tall image. Yinshin looked indifferent. We may not stay in the same unit after the trial training. Changfeng is very popular now. The new generation of Xiwexing, and all the expeditionary forces are vying for him. Jiang Linxia waved her hand indifferently. No need to guess. Changfeng will definitely follow Lian Sheng. General Lian doesn't need to do anything. Just take off his coat and wave it in front of her twice, and Changfeng will run after him. You don't know how much she wants his hand. Xi and Quang said with a serious expression. The child's family education should still be taken seriously. How unsafe is she like this? Xiang Yunjian was about to urge the others to walk faster and not just stand there, but Changfeng ran over from the door first. The two sides met each other unexpectedly, and their expressions were a little stiff. Jiang Linxia's facial muscles were still the most developed. After being shocked, he was overwhelmed with joy. He opened his arms and greeted Changfeng. Changfeng also ran towards him at a high speed. Jiang Linxia was about to lift her up, but she didn't expect Xiang Yunjian to be unsportsmanlike, and stepped in front of him and caught Changfeng. The emotions that had been brewing suddenly leaked out halfway. Jiang Linxia was so anxious that she turned around behind him, and called out again, Changfeng. Changfeng hugged Xiang Yunjian for a while, and after letting go, he had calmed down. He patted her shoulders and arms, and smiled at them for the first time in a long time. Jiang Linxia touched her head, felt it, and praised, Changfeng has grown taller. Yinshin was a ruthless person. Her shoes are high. Changfeng retorted, I haven't. Xi and Quang looked her up and down, confirmed that she had not lost weight, and her muscles were even more solid, nodded with relief, and greeted, How have you been in the past year and a half? Have you not been bullied at school? Of course not. Xiang Yunjian pulled her over and said, Let's go eat first. Where's your owl? Changfeng lowered his head and touched his laptop. It just ran away. Let me check the location. Oh, it's there. Is it out of power? She hugged the little owl with one hand, and the backpack and suitcase were divided by the four people. Before she had time to get familiar with the environment, she was led away by their footsteps. Maybe we will be your instructors in this trial training. Build a good relationship with us first, understand? I heard you have a new teammate. Who do you want to hang out with in the future? No, we just score points together. We are not fixed teammates. Shindan is doing data analysis training. He will not play with us. Come, listen to your brother Jian tell you about the expeditionary army. Okay. Extra 3. Date if I didn't go out on a date with my girlfriend today. LZ, is everyone there? My language is a bit confused now. I need someone to share with me. You will never guess who I saw in the mall today. Picture, isn't this Changfeng and Lao Xiang? What's so scary? They are back to the alliance? When? According to inside information, Changfeng was incorporated into the expeditionary force as an exception, so he will have a short vacation and wait for deployment. I won't allow anyone to not see this picture. Lao Xiang carried Changfeng on his back to climb the mountain before, and someone even took a picture of him. This is nothing for straight men, it's just pure friendship. LZ, we met them while waiting for the order at the milk tea shop. Changfeng bought a cup of cheese milk tea, stirred it with a straw and said it was awful, then gave it to Lao Xiang. Lao Xiang. Sorry, please allow me to address him as Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang leaned against the counter and watched Changfeng order another cup, with that sticky, stringy look in his eyes. Sorry, this is what my girlfriend said. I've already said it. It's pure friendship between straight men. Don't make a fuss. Where are Lao Jiang and the others? It doesn't quite meet the standard of a straight man without a light bulb. LZ, not only did we notice it, but other tourists also noticed it. After all, they are quite famous. Brother Xiang glanced around with a cold look, with murderous intent, my girlfriend's personal feeling. He took out a hat from his bag and put it on Chunfeng. Then he hugged her in his arms and kissed her. My girlfriend said, I didn't see it because of the wrong angle. My girlfriend was so shocked that she dropped her bag, and she twisted my hand until it was bruised. The post instantly became popular. Dozens of them scrolled back. Fuck, I said they were not innocent, and it turned out to be true. Hurry up, OP. Let me see how straight men fall in love. I think your girlfriend is right. Trust women's intuition. Don't apologize, OP, you are the biggest hero today. LZ, okay, I continued. The two of us walked to the cinema on the 5th floor in a daze. When we picked up the tickets, we found that there were people in front of the machine. If I hadn't acted quickly, I would have almost missed the queue. After entering the venue, we found out that Chunfeng and his friends also came to watch the movie, and they were seated 2 rows in front of us. Oh my god, isn't this fate? The movie was very touching and beautiful. We kept staring at it without looking away, so I can guarantee that they fell asleep in less than half an hour. So sweet. Giving up a good movie to sleep with your partner, I'm so embarrassed. Upstairs? To be obsessed with straight men's love, you have to find a new angle. LZ, after watching the movie, Chunfeng was hungry. I'm not saying she can eat, but she does eat more than me and my girlfriend combined. We had dinner in a small restaurant next to the cinema. I followed their pace and accidentally ate too much, so I had to go downstairs to digest the food. We slowly turned to the next street. Can you believe it? I can meet this, I'm starting to believe it's fate, so we followed her and wanted to ask her for an autograph. In the end, the two of them stopped in a remote, quiet place. The storefront there was decorated very low-key. I was at a loss for words. Anyway, it was a place where you can explore new knowledge. I felt a little embarrassed and actually wanted to leave, but my girlfriend gritted her teeth and decided to go in with me. Aw, isn't this inappropriate? How embarrassing? Was the OP beaten up later? I want to know if a military academy student can kill someone with one punch. I suspect you are a girlfriend out of thin air, and it's just you. LZ, picture advanced course on intelligent robot parts modification is a 2-hour course for 500 yuan. Why is it so expensive? I want to call the Consumers Association. I suspect they are cheating me. What am I expecting? Can you afford to play a trick on me? LZ, sorry, I really didn't mean to play a trick on you. We were assigned to sit behind Chunfeng again. This time, Chunfeng listened very carefully, paying full attention and actively answering the teacher's questions. She is really a good student. But Brother Xiang was not so good. He was almost asleep. Chunfeng asked him, are you bored? Brother Xiang said yes. Chunfeng hesitated and said, why don't you go out and play by yourself first? I will come to find you later. She proposed it very seriously. To be honest, I was stunned at the time and didn't know how to answer. But the respectable Brother Xiang was not stunned. He put one hand on the table and supported his head with the other hand. He smiled and dragged his voice and said, it's okay, it's not boring to accompany you to do what you like. Then I don't remember anything. My brain function is completely scrapped. Family members, secretly post a photo. Picture I hit it. Is this a man who is no longer single? Old Xiang, save your brothers. Scream. Is it true? It can't be photoshopped? Is there any technical expert who can help test the authenticity of the photo? 10 minutes later. The forum was completely boiling. No need to test, Chunfeng forwarded it. It's actually true.